Hello, lovelies. Welcome to another Saturday night worm stream, and hopefully a slightly more chill one. As I'm not going to be frantically attempting to build things or probably running off fighting things or whatever. We're at Brambleheim today, and as anybody who has seen glimpses of Brambleheim or who has visited will know, there are a lot of eggs at Brambleheim. So my loading screen for today is my pro tip for displaying eggs. Is using empty high bookshelves, and although you can't fill all of the shelves, you can absolutely nest multiple bookshelves and then just have like one row, one shelf load filled per bookcase as a way to layer multiples, which I haven't done. I've done a little bit here, but not as comprehensively as I could. Anyway, let me turn that one off. I was going to say if I had timed my stream better, we could have caught sunrise, but actually we kind of sort of have. It's just, it's a bit hazy, so there's not so much to see yet. The sun's actually coming up just over there behind the mountains. So unfortunately from Brambleheim, by the time it's kind of high enough to peek over these mountains, the sun is like fully up. The sky is pretty much blue, but you can't have it always. Hello to everybody who's in chat. Fairy was an hour early. Well done, Fairy. Hello, Madine. Hi, Galandria. Hello, Bun. Hi, Massa. Thank you for the sub, Massa. Hello, Myra. Hello, anybody else who is lurking in chat. So we were here briefly last week on stream. I popped back here to just oh, Fairy, go to bed, it's so late for you. We popped back here last week on stream to have a look at the Glamp Camp setup, kind of like the mock-up that I'd done. We can go and have another look at that later if there are people around who didn't see it last time. Hello, Moomin, how are you doing? So wait, who sleep sings? Who sings in their sleep? I don't sing in my sleep. If that was a pointed comment, I hope it wasn't at me. So we had like a very quick nosy round last time, but I have been neglecting Brambleheim a little bit. So there's a whole bunch of chores and things that are stacking up here, and I use the term chores broadly. Some of them are things that I've been avoiding, like the eggs. I'll show you quite how bad the eggs have gotten downstairs. But some of them are just things that I enjoy doing, but I just haven't got around to doing for a while. So you've ordered dinner in your sleep, Mass. That's impressive. Was it a good dinner, though? I'm asking for a friend. Oh, and importantly, did you sleep through the delivery? What has... Oh my god, guys, I've just noticed something. What is going on? Why is this high rope fence higher than all the others? I thought they'd just fixed this. It's like it sat on the roof instead of on the floor, and I've only just noticed. Oh my god. It wasn't Sleep You has poor taste, it is. Oh dear. I've never sleep bought anything, but I have absolutely bought things online in a delirium of like the early hours of the morning when like I should be asleep and I'm not, and that's sometimes ill-judged. I didn't break it, Bun. It broke itself, but maybe that means that not everything has been broken. I literally just noticed it as I span around. I don't know if this is exclusive to rope fences. I suspect this is exclusive to fences that border the edge of roof tiles. But I don't know if I've got another example. There we go. There's another example. Yes, it is. Look at that. So that is a specific interaction with roof tiles. At least now we know what to report. Whereas these ones are probably, yeah, those all look like they're the right height. I don't think I've got any other balconies in Brambleheim. But the fact that it's on both sides of that roof suggests to me that it is the roof tile that's causing the strange interaction. Oh well. We're barely 5 minutes into stream and already I found a bug report. Whoops. So anyway, how's everybody doing? How's everyone's Saturday night? There we go, now the sun's peeking. And in fairness, the sky is not yet completely blue. But you know what? This to me looks like a global spell sky, but we don't have a global spell up. Unless one has literally just, like, popped up. Which I don't think it has. Like, the sky being this kind of, like, dilute green, I guess it's just sunrise, but come on, look at that, that's pretty good. I think it's just that the sun is not fully up yet, so the sky is not properly transitioned to blue. I don't know if it's going to rain necessarily. It might do, but it's certainly quite a hazy morning. There's one on Cadence, so what's up on Cadence at the moment? For those who needs to know. Hello, Memas, how you doing? Oh, Memes, you forgot your password again. A Rite of Spring. Oh, the good one. Or at least the popular one. I mean, it's also the good one. The Rite of Spring is my favourite sky. So there you go. If you're a Vin follower, there is a Rite of Spring up on Cadence. Does anybody know off the top of their head roughly how long it's up for? Like, I should probably go and pray. Do you know what? I don't need anything to go over and pray, do I? I literally just need to go find an altar, and there's altars at every start town. I do then have to wait for the server cooldown or whatever, but since we're having a pottering stream, I can do anything. Nothing's kind of, you know, me going off-piste. It can be whatever. Hello, Bisa, how you doing? We were just having a peek at sunrise, at the lovely sunrise from Brambleheim, and then I realised that I have found another bug report, because roofs have apparently pushed fences up, or rather, when they re-sited where fences sit to close that gap, there's still an interaction with roofs there that they missed. But, you know, you can't have everything. Fairy was in my local. She's still in my local. She is. I half expected to find her in the hot tub. But in fairness, I think my archaeology den is not open to the public. I'm surprised it's not open to Alliance, though. Hang on. Alliance. Oh, no, Alliance can enter. There you go. I could totally have found her in my hot tub. She was being restrained, clearly. Also, this makes me sad. Like, every so often, I have to replace one of these maps, or I could just reload the game, but sometimes they render and sometimes they don't, and it's really inconsistent. And if you set up, you know, if you've painstakingly set up map displays or something, I imagine that would probably drive you nuts. Certainly it niggles me. Hideous rope fences? I quite like rope fences, you know. You're not a fan? I think part of what I like about them is they just sort of blend in, and there's no such thing as an invisible fence in Worm. The closest you get is chain link fences, which is why that's what I use pretty much all around the wildlife park, because they are the lowest profile one that still prevents you from crossing through. But rope fences are kind of like inoffensive enough, like they don't spoil the view too much. They tone in quite nicely with the other wood tones and things. I have seen people dye them. I don't dye mine. But I don't mind rope fences. They're certainly less chunky than iron fences. Oh, the clipping. Okay. Yes. Did I test if I was... Yes, I did, Myra, and I told you about it at the time as well. I showed it to you. You can indeed, if you have, for anybody who's interested in things that you can make with rares, we discovered there wasn't anything that you could do with is rare parchment, right? Because rare paper, there is technically a use for, and that's the paper mask, because it is a 3-part item. If you've got a rare paper sheet, one of the things you can use with a pretty good chance on is a paper mask. Unfortunately, paper masks are kind of dull. If you happen to pick up that beard skin, that attaches to a paper mask, so you could have a rare beard. But But that is something you can do with a rare paper sheet. You can't make rare books with them because it's a 2-part item. Rarity doesn't transfer. But this only works for paper sheets. Whereas if you have rare papyrus, with that you can make, and there's no chance about it. It's a guaranteed rare. You can make a rare cartography map. If you need to use it to make a copy of an existing map that you have finished. And if you make the copy with rare paper, then the copy will be rare. So we've got one of those over at Thorspring, which actually I keep meaning to bring over here and I haven't yet. If we go to Cadence later, I might run over to Thorspring and pick it up. I just saw Fairy whizzing around. Has she gone up to the hot tub? But yes. Hello, Ruffle. Hello. Yes. So that is something that you can do with your rare papyrus. If you're a cartographer, or if you know a cartographer, you can use it to make shiny rare maps.
What is?
Unfortunately, as soon as you mount them to a wall, you no longer see the rare shine, which makes me a bit sad. If you place them down on the side, you can see the rare glow. But once sort of, secured to a wall, once mounted effectively, the rarity doesn't show. And I don't really know why, because it does for things like lamps, for example. It does for other wall-mounted things. It just doesn't seem to for maps. But so there you go. There is something you can do with your rare papyrus, and there is something that you can do with your rare paper. Where is PMing me? Blank maps. There you go. Let me just catch up on chat. Oh, with a rare blank map. With a rare... So having waffled about that, I don't know because I haven't tested. You sent me rare papyrus to see if I could make rare map copies, but I can't remember what the process is to do that. So I don't know if have I got one in here that's a map for copying? I don't know that I have. But when you're making a map copy, do you have to first... Do you copy it straight from parchment, or do you copy it onto a rare blank map? I think you copy it onto a rare blank map. So I think that still applies. Yes. No, I have tested it. I have tested it. I'm sure that's what I tested. So rare papyrus, you make into a rare blank map, and the rare blank map, you can then create a copy. Do you want to send me one, or we can go test it if you like? We can do a live test on stream, just to confirm. But I definitely did it with whatever you sent me originally, whether that was rare papyrus or whether that had already been turned into a rare blank map. Because I've got one of Thorspring at Thorspring.
Time for science.
Exactly. Do you know what? I usually, when they release a new Christmas or Valentine's gift or whatever, you find them in market stalls on and off for the years that follow. But there was a short flurry where a few of them were on market stalls, and I haven't seen one since. If anybody has seen any on market stalls, maybe it's time I go for another market trawl, because I intended to collect all the rest of the colours, or at least try to. And I didn't. I got some of the fruit woods. I got almost all of the archaeology woods. Why has it suddenly gotten dark in here? My light's just turned off. But I was going to try and collect a complete set, only there are just none to be found. Anyway, you saw one and you very bought it. Yeah, by all means, send it to me, Myra, and we'll go and we will test. And I've got my rare chessboards here in blueberry wood and lingonberry, and I also have a rare one. I've made 3 of them. I got very, very lucky with these. I also have a rare thorn one, which is over at Thorspring. But if you wondered what they look like in the archaeology woods when they're rare, the answer is quite dark. The blueberry wood I was hoping would be a little bit more potent in the purple. I really wish that checkerboards also showed wood type. How hard would that be to implement, you know? But the cow ate the lamp. What? The cow ate what? Oh. They are forever sticking their heads through the window, but I kind of like that, you know, even though we get some ugly clipping. I like that whenever I've got cows in temporary holdings here, and it is usually cows I put in these, they just come and like crane their heads through the windows to have a peek. I do have mail, and you know what? I know how distractible I am, so let's go pick it up before I forget. Let's do that. So we'll take that and we will go test it. Did anybody tell me how long was left on the ROS? 3 hours or so. Okay. So there's a bit of time. Cool. So yeah, unfortunately, what was a very carefully curated, decorated archaeology den has, as you can see, become a little bit of a dumping ground where I've kind of dropped stuff and run, and the worst offender in here is absolutely my Easter eggs, because I've got, I think I've got not 1 but 2 years worth of Easter eggs that I haven't yet sorted. These ones are, I was going to say these ones are sorted, but clearly they're not. I mean, look at that. There's a few here. Most of them are nested into pet bowls in these. I've got a lot, guys. But those are the ones that I had already sorted. This year's Easter eggs are unceremoniously dumped here. And I don't know if this is something that I'm going to do on stream, but this is definitely something that needs doing at Brambleheim. There's just shitloads of them, and it's making me feel guilty. And also, you can only put so many of them on a tile, which is why they are literally dropped in the middle of the room, because most of the tiles in this room have got so many decorations on, I can't actually add too much more. I mean, I've also got a bunch of empty baskets, and that one is a decorative one.
That makes me all quivery.
Yeah, I know, right? Also, these Easter wreaths are another one that you can only drop so many per tile, and I had more than I knew what to do with, so those were just kind of unceremoniously dumped wherever I had a tile that wasn't already over-decorated. Those need to go somewhere. My egg displays are up here, but these are from like 2 years ago, so I've never added to these. But if you somebody, Massa, was it you, Massa, saying like an eggy egg sounds suspicious? That is one of the standard egg colours. You've got starry ones, you've got joyful ones, you've got flowery ones. These are the eggy ones, and then you've got colourful ones, and they're each different patterns. So it's the pattern of the egg, and as you'll see, these shelves are ordered by size as written, but even within each size category there are several sizes. So this shelf is all tiny ones, but the tiny ones come in 3 or 4 different sizes, and there's no way to distinguish the size except by putting them down and seeing. Likewise, the small, the medium. I don't know if that's true of the humongous. I haven't seen a big enough array of humongous ones together to tell. But it means that actually between all the size categories of eggs, there's like, I don't know, 16, 20 sizes or something, actual sizes. So you can probably make some pretty nice displays with them. I'm definitely not going to be adding to my egg displays this time. I've also got I've got a whole bunch of stuff here that needs sorting from like Halloween and things, some bits and pieces that just need to find homes. These have not been sorted since Chris. Oh my god, it's terrible. And that's without looking in my, this is going to make Myra cringe, this is without looking in the archaeology LSU of shame. A lot of my archaeology frags are in an LMC where they don't decay. I have got shitloads here of unidentified ones that we are by no means identifying today. Undoubtedly there will be spare, but yeah, look at, oh no, one of those is on 86 damage. I really need to get frag chipping sometime soon, don't I? Look at that, 60 pet bowls in that shelf, all full. Whoops. So I didn't realise this was going to be a showing you my cupboards of shame stream, but clearly that is what it's become. It's a confessional. So yeah, I know. Right, let me just catch up on chat. I know, vacuum cleaner to suck all the heads up, but then where would you put them? Where would they live? Where would they live? Your entire deed is a dumping ground, Tantale. The thing is, as in real life, when there is a lot of clutter about which is not intentional clutter, the busyness in the environment also becomes busyness in my mind, and I don't find it a relaxing environment to be in. So in Worm as in life, decluttering is actually quite therapeutic for me. It returns my spaces to a space of calm and rest. And the Thorspring Manor has managed to remain that because Brambleheim has remained the place where I come and just like dump shed loads of stuff during event season. So the manor is nice and peaceful. But Brambleheim is not right now, and these tables are also quite chaotic. These have become a little bit of a dumping ground. Like, they are a mix of things that I things that I like, special things which are being preserved on LMCs, but also just like stuff that I need to take to an Impalong sometime and forgot to do, or things that I need to stick skins on, or these that I can't put up because I don't yet have ceilings in Brambleheim and therefore can't hang any of my fancy snowflakes that we were given 2 Christmases ago. I should really put some ceilings up here sometime. Anyway, where are the thousands of unchipped frags stored? Yeah, there you go. So in fairness, like, the design of this, I'm quite proud of the design of this, and I know I've showed it off a few times. Like, the storage itself is quite well hidden, I think. I have made these panelled wood sections, so the LSUs themselves are kind of hidden, but you can access them from outside. There is a coffin here where creations can get dumped if I don't want to use them, if they're not particularly good ones or not particularly special or whatever. So that's kind of like my... It's not where tools go to die, but it's where they go, well, I decide what I'm going to do with them. I've got a load of backpacks and pet bowls and spare signage for Brambleheim Wildlife Park. In this one is entirely archaeology frags. But the ones that I have chipped that are important are there's actually 4 LSUs nested here. Are stored in magical chests in LMCs here. So that one just there. That's not even my whole frag collection. Yeah, you did get a death kept. You did get a death kept large chest, Massa. Wait, so Fairy, sorry, I'm just catching up. What chest skin is which? This one, this purple one. You'll need tons for the upcoming Easter Museum at DRF that I am designing. Certainly not. Certainly not. Ruffle also has stuff everywhere. I like chipping them as well, Fairy. It's just actually sitting down and doing them, The thing is, Madoon, they're not unloved. I do want to do something with them. I'm just being really slow at doing it. There are lady nuts there, Myra. Yes, lady nuts that you sent me, I'm pretty sure. There we go. Every so often, Myra sends me rare nuts, but that means that when Bum was trying to make the channel point image for his channel, he couldn't find any rare nuts anywhere, and I was like, that's because Myra keeps sending them to me. I've got all sorts of ridiculous gifts and things on some of these LMCs, and there's more upstairs as well. They do sometimes die while I'm deciding. Tantale, you don't know what to use your LSU for large bulky things. Like, it's quite good for nesting many small containers in, as you've seen. There are 3 shelves in an LSU. This one has got 60 pet bowls in, so it can be good for things like frag storage, chess pieces, whatever small non-decayable things you tend to keep in quantity. Obviously frags are decayable, but they decay quite slowly. So this one is just archaeology stuff. You can store quite large things in them, so you can store things like banners and signs. Flags, I think, go in them as well. I can test that because I've got some back here somewhere in my secret passage. Banners and flags, will they fit? Yes, banners will fit. Flags will not. Okay, but oh no, flags will. It's just that shelf's up to capacity. So banners and flags fit in there. Saddles fit in there. It's not the sort of thing you probably don't want more than one LSU. But having one is no bad thing. They can be kind of useful. Yes, that chest. Okay, so that chest was that skin has had two different names. So originally, it's a skin that's in the shop, I think, all the time. So so there's that. What was it called originally? You know what? It'll tell me. Okay, so this one is the ancient large chest skin. That's the shop name for it. But there was also, when they first released it, it had a different name. So there's actually two different skins theoretically in circulation. I've probably got others about though, because that's also a skinned chest. That's got the piratey one on it. What's it called? That's the skeleton skin on the chest there. If not, we'll have a look on Eschery. Oh no, that's also a pirate one. Because Eschery is my mistress of skins, and I think she's still got one of the original ones. But in the silver shop, I think the ancient chest skin is. There we go. It's the ancient large chest. I think it was called something like a sturdy large chest skin, the original one when they first released it, but then they put it in the silver shop. It was originally a gift. I think it might have been a Christmas gift. But it's nice, and it's especially nice on a chest dyed a nice dark colour. You get some really kind of rich dark colours on those. She does send me rare nuts, yes. There was a stream one time, memes, where Calvert and I, it was on Calvert's channel where Calvert and I were pissing about in Full Spring Villa. I think we were decorating it, and there was a whole little segue about Crim's nuts on the table, because if you stand in the middle of a marble table, I don't know if I can recreate it here or not. But effectively, if you stand in just the right position in a marble table, the nuts that you place on the table sit round about where nuts would be. So there was a whole bit about Crim's lady nuts, and ever since, Myra has occasionally pinged me with rare nuts. Ruffle, you like a gang of LSUs. So out of interest, what do you put in yours? Sturdy large chest skin. Hi, Olafus. Thank you for confirming that one. There you go. So that's two names for the same one skin. It's the only time I think they've renamed an existing skin. Rude. But if you find, for example, on a vendor, either a sturdy large chest skin or an ancient chest skin, those are both the same one. It's this one. There's technically three versions because they recapitalized a bunch of skins partway through, but never mind. See, there you go. You remember the stream. You know the origin of the Lady Nuts joke. Which ones are the LSUs? Those are the ones with 3 shelves. So these are LSUs. They look like this when they're not hidden in a secret passage. You've got 3 in a back room that you stuff things that you would stuff under the... Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I use them for. You keep lamps in them. Goblin Camp loot. Now, that's a good shout. My Goblin Camp loot is... I'm trying to collect one of every colour, so the one of every colour is here, and to be honest, the spares are just dumped in my garage. But I haven't done Goblin Camps in a while. I keep my lamps on rafts, but I imagine they would keep just as well in LSUs. That's a good shout. If you've ever been to an Impelong, LSUs are usually like the overflow containers. Sometimes they are also the actual containers that you drop stuff in. So this is what I call my garage on the smithy. This is the one building. Is it one? No, okay, you know what, there's others. It is the one main building on Brambleheim that hasn't been rebuilt. Any buildings here that are done with timber are ones that I have redesigned in the original footprints of the buildings there, but made them bigger and better. But the smithy, which was actually the very first building I built here on Brambleheim, that stayed. There was a little shed just here, like a two tile shed when I was first founding the deed, just to put stuff in, because I logged back into the game after several years with, of course, an inventory full of stuff and no deed and nowhere to put anything and no vehicles. But this was the first main building that I built on Brambleheim for Brambleheim, and this is due for a redesign, which it hasn't yet had, as you can see, because it's not timber.
Time for science.
But this, okay, so you think each shelf can hold the same as the rafts? Okay, there you go. And so this is what I consider to be my garage. It cuts straight through to the mine at Brambleheim, which you will probably never have seen. I'm afraid it's not a terribly exciting mine. We've got like a big open space. Oh, that tiles. Look, I've got glowies. We've got a big open space down here. There's some silver that way. This, I don't know if this will have collapsed, but actually most of the mine is actually under the deed down here, but I'm getting distracted. Also, I talked about mine shafts of shame. There's one couple of tiles back that way. I talked about that on a previous stream, but my garage has got rafts on the ground. That's where all my lamps live. Unfortunately, even though you can rename rafts, the names don't show on mouse over, which is quite frustrating. But so all of my spare lamps just live in rafts here. I think partly because then I can just pick up a whole raft, load it into a boat with any given lamp type when I'm doing a new deed. So it makes it quite nice and easy there. This is also where my extra BSBs live. This is where my spare duplicate goblin camp items live, things like that. You love how I pronounce the word garage. What? As opposed to what? I suppose, I mean, there's at least two pronunciations. I guess there's garage and there's garage. I'm a garage person, emphasis on the first syllable. Or garage, that's true, garage. So maybe there's three, maybe there's more than three. Pretty, but yeah, I know, isn't it just? This is obviously dyed with Sid's dyes, because we love Sid's dyes around here. I might even... I feel like... I think this is bluey, but you know what? I can check for you. It is a really nice dye, and it came out a lovely kind of teal colour on top of the brown. So this is... Wait, no, that's the chest. That's the chest. Let's try that again. Look at equipment. Oh no, beach blue apparently. So there you go. If you're trying to replicate it, beach blue. You know what? I'm not sure that beach blue is one of Sid's. It was Sid's dyes before, and my armour is all Sid's dyes, but beach blue might be someone else's, and I can tell you whose if you're interested, because I'll show you my dyeing station, which also needs some work. I've got a whole load of extra dyes from Sid, which are crammed into a drawer somewhere because I haven't yet distributed them. But this is my alchemy den, just over here, and this is my dyeing station. So I've got reference jars of all the dyes. I have got more than this that I haven't just placed on shelves yet here. And then all my dyes live nice and easy access, where I don't have to constantly repeg or reseal, like use new sealing kits in these. So ones that I've got a significant quantity of, I do also have barrels stuck away, but these, because you can just unseal and reseal them with a click, it has made me so much more willing to dye things or crack open dye just for something small like books, whereas when it was all in barrels and I had to be doing all of that sealing and unsealing and hefting barrels about, I found I just didn't really interact with dyes as much, and I love them. So this, although it took a bit of time to set up, this makes my dyes much more accessible to me. But so beach blue, it's a Kazumi one. So Greenwood Market over on the other side of Release is where I got it. That's what's currently on my my horse barding. If you've never been to Kazumi's, Greenwood Market is on the opposite side of Release to me, but still very, very accessible by boat. It's around N8, I think. Yes, N8. Look at that. So there you go. If you want that particular one, that is apparently a Kazumi dye. Moves into my diary. Yeah. I mean, it's you know, it's nothing like one of Sid's beautiful big displays that she sets up for us, but it is quite helpful for me to just have them like as a reference point. I am going to need to find somewhere to put an extra set of shelves, because part of the reason I haven't distributed those extra ones I've bought is I've run out of space on this one. You can see there's some extras crammed in where they shouldn't be, just to put them somewhere, but I actually need an extra display shelf. I quite liked them tucked under the arches, although they don't fit perfectly. They're the right width to tuck nicely under arches, but they clip a little bit into the top. But I quite liked having it sort of like this sort of almost like a screen across the room. But obviously, if I add a third one, that's my main thoroughfare through, so I clearly can't put one there. I can't put one over the portcullis. What I probably need to do is redistribute these barrels of dies, and I don't know, continuing it around this way or something. Maybe redesign this room a little bit. I don't know. And on the rare occasions that I make dies, because I do sometimes, this is where all my Nat Subs stuff lives over here, and I've got ceiling kits and pegs over there. But yeah, it's a nice place for me to just come and experiment with and play, or like bring a stack of books up and just like dip dye them all different colours and things. What's the light one? Wait. What's the light one? What, Tantail? Were we one of the blues? Were we talking about? Do we mean Sid's aquaphobia or something around the other side? Let me just catch up on chat, and then I will go mouse over again for you. You think leather items have a red base? Yeah, I mean, well, you're dyeing over the existing browns, so bear in mind it will add orangey tones to whatever you're dyeing. So putting something like this, for example, you get a much darker, that's why you get that lovely dark teal, because you're adding a kind of like a light greeny blue over to an orangey brown base. That's the colour you've already got in your armour, Tantet. Well, there you go. So that's aquaphobia. That's about as pale as they come. This one's also quite bright. This is Dodger Blue. Dodger Blue is the colour that Crim has on her, if you've ever seen her in her chainmail, her pirate gear. I'm pretty sure that's Dodger Blue. I'm quite a fan of Dodger Blue. And Kablooey, I think, is another one that I really like and have used. There we go. Kablooey is a really nice kind of turquoise, bright turquoise. I think maybe Kablooey's what we've got on the tent. I don't know. I used Kablooey on a lot of stuff for a while. But yeah, I like having this kind of, this reference point, but it does need, it, like so many things in Brambleheim, it does need a bit of work. Yeah. Oh, bun, diabolic. That's terrible. That's terrible. I do, but yes, I do have a dye room. And we need to do a little bit of redecorating or reorganizing to fit in the extra ones, some of the ones that are stuffed in here, and also whatever I've got. That's my pottery den up there, which is a lot less exciting, I'm sorry to say. I've got a little orangery over here, if you like, my greenhouse, as close to a greenhouse as I get. I don't know if I've ever showed this off. This was just sort of like, this is where like all my all my trellises that haven't yet found homes live, mostly. But I never quite got around to decorating this properly, because what I wanted was to have all of my like herb racks and things here. They're currently over in the feasting hall, upstairs in the feasting hall. But I've got a stash of dies, which also need putting into that room. But at the moment they're in an LMC because they're not sealed when Sid sends them. And until I'm ready to sort of paint them and display them and seal them and put the rest into those alchemists' cupboards, they're living quite safely in an LMC. So I've got like a rack of ovens up here, and I've got some herb racks that I haven't done anything with for a while. But generally speaking, it's rare that I have to actually come up here in person, because as anybody who has seen me waffle about my kitchen before will know, it was designed so that I could access everything from the ground floor, including picking these herbs. For example, I can do all of the herb picking from down here if I want to. I can access all of these barrels and FSBs, all of the wine barrels and things. Everything is accessible from down here. The only thing that isn't is obviously if I want to do some pan filling or something, the oven's at the back. I have to go upstairs for that. As you can see, there are places in my kitchen that have also become a little bit of a dumping ground. That is a tuna. I don't know why I've got a tuna on there, but I have. I thought I had a rare tuna, but that's clearly not it. Maybe the rare tuna is in an LMC, not on an LMC. But yeah, like my kitchen is much less untidy than the archaeology den, but it is suffering a little bit for like me just dropping loads of affinity booze and things when I come back from Impelongs. Dodger Blue is your Narsail. Rapti's got a... Oh, but on Harmony, that's no good to me. Hello, Rapti. Nice to see you. You think dye works better as a sell-to-order thing? I mean, I guess it probably does in as much as there are just so many ones out there. But that said, Sid's got various little sort of like little dye concession stands at various markets, and whenever I pass one, I tend to go rummaging, and I often come away with dyes of Sid's that I know I like. So I guess if you've got some that are frequent hits or whatever, you can also do things that way. Hello, Futurism. How you doing? Yeah, I love Sid's dye shops as well. We on one glamping stream that Ruffle and I were doing when we went across Pristine, we actually got to go and have a look at Sid's actual workshop, nose around in her absence, and have a look at her actual dye shop. But for back here, I mean, this one, as you can see, it's mostly Sid's dyes, but it's also got some of Kazumi's, it's got some of Robbie's, it's got some of mine, and it's got some of Tarsis Harbour Market. They also do some. Plastics Bazaar over on Celebration, they've got a dye shop. I've got some of theirs there as well. So I have dyes from a few places. And if you've ever heard me talk about my my nifty storage solution for affinity booze, I can't remember if I was able to show you this last time, but it's this tiny little cottage perched on the side of my oven. This is where shit tons of affinity boozes live in open barrels and buckets. So small. That's my booze cabinet right there, or my spirit cellar, and it's not enchanted, so I can't accidentally mail it somewhere. You don't need to enchant it to use it as a container. You just create it, and it is a tiny container that, like a mailbox, can contain many items. I don't recommend it for things that will decay because you'll just forget about them probably, but if you're trying to work with a really tiny space, this is a really nifty storage solution, and you can fill it full of containers, you can fill it full of pet bowls, you can fill it full of buckets, and for affinity booze, which does not decay, it's perfect. So I'm storing so much weight in there. Yeah, nice sneaky way around a small storage solution. Yes. If Rapti does one at the GD Tiny Market, I will happily come and explore Rapti's as well. It's a moonshine fridge. Let's be honest, because it's affinity booze. But yeah. So that's my kitchen. That's my kitchen space. We looked at this last week on stream, so we don't need to dawdle here. But I've got sort of like my tea room, if you like, my bar area, which I still haven't finished. It's kind of like it's halfway there, and my big display, my dining display table of rare foods and things, and this is where my food lives. Speaking of which, I should eat something. Though I'm getting really short of things to eat here. I'm now eating Christmas presents, and I hate eating Christmas presents. I need to make myself some more sandwiches or meals. But we're going to eat some of Ruffles 2024 Christmas Chiara Lime Pie. Worth staying awake for the Spirit Castle storage. Good. I like to think that Brambleheim is actually full of like all of my best innovative ideas I have crammed into this deed. So even if I've tried them out elsewhere, if I really like them, I tend to come and find a use for them at Brambleheim as well. So this is like a really very concentrated, in a small space, all of my best ideas for nesting items and cool storage ideas and things, they're all at Brambleheim. Almost all at Brambleheim. Like, there's a couple of exceptions. Like the hot tub that I made at Thorspring Manor is quite different from the hot tub that I've made here, for example. What will I recycle to? I don't recycle them to allies. I keep them from forever and ever and ever, and slowly eat them when I'm desperate. That's an escapee. But yes, what was I doing before we got waylaid by dyes? I was on my way somewhere. I think we were just talking about lamps, actually, when we got waylaid by the, what's the dial? What's the die on that one? But I have also got, I'm sure there are some more, yeah, look at that. I've got another 12. Although, in fairness, there's probably only 2 or 3 new colours here. I think, because I've definitely already got Kablooey. I think I've already got Nymph Blue and Dark Cyan. So there's probably only a couple of extra ones to add here, and some extras. And yeah, and then I've got this just LMC absolutely rammed full of stuff. I mean, you know how I like to go rooting through other people's LMCs on stream? My LMCs are just rammed full of, like,
time for science.
Things within things within things, and oh my goodness, so many things. Rare map, yes, rare map, and also was going to go and do the Rite of Spring. Wait, rare map, yes. Like my friends? Wait, what, like my friends? Was that something about stuffing things into small containers? Half your Impelong screen use this year are RGB codes. Yeah, I know. Every time I go to an Impelong, I do the same as well. Like, I end up copying downloads of RGB codes.
Oh, yes.
So, all right, let's go and do the elsewhere things. Just going to log in my portal ping priest. I'm going to go and pray on Cadence and waffle for 10 minutes about anything you like while we wait for the portal cooldown. Then I'll pop over to Thorspring and I will go and pick up the rare map there. And also I think I've got a map there that I can copy so we can do our science and test our rare map there. If anybody's interested in what the Thorn rare chessboard looks like, I can show you that while we're over there. Then we'll come back here and we'll do some more pottering and stuff at Brambleheim. I've also got Estuary logged in here, so whilst we're waiting for portal ping stuff, I could run around the wildlife park and do some feeding on Estuary or something. But let's get Aramis logged on. Aramis. Ruffle is PMing me. Hope that's an on-stream PM, Ruffle. Oh, it was only a few hours ago. Okay, that's good to know. If I don't do it on stream, though, I will forget to do it. Maybe we could go and do Thorspring first, though. Oh, crap. Aramis is, of course, logged in at Care Paravel. So, bear with me a moment. Tell you what, let me turn you around so you can look at the nice champion chooks whilst I just run him back to the portal. There we go. Champ chooks are us. Thankfully, Care Paravel is, as we know, very fucking close to a portal, so it won't take a second. You're welcome, fairy. Chooks. Yeah, if I don't pray for it tonight, though, Myra, I will forget entirely to do it tomorrow, I think. I've been on an art binge lately, so I haven't been logging into Worm as much, but I have been putting a lot of time into drawing. And I've been putting some of the output of my drawing adventures into the crafting channel. I just finished another one today. I don't know if I posted you guys the goldfish or not, but trying to think if my sketchbook is here. Whilst Aramis is running blindly towards ESERT, I will be right back, and I could do with grabbing a drink anyway. But I will come back with my sketchbook and I'll show you what I've been doing when I'm not worming. To just set him on the right path before he runs into a wall. Back in a flash. Nearly ran him right out the other side of ESET. I'm forever sad in this house that my streaming corner doesn't allow me to show you the pretty lights behind. I don't know if I can do this without fucking it all up, but I've got these pretty little lights around that lovely square bay window, and that is why I moved to this flat 4. I downsized massively, and I bought a corner sofa exactly to fit into that space, because I had that lovely bay window with a sea view right outside it, and I wanted to be able to sit on my sofa and turn my head and see the sea. So I've got this lovely little twinkly fairy light set up behind me, but unfortunately, where my webcam's pointed to catch me, it can't also catch the nice fairy lights. Yeah, I'm fond of it. I've made myself a proper little cozy snug space. Right, let me just run. Aramis didn't go far past the portal, in fairness. That was quite well timed. Let's just pop him through and start him summoning. To release. I did get myself a drink. There we go. And summon soul. And I suppose I can turn my UI back on now. But I went to get you my sketchpad to show you what I'm doing when I'm not in Worm lately. And I'm only I say sketches, the drawings, they take hours, and I'm only a few drawings in. But I started taking my sketchpad to the pub. So this was my first one. And in terms of my drawing journey, this was the sixth drawing I ever did. I started doing this 4 summers ago. I taught myself watercolours and pastels and pencils. And so that's Kitty Cat. But I had a lovely big art desk space set up in the previous house I was in. I don't have that kind of space here. So I've downsized to sort of sketchbook size art so that I can take it down the pub with me with a curated set of pencils and do it down the pub. And that means that I'm actually getting to do it. That's my snail, which some of you might have seen. I posted it in the crafting thing. So that was finished a little while ago. I finally got to do the last highlights and things on the shell. Then we got a goldfish. They take time, guys. But I find them, do you know what? I find them quite therapeutic. It's a meditative process, many, many, many layers of pencil. And I have literally just today finished, although I'm not really happy with it. The water was so fucking hard. And I was trying a mixed media approach with this, using markers to block in some of the colour in the background. And I think I probably made more work for myself than I saved. But I just finished this one today. So that's my little duckling that I just finished down the pub. But because I'm on a bit of an art binge at the moment, it means that I haven't been logged into Worm as much as I normally would be. But that is why. Now you know. Yeah, on the Discord, there's a little crafting glee channel where we post pictures of works in progress. So there's lots of knitting in there. It's mostly knitting, but also some things I occasionally post a picture of some art in there or something. A self-portrait of what? The snail? The fish? Oh, fuck, I summoned myself, didn't I? Right, let's actually type that in, shall we? So, Crim. Da-da-da. We're just going to do a little portal ping. Back to Sloping Sands. Let's go and pray on Cadence first before I forget. Then we'll go to Exodus and just whiz over to Thorspring. I've been in the habit of, when I know I'm going over to NFI, taking all of my stuff off. But the last couple of times, I've just winged it, and I'm sure it's fine. Those of you that go back and forth all the time, you don't offload all of your stuff every time, right? Has that paranoia now passed for most of you about items just disappearing? The goldfish is a self-portrait. Cheeky. What, because I've swum around my goldfish bowl again? You never do, Bun. Okay. I trust Bun. Bun's got stuff he would not like to lose. Cadence, right? It was definitely Cadence. Yeah. You've always been fine, except, yeah, there were some problems with the guidance transfer, weren't there? I remember that. Okay. Woo! Hello. On Cadence. Oh, Cadence is where Calvert and I have our cart. I should probably go repair that since they no longer are protected. Where? So where is our cart? Did they move all the vehicles? Oh, it's going to be with the stable master, isn't it? Let's just go and repair me and Calvert's Cadence shenanigans cart. Whoop! There it is. How damaged was it? 14, 15? It's no longer going to be a quality 69 cart. How sad. How sad. Yeah, I do have a goldfish memory. Oh, you do? Thank you, Ruffle. Thank you. We've also got a boat. But I think the boat's still on Harmony. But I should go and repair the boat at some point as well. There we go. Quality 65. He'll be disappointed. But to be honest, by the time we get Calvert back into Worm and back onto Stream and back onto Cadence, it will probably have dropped a bit more. So, what am I looking for? I'm looking for altars. Altars. If I were altars, where would I be? Public mine. Crescendo. That's the forge, isn't it? Where do altars live on Cadence? Carts are not protected on Stable Master's Ferry, so they took away the no decay on vehicles stored at starter towns to try and dissuade people from just using them as dumping grounds, but especially, I think, to dissuade people from using them as places to leave stuff when they step away from Worm for a while, because they were getting so cluttered. So they do get tucked away into a Stable Master, but they're no longer protected from decay, so you do have to go and just... Aha! Yes. The building directly in front of me. So you do just have to go and repair them every so often, or better yet, imp them up nice and high. So there we go for anybody who hasn't gone yet. There are 19 hours and 36 minutes left on Rite of Spring, well into tomorrow, plenty of time. I mean, if your carts are imped up a decent amount, it'll be a long time before they actually decay away anyway, but yes. I can't remember when they implemented the change, but they implemented a bunch of stuff basically about 6 months to a year into having portals to try and just clean up all of the clutter. I think it came in the same time as Stable Masters, in fact. I think when the Stable Master was implemented, at the same point, they implemented the no longer protected from decay on a start town deed. Still protected from decay on your deed, other people's deeds, whatever, but not on start towns. Better put it outside range than on deed. Yes, they don't. So they don't decay on any deed except for start town deeds, where they decay as they would if they were in the wild, effectively. You didn't know either, Bun? I think a lot of people maybe missed that one then, but yeah. So Stable Master doesn't protect it. Stable Master tidies it away out of sight, but it will be taking decay ticks in the background. And if you also didn't know, whilst your creatures are stored in a Stable Master, they are not protected from aging. So if you've got creatures that aren't cared for, they can still die of old age whilst in a Stable Master, and you will just get a corpse back. I don't think... they don't think they try and graze or anything in there, so there shouldn't be a problem. There shouldn't be a problem with them starving if they're being looked after by the Stable Master. I think there were some teething problems with that, but they continue to age. Carts and boats and their contents continue to decay. If you have a deed nearby, or if there is another deed nearby that you can park at, you're better parking it there, because it's only starter deeds that no longer protect it. I assume it was probably a memory issue, but also because it was being treated as it's a little bit like the gift wrap problem. The reason that they took that out of the game, it was being exploited a little bit, I think, the thing to do was to go and, if you were going to let your deed drop or step away from Worm, maybe for some years, go and park your cart or your boat or whatever on a start town deed, which will never drop, and your stuff is just protected indefinitely. I mean, things do still take a bit of decay in boats and carts and things, but basically it was not just being used to protect stuff while active players were on other servers. It was becoming a dumping ground with like literally hundreds at some start towns, hundreds of like vehicles and things being abandoned. So I think it was put in place to stop people using it as like a cheaty workaround to not have their own deed, or a friend's deed or whatever. So we got a nice mind logic tick from that one, 0.069. The cooldowns, the temptation to go and look on all those market stalls, but I don't. It's no good of me buying stuff on NFI. I can't use it here. I don't play here. Previously, it always was a deed. Starter towns always did behave like other deeds, but it is a change they implemented, I'm pretty sure, at the same time that they implemented stable masters. We could go and find the patch notes if anybody wants to double check the wording. But yeah, they effectively changed it so that starter deeds no longer provide the deed safe from decay bonus to vehicles. You knew, but you don't know how. It was definitely in patch notes. NFI is a godless place. So yes, if you have things, particularly if you're somebody who spends the time on a lot of different servers, if you have vehicles parked at start towns, just remember to imp them up if you can. That will help a lot, but every so often just go and check on them, take them out of the stable master and repair them. What's our cooldown? 3 minutes 7 seconds. That's not too long. Is it the same decay as in perimeter? Yeah, I think so, because there's no accelerated decay on vehicles in perimeter. It's the same as decay in perimeter is the same as decay just out in the wild, and a starter town for the purposes of vehicle decay I think is treated the same as if you just parked it out in the wild. So you only benefit from the no decay on vehicles if it is parked on a deed that is not a start town deed. So not in any perimeter, not in a start town, not in the wild, has to be actively on deed. And to know whether a boat is on deed as well, particularly for boats, because boats cover quite a large range, it's where you sit in the commander seat. So if the point that you're sat in the commander seat, you are on the deed, then the whole boat is on the deed. But if, for example, on a particularly long boat like a Nar, if you're coming in head on, it might be that the point that you disembark isn't on deed, even though the majority of the boat is on deed tiles. It doesn't count unless the command seat is on the deed. So the point that you embark and disembark as commander, that's the part of the boat that needs to be on deed. It does mean that you can park the rest of the boat in the perimeter without issue, so long as that seat is on an on-deed tile. How do I know all of this stuff? I mean, most of the stuff around Stable Masters is just I absorbed that from patch notes at the point that they released it. I remember there was a bit of controversy around it at the time and a lot of discussions on the forum. The bit about whether or not you are on deed, I learned from where I can and cannot park and load and unload things at Impelongs, where it's really quite important that I am just inside the perimeter for unloading when I'm hurrying creatures out of arenas. So that one was just trial and error. Yeah, there's so much in patch notes, it's super easy to not absorb it at the time. How much longer have we got? Another minute and 5 seconds. I might just go see if I can find those patch notes if nobody's beaten me to it, because we talked about them a bit and evidently a few people missed them. Purple Dragon spawns, PvP locations, community feedback wanted. I don't know if any of you are PvPers. Apparently there's a post on the forums about where the Purple Dragons will go. So, patch notes, Stable Masters. When did they come in? Let's have a look-see. Patch notes. There we go. So, game news. Stable Masters were implemented, I want to say, last summer? But it might have been before that. But for this one, this might be one of the few things that's actually easier to keyword search on the forums. So let's find out. Stable master. No, apparently not. Let's try that one again. Oh, now I've got to wait 4 seconds before searching again on the forums. God, I hate that throttling on the forums. Why? Why? It's so frustrating. Hello, Wolfmeyer. How you doing? You think at least 2 years ago, BC? I mean, you might be right. It was, I feel like it was about a year into guidance that they made all the changes, but it might only have been 6 months into guidance. Let's try again. Stable master as one word did not do it. Stable master as 2, however, has. So coming soon to a steppe or a field or a stable near you. That sounds like about the right time. Oh no, wait, it can't be. That's 2012. Okay, April 2025. There were some patch notes about this. Here we go. In fact, that's exactly the patch we want. I'll pop the link in there for you. So, as of April 2025, vehicles will now decay on starter deeds. Vehicles now decay faster on guidance. Vehicles and animals then got hidden under stable masters under various circumstances when you've been away from the server for long enough. It's also the same time they changed fences on guidance and creature layers on guidance. But that was the patch notes if you missed it. Vehicles will now decay on starter deeds, and that's literally all they said about it. But it was indeed at the same time that they introduced stable masters. So we are going to now hop back to Southern Freedom Isles, and we're going to whiz over to Exodus to go and grab something from Thorspring and do some science with that rare map. We are now in lovely ESET. Yeah, 2012, just a little while ago. Have I got a horse here, or have I left it at Care Paravel? Yes, I do. Hooray! Right. So we can take the fast route back to Thorspring at least. Yeah, Bisa, I can see that. I can see that. So there's Care Paravel. Like two-thirds built. The Folly's now 2/3 built, but not yet finished. We're just going to ride over to Thorspring. It's Rock Lobster. Notice how restrained I was, and I didn't sing it. I only said it. So, Bisa, are you living full-time on guidance at the moment? Is it something that you're just trying out on one toon, or are you kind of going through the new player experience? Or just kind of trying to set up a semi-permanent home there to see if you can? It's been a while since I have been back to guidance. I know some of you have been back much more recently. We were talking in the Coterie Discord just the other day about the spot in Seal Lake, obviously because you've just been by there and visited and things, but we did a few streams there on Calvert's channel before I was streaming. Actually, that was in the run-up to me being cajoled into starting to stream under my own steam. Calvert and I did a series of guidance streams on his channel, and that's when we were all living around Seal Lake. Whilst I'm riding, this is as good a time as any. If you haven't noticed, there is a Discord link at the bottom. If you watch this stream, or in fact any Worm streams, and you want to contribute an item to the new glamping streaming glamping display that we've been invited to set up at the Rockcliffe Museum ahead of the gala. That link will take you to a channel in the Crim's Coterie Discord. If you're already in the Discord, you can go to that channel direct. It is the camp planning donations channel, and there is a list of items there which can have signatures on it. If you want to make one of those, just give me a thumbs up on whichever line corresponds to the item that you're willing to make. Imp it up as high as you're able to, as high as you're reasonably able to. You don't have to spend ages trying to push it. And mail it over or arrange to drop it off with one of my priests at any portal in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And we are going to build a glamping display like the glamp camps that Ruffle and I set up on stream as a permanent exhibit at the Rockcliffe Museum, and have as many streamers and stream watchers represented there as possible. So I am over at Thorspring. This is Joshua Calvert's deed on Exodus for over a decade now. It is also my home on Exodus, my main home on Exodus. And the reason that I'm back over here is because my second kind of home building, if you like, is Thorspring Manor over here, which we built on stream. Or renovated, I should say. We probably should have knocked it down and built it entirely from scratch because we changed so much about it and we had to go wall bashing. But no, we renovated. So this is sort of like my second home over on Exodus. This is Thorspring Manor. That is my pet pheasant, who probably needs some food put in her bowl. Let's just do that before I forget. I also probably need to bring some more food over here because I'm running out of things to feed her. All I've got here is like high quality meat for cooking with. Oh no, have I got some fruit? Yes, I have got some fruit. Grapes will do. So we're going to give her some grapes. This is the beautiful, beautiful kitchen. Now this is a bunch of work that we did here at the manor, and I haven't yet replicated anywhere at Brambleheim. But I wanted when we had the new ovens, I wanted to create a kind of a kitchen with like those seamless like connected counters and things with that new oven skin. And the way that I did it was by size runing, playing with size runes until I found furniture items and corresponding sizes of furniture items where I could get everything to kind of seamlessly line up. So there is a very, very slight seam here, but they're basically the same height. So that's our kind of like connected little kitchen nook that we have at Thorspring Manor, which I'm quite proud of. That's quite nice. I like that one. What was I going to do? I was going to feed the pheasant, wasn't I? Let's feed the pheasant for a start. Your main on Xanadu isn't premium. You just use him to keep the deed. Tan, remind you when there's one thing left, because you keep forgetting it's a thing. Wait, one thing what left? One thing of what left? Did they write the name where? Did they write the name? Oh my god, I'm so behind. I'm so sorry, guys. Did they write the name where? The list for the museum. Oh, I see. Tan, you can just pick something. I know you don't know what to pick, but pick whatever feels like it's an easy thing to create for you. It doesn't have to represent you, but it can do. If there's an item that particularly speaks to you, if there's a dyeable item that you want to dye in your colour, it doesn't matter what it is. It's just have an item. Sign up for an item. Thorspring is written out. Oh, yes. Calvert likes to write his initials on things, and at Thorspring he's actually got the name of the deed written out on the hillside. So I'll get up here where you can get a better view. But yes, this is Thorspring. You cannot miss it on the map dumps, or indeed on the map. It is right in the middle of Exodus. It is in the south side of this desert here, so we're just here. Just a short ride from Esert. This is where Thorspring is and has been for not quite as long as Exodus has been around, but almost for over a decade. certainly. So yeah, that's kind of like the farthest reach of Thorspring. These colossuses were built. I think Bunn and possibly Myra built a bunch of these colossuses. I think Willow built some of these as well. Calvert built some too, but it was some of this was definitely a team effort. He had help. But this is a big deed and a nice deed. I'm very fond of this. Calvert has some really nice architectural design principles in his deed. It's what we bonded over initially. There we go. There's the rare thorn chessboard. This one I was actually a little bit disappointed with. As you can see, like the blueberry wood, if you remember when we looked at that one earlier, you can just about see the purple, but it is dark. The thorn is so dark in rare form that it almost looks black, and that might be what you're going for, but if you were hoping for that nice kind of rich bottle green, you can't really see it with the chessboards, unfortunately, particularly once you add the rare shine to it. But I think even without, they just look quite dark. So we did this in Thorn because, you know, Thorn's Calvert's archaeology wood of choice, which is why this one lives here. But I would have liked the green to show a little bit more. But that's a rare Thorn chessboard for reference. Now, oh fuck, I forgot. I've got a mini archaeology den here. I don't think there's much in it, in fairness. I think, okay, that's where chess pieces live. I completely forgot I had an LMC here. This is going so well, isn't it? Oh my god. I've got a second mini archaeology den here that I completely forgot about. But thank goodness it's all in an LMC. I've also got a lot here that needs chipping. If anybody would like to binge some restoration skill at some point, maybe we should have a chip along and come and chip as many of Crim's racks as we can. I think we should have a chip along sometime, guys. Also, here's another one. Thorn in altars, in wooden altars, doesn't really work. I don't know what it is about the wood that wooden altars are made from, like the wood grain, but thorn just looks kind of weird, and I think the same is kind of true of other archaeology woods as well. Like the colour doesn't really sit nicely with wooden altars, which is disappointing. But I tried it, so you don't have to. This is Calvert's bedroom back here. He gets a tiny little bed in the corner because this house was meant to be built for me. This is my beautiful bedroom over here. He's got his own manor elsewhere on Thorspring, but as soon as we built this, I made it so fancy that he just moved in here as well, so he gets a tiny little bedroom hidden in the back corner just over there. This is my bedroom here, all done in blueberry wood. So if you're somebody who likes to see how woods, how different furniture types translate that wood colour, this is what happens with blueberry wood. You get that lovely rich blueberry wood colour on most of the fine furnishings, but the shelving is a little bit darker and browner, as are the wardrobes and the cupboards. There you go, another reference point. There's another one of those chests for you, in a very similar colour. And I think we got a red one down here. Yeah, there you go. There's one in a nice red, not a rare one. What's scattered? Okay, well I emptied the scatter tat out at least. See, I haven't got too many. Whoops. I've also got some stuff there that probably needs sorting. That pheasant's judging me. Anyway. Yes, my house. No! My house chicken, exactly. We've got archaeology wood ceilings throughout this one as well. That's blueberry wood. That's what blueberry wood looks like in a squared wood ceiling. That's what raspberry wood looks like. We've got thorn over this side, if you were curious. There you go. The thorn looks a little bit washed out. And I think we've got grape wood up here. Yeah, there you go. That's what the grape wood looks like. So we've got 4 different archaeology wood ceilings here. I think we just did normal. Yeah, we've just got cedar wood on the ground floor. We just did like the big visible ceilings in fancy woods. But here we go. So that is a rare copied map. As you can see the shine on it when it is down on a surface. But as soon as I put this on a wall, like for example there, have they changed it? Oh look, they've changed it. You can now see the rare shine on the wall. So go ahead and mount your rare maps. I mean, it's not showing quite as visibly, but it is definitely there. Like, I'm seeing the glow move. So, there you go. I don't know if I whinged about this before and it got fixed, or if they noticed all by themselves. The plans, yeah, the plans do look nice as rafters. They also look quite nice if you're doing any kind of a greenhouse, or like they look a little bit like a pergola top. So like the planned ceilings that haven't been finished is what we're talking about. You just get like these nice kind of like wooden slats. I know at Calvert's Villa up on the lake, he's used them for kind of like sort of like awnings, like these unfinished ceilings on awnings in some places. That looks quite nice as well. Okay, so good news about the rare copied maps, but also this is a painted map, and Myra has given me a rare blank map. So if we activate the painted map, oh wait, we don't activate it, do we? We have to put it in the table. This has a whole special process. So painted map goes there. Empty blank map slot, so we're going to put that in there. Map can be created from a completed survey only. Wait, oh wait, can we not do it from the paint? Oh, can we not do it from the painted map? Maybe we need to take this home with us and do it there. Because maybe I've got my completed surveys back home. Let's just check in the LMC. I don't know. I'm sure I showed this off to you when I first did this. Not the hot tub. Obviously, you've seen the hot tub recently. I'm particularly proud of this one as well. But I don't know if I showed you my super secret key to the hot tub, which is accessed through a cupboard. So if you open this cupboard just here, you can access the very edge of the LMC, which is what keeps that hot tub alive. And I might have copied maps in here, I don't know. Let's just have a look before I go anywhere. Oh, there's all my lockpicks. Yay, now I know. That's size runes. Die. Where have we put the other maps? That is the tackle box. No, wait, that's Calvert's one. There's my one. I was looking for my tackle box for the last Impalong and I couldn't find it anywhere, and I knew it would be here. Knew it. Outrageous. Random flash pod. However, my maps for copying are clearly not there. Do I have an atlas here? Would they be in the atlas? Clearly not. Let's just repair that while we're here. And the other decorations. My hand of glory, just there. Yeah, if they're not in the table here, they've got to be back at Brambleheim, right? So let's take the blank map. The painted map can stay, because clearly rare copied map. I say clearly, but cartography is really, really finicky. So to create a copy, I must be able to create a copy from this. I know you make your painted map, your original painted map you have to make from a completed survey, but once you've got a painted map, you then make a copy by copying that one. So how do we do it? Do we have to use, maybe we use the blank map on the table? I don't know why cartography is so finicky, but I find it kind of a pain in the ass getting things the right way round. Don't you also need dye? Maybe I need to put something in the ink pot. Also, let's just, well, apparently it doesn't need repairing. Interestingly, I thought there would be an ink pot on this table, but clearly there isn't. Might have taken it back home with me. I don't think it would have decayed, but it might have. But I seem to remember we had this problem last time. It took me 2 or 3 steps to try and figure out how the fuck you copy a bloody map. So I'm just going to go and see if Wormpedia has a better idea than I clearly don't. Cartography. Because I think I had to turn to Wormpedia last time. So it tells you how to create a map. I don't think it's telling me how to copy a map. Creating map requires all of the things. Does it really not tell you how to copy a map on the Wormpedia page? Aha, okay, so the painted map has to be added to the cartography table if you wish to copy it. That's all it says. Right, okay, what if I right-click on the table to create map? Am I missing something that says, like, create copy? How about if I put the map in the slot like that? Still only getting create map. The painted map can be added to the cartography table if you wish to copy it. How? Maybe I do need dye before it will. Yeah. The thing is, I would expect it to be telling me that dye is what I needed, whereas I'm not even getting an option. Like, create map is grayed out because I haven't got the right things in there. I would expect copy map to also be grayed out. Tell you what though, there is an ink pot right there. My bath salts, that can go back in the display separately. And I know we've got some dye in here because we just looked at it. There's a plate of dye just there. So assuming there's nothing already in this ink pot, let's see if the ink pot makes the difference to the options we get. So now we've got an ink pot there. It's still not giving me my copy option, which kind of makes me think, you can't activate something when it's in the table. You can't activate the map and use it on the table. I know, the camellias are great. Do you know what? Camellias and oleander are both great for decorating, and for some unknown reason they decay really slowly on deed. So they're one of the few flowers. Wolfsbane also as well decays quite slowly, but is obviously much, much more precious. They're one of the few flowers you can decorate with on deed, and it will take them months to go. It won't need a stamp. A stamp is optional. And it did specifically say you add the painted map to the table to copy it. I can't do it on the activated one there. I can't do it on that there with the rare blank map activated. If I have nothing activated, I don't have a copy option. Oh, it's going to drive me nuts. Yeah, we tried putting the blank map in. We could try activating the brush, but the brush is like part of the table. Nope. How does one do it? Just in case Wormpedia lies, I mean, we can try doing it this way round without the table at all. Like, try doing it in our inventory, but no. Painted map, blank map. Out of interest, just in case the blank map is only used for creating new maps, and parchment instead of a blank map is used for copying, let's just try with a bit of parchment or paper. I've probably got some somewhere, maybe. Got a load with scribed paper. Has Crim got a piece of paper here? Why has Crim not got a piece of paper here? I know, and clearly I've done it because I've got the rare copied map here when we did it on stream before. But I'm wondering if the problem is the rare blank map. Maybe you can only use that to create from a completed survey. Maybe you copy onto... I don't think, unfortunately, I've got any books of paper here, whereas I have back at Brambleheim. But we can take it back to Brambleheim and we can do it there. Rare copied map, rare blank map. Let's take the painted map as well. And let's put those back for now, because I've got cartography tables set up here. So Is it going to let me? Yes, it's going to let me place that. Let's take it back with us to Brambleheim, where hopefully I have got both original completed surveys that I could copy if need be, but also I've definitely got paper, and we'll try it there. At least our cooldown has definitely... What's all over my island? What this? That's my Love Heart Island, and it's got things on it, and I want to know what the things are. 1 second. I know I'm getting distracted. 1 second. 1 second. Let me just have a look at this over here. Someone's been foraging. Of course. Of course. They're item piles. I like that this finally made it onto a map dump, though. Right. Balls. No, absolutely not, Ruffle. That's even worse. It was never called that. How dare you? How dare? Like, it was maybe Butt Island, but it was meant to be, you know, a love heart, and then everyone was like, looks like a butt. Because you're ruiners of things. Yeah, but it ain't based on a ball sack, is it, Massa? Outrageous. So yes, this was Thorspring. In brief, Thorspring is actually quite large. There's quite a lot to it. But we're going to take... I'm just going to double check. Yes, we're going to take these maps back to release and see if we can do our science there, since we couldn't do it here. Let's cut through... might as well cut through the archaeology through the amphitheatre. That's the word I wanted. No, it wasn't. Do I mean amphitheatre? I don't mean amphitheatre. Colosseum. Through the Colosseum. They're both circular with raked seats. I mean, you know, it was close enough. It was close enough. Anyway, back to release. Oh, let's not go there, Matt. We don't want to start talking about Bun's hairy cock bag. No. No. Has Bun added a we shall not name it emote for his channel? I don't know if one of my cats is throwing stuff around. I feel like somebody's just pushed something off a side somewhere, but I can't see them. Unfortunately, I got attacked by a scorpion on the way out because I wasn't paying too much attention, so I am going to need to wait a brief time for the fighting cooldown, but they shortened it. So at least I don't have to wait, like, full server cooldown time. They're definitely up to mischief. I hear mischief. It's happening. Hi, Dereki, how you doing? Yet I did. I know. So, how long's it gonna... Oh, no, there you go. Cooldown's already passed. Awesome. I should have posted whilst I was in Exeter, shouldn't I? But since we're rambling at Brambleheim, I guess it probably wouldn't be that much interest to people at Exodus. So, back to release. Where Eramis is still regaining his favour. And I've already got Eshri logged on, so I'm just going to have her summon me back. Summon. And back to Brambleheim we go for our third attempt at some science. Why does Summon Soul take so long? Why is it when you eat a favour gem to get the last of your favour back, it never puts you at 100? Why is that? It just feels like a penalty cooldown on vessel gems. Not that she just had to eat one, but whilst I'm ranting. Right, there's my summon. Back to Brambleheim we go. You survived a 6-step QL71 treasure hunt. Well done. Yeah, those hidden monsters are no joke. What server were you doing it on, Dreki? What time of day are we on? It's got to be like evening by now. Yep, look at that. Sun's about to set. On cadence. Wow. Yeah, okay. That is no joke. That is no joke. You are quite right. Now, do I have... If I were finished, like completed surveys, I would probably be in my cartography table, right? So first of all, where is my extra paper? Up here, I think. Okay, but I don't. Yeah, all right. Let's just use one of those. Shouldn't make a difference whether it is paper or papyrus, but just in case, let's take one of each. Are they edible for only priests? Wait, what? Yes, you eat the vessel gems. I think anybody can eat them, but it would be wasted on anybody else because you are always capped out at your max favour, which is 30 if you're not a priest, and you can't use that favour for anything. So I've never tried. I don't know if I've got a really small one somewhere that I can try for science. Let's just repair that, shall we? I should really imp some of these satchels up. But I might have a low quality one here that I can chomp just for science, like that one, for example. It looks like it will let you use it if you're not a priest. However, actually it doesn't. Even though you get the right click, it doesn't even give me error text. It doesn't tell me that it's wasted. It actually just doesn't seem to use it. So although you still get the right click use option, now you know you can't accidentally use it on a character that can't benefit from it. So there. Now we know. Oh, I see. Okay, so because you've got no room for it, nothing happens anyway. And I don't think there's any way to drain favour on a non-priest. So there's no scenario in which you have lower favour than you could have where you could use a vessel's gem. But yeah, they suck the magic out of them. And depending on how much magic there is in it, you might still get a vessel gem left at the end of it. You might still get an empty gem that you can re-vessel left at the end of it. Or it might disappear entirely. Have I tested it with the... What, have I tried eating vessel gems with the new animations? I haven't. Would you like just for science? What was that we were trying? Was it a diamond? Had a nice low QL diamond. There we go. We're going to give one to Eshri, and we'll see. Also, I don't know if this has changed, but I posted in the channel the other day, and then it got swarmed. When I was trying to film warm-ups yesterday, I was getting no idle animations on toons, and they also weren't looking at me when I like called near them or when I applauded them. I don't know if they've temporarily suspended that. We'll just keep an eye on Eshri for a minute and see if she's doing any idle animations. I don't know if it was like a temporary glitch or if they have actually stopped them for a moment. I also tried, I was watching Crim from like 6 tiles away and she wasn't doing them, and I tried moving incrementally 1 tile closer to see if they had capped it so the idle animations only kicked in if you were within a few feet. We were definitely getting them at the Impelong. But I haven't seen Eshri turn her head yet. What I am going to do is I'm going to trade her this gem, and then we can watch her eat it and see if there is an associated animation. There's probably an associated eating animation, but because this isn't strictly speaking eating, I suspect we're not going to see anything, but we won't know till we try. So Here we go, for science. Nothing happens. No animation. So sad. So disappoint. But now we know. Right, cartography table. I got distracted. Looking up was giving you real life neck cramps. Yeah, I don't know if it's been deliberately suspended. I haven't changed anything in my settings unless they have put it. I know they've put a setting in so that you can turn them off, but I don't think it's auto switched off. I haven't actually checked. But it should be, right, that if I call her, that she turns her head to look at me, for example. That wasn't happening.
Hey, over here.
So I don't know if it's happening for anyone else. Max amount of arrows in a bundle. I want to say it's 30 something, but it is on Wormpedia. Hang on. Under arrow bundle, let's have a look. 41, apparently. Although it's untested. You get 40 in a bundle at 96.22 fletching. Theoretically, you might get 41 at 99 fletching, I guess, or somewhere above 99 fletching. But yeah, there you go. Question answered. Yeah, it's still. I assume it's still a bit, because like these are doing idle animations. It's still working on creatures. It's just not working on toons. And I don't know if it's because, you know, they looked at the Impelong and they were like, that's kind of mad with people turning all the time. I didn't like people's heads turning when you called. Apart from anything else, it makes it a real pain in the arse to do stuff in third person with your character. If I don't know if they're always turning or something, like particularly if you try and do selfies. So if they've taken the looking response out from toons, I'm not too bothered about that. But if they've taken idle animations away from toons altogether, that makes me really sad. Those were really helpful for making good selfies, and I just haven't seen any for a while. You don't like all the animals turning their heads, Bun? Like, can I get the chickens to all turn their heads? I don't know how far away things will clock it. But like, if I so if we do something like applaud, will that do it? That's not making anything turn its head. What if we try calling things?
Hey, over here.
You know what? They're not. Call should do it, right? And previously it did it for all things, not just the thing that you were calling to. But let's just try.
Hey, over here.
Okay, was that a head turn towards me or not? You know what? I don't actually now know. Surely they haven't. No, I am not farting for science. Fuck off, Massa. Absolutely not. Like, have they temporarily disabled it? Or have they implemented that setting and that setting is just defaulted to off? I'm going to go check my settings in a minute, in case it's that. But it would be weird if so, right? Because the whole Impelong, we had people turning their heads all the time when I was streaming at the Impelong. So, let's just have a look. Where does it live? It did turn its head? Head bob, screen shake. Special event, detailed spyglass. Is it under custom graphics? Animation quality. Should be showing all player animations. Is there another one somewhere? See how long that works for you, Myra. Okay, so is that the only place that the setting lives? Like, where you can turn them off there under quality? But it should be showing them all. And like, if I do emotes, those are showing. It's the idle animations that have vanished, and also apparently the look animations. So, all right, let's try from back here. What were we using? We were using call.
Hey, over here.
Okay, so like, it kind of looks. Yeah, he turned his head. Did this one also turn his head, or was it only the one that I called? I wasn't looking at both of them at once.
Hey, over here.
Okay, I think they both turned their head. Do you know what? I should be trying this on something much more visible like cows rather than chickens. We are going to go test that cartography map in a moment. But first, just for science, let me go and find some much bigger animals to test this on. So it's working on the animals, but I don't think it was working. I don't think it was working with Esri, but you know what? While she's right there, we'll just try it on Esri. Which is still a separate thing from her idle animations. I haven't seen her do the idle head turn animation while I've been watching. It's possible also that they just made them much, much less frequent. I don't know. Come on.
Hey, over here.
Right. Esri ain't turning her head. No. Let's go and find some larger animals. Also, I'm going to cough. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done. Field full of sheep? Field full of cows? Field full of gigantic bison and beefalo? That's got to be kind of creepy, right? Let's try it with these. Fields. Fields. Full of them, I should say. Let's go and stand somewhere where they're not all already facing me, I guess. Like... I can't get a good position on them. Come on, bison. Bison, bison, bison. Trouble is they're so big. It's all the willow trees as well. Like, I don't help myself with these biomes. Like, I have deliberately made visibility a little bit poor. Okay, so those are doing their normal idle animations. That's the normal head turn. That's not in response to sound. This one, though, definitely appears to be looking at me even though I'm not making noise. But let's just... How about these ones? See, okay, they're looking at me even though I'm not making noise. That's kind of weird. But if we try calling one, are they going to look? Are they all going to look?
Hey, over here.
That one looked. That one didn't, though. It seems to be a more limited response, but some of them, I swear, are turning their heads towards me whether or not I make noise. Like, these ones appear to be kind of watching me wherever I go anyway. Maybe the horse clip-clopping? Not that it really clip-clops. Yeah, they do. They turn around to look at you when you're just, like, nearby. Like, they're all now kind of looking at me, which is... including the champ. Even though I'm not moving and not making a sound. That is a bit creepy.
Hey, over here.
But when you call at them, literally only one of them is responding. So I don't know if they've limited it a bit so that everything doesn't turn when you make a noise, but they do now all seem to be turning just for movement, which is kind of weird. So presumably if I ride through a field of sheep, some of them are turning to look at me. Some of them, like that one's definitely got its head turned. Some of them are just like normal idle animations. Right, how about these? We've got 4 lined up nicely here. Wonder if I can get those to turn their heads. I'm getting so many chores done. Yeah, look at that. I guess all but this one did, eventually. Because they now wait for their other animations to finish. If they're in the middle of an idle animation, they won't all do it in sync. Because some will presumably be in the middle of doing something else at the time. Maybe the cows are a slightly more manageable size grouping. They're already looking at me, though. It's kind of creepy.
Hey, over here.
If anything, I think that one just looked away from me. Goblins look up at you while you kill them. Yeah, that's... Yeah. But yeah, they seem to just be looking now anyway, just when you're nearby. Well, maybe that's more natural than just when you, like, specifically make noise around them. I don't know. I didn't kill that spider. Was that you, fairy? Just right there looking at you. Yeah, I imagine the horses on hitching posts gets especially creepy. Right, but yes, if you've got more than one toon logged in, or if you're standing near a friend and you've got 5 minutes to kill, just keep an eye on them. Please let me know if anybody has got toons still doing idle animations. Like this breathing action, this is not an idle animation, that's just... that's normal, but the kind of the idle animations that toons generally get is you get like a head turn from side to side. You'll see it on animals as well. That is an idle animation that they always had. There is another one where they just kind of like shift their posture a little bit. So those are the two idle animations you tend to get for toons: a posture shift and a head turn. And I haven't seen one, and I have relied on those for doing portraits, self-portraits in the past for things like stream assets. And also when you're trying to take selfies with someone else, you get more dynamic selfies if you get one of them with a head turn. So I'll be disappointed if they've taken those out, but I don't think there's been anything in patch notes about it, which is why I was a bit surprised that they appear to have just disappeared. You like the planting animation. Does it work for, like, planting flowers? I was so close to getting that map done. But now I kind of want to see the planting animation. Hang on. Woo! That was exciting. The picking flowers animation's quite aggressive. Hang on, let's try that again, shall we? Oh, it's because I've got my sickle out. Right, does planting flowers do it? Let's find out. That's kind of cool. Although, because I was looking at myself, my head was turned kind of weirdly when I did it. You don't see any because you're in first person. Don't see any what? Because I'm in first person. Any idle animations? Pretty sure that's not the case. Oh, my own animations. But I was... Oh, yeah. I was in third person. I was in third person to look at the own animations. Yes, but I'm not talking about idle animations on Crim. I'm saying I was on Eschery trying to film a warm-up with Crim standing feeding the chooks, and Crim made no idle animations. So I was expecting her to turn her head. You won't make idle animations on your own toon. Is Eschery in first person? Yes. What difference does that make? Because a toon, whether they are in first or third person, always used to make idle animations regardless. I can try putting her in third person if you think that makes the difference now. She was in first person. I've now put her in third person. The only real difference with third person is if you're looking around in third person, you twist weirdly. So if you've ever seen toons twisted the wrong way in carts, it's because the player is in third person, turned around, I think. But yeah, you still do the animations whether you are in first or third, but regardless, she doesn't seem to be doing any, and normally they would kick in, like, randomly, but you wouldn't have to wait more than, like, 10 seconds to see one kick in. Yeah, you're right, Myra. If you have them in third person, they get twisted all funny, so they have to be in first person to be facing forward, but that doesn't affect whether or not they do idle animations, or at least it never did. But she still doesn't appear to be doing anything in first or third. However, what I was going to do is if I'm going to switch over to Eschery for a moment. I've also got her logged in on a high-res toon, so we're just going to bounce across to Ash. There she is. because it will be slightly easier to watch the animations if Crim is not the tune that I'm on at the time. So that's Crim picking flowers, and we'll just replant those flowers. Tell you what, let's take Esri out of third person as well. Get a better view. Like this. Planting animation coming up. Don't know if it's any different for planting other kinds of things. Maybe you guys know. That's quite cute. Like the coal, like the scooping earth around it. I didn't break Esri. It was Crim that I noticed was broken first. But basically none of my tunes. Which is why I wondered whether it was something with my client or if they had switched it off for anybody, if anybody else is seeing idle animations on tunes. Let me know. Any other fun ones while I'm stood here? I'm not farting before you ask again. As we explored last time, you do a fun, if you happen to be mounted, for example, and then you try and dance. That one is especially joyful. We liked that one. Let's just show you a dance animation on horseback. Willow showed us this one last time. So you just flap your arms like you're trying to take off. So securing uses the same one as well. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that is weird. They could have used the tickle animation for that, quite frankly. You know, all of the kind of like... That looks more like a securing animation to me. Right, let's switch back to Crim. Da, da, da. She says... Oh, wait. Let's switch back to Crim, she says. Minimizes the wrong one. There we go. Let's switch back to Crim. So, I'm not going to be dissuaded a third, a fourth, a fifth time. Let's try and figure out this maps thing. If I had some big fishies in my hands, would I flat? Oh, Myra! I feel like it takes things out of your hands. I think, for example, like I can test that here because if I have a longsword equipped, I don't think I flap my longsword.
Time for science.
No, look, the longsword disappears. So unfortunately, any big fishies in my hands would also disappear. I couldn't flap them like I was trying to take off. It takes the items away. So sad. Okay, so here we go. We've got some completed surveys here. I knew I had some somewhere. They are quite damaged. There is, outside of an LMC, no way to keep them from getting damaged. I think, although actually no, if you put them in an atlas, presumably they wouldn't get damaged in an atlas, because this copied map hasn't taken it. I assume it protects them like a book, so I should really be putting them in the atlas. Has that ink pot got dye in? Yes, it has. So if dye is a requirement, we've already got it. Now, so if we put a completed survey, empty painted map, empty blank map. If we put the rare blank map on the table, so we can create a map with the rare blank map, but I don't want to do that just yet. I want to figure out how to copy maps first. But we can test that if you want me to test it, Myra, to see whether we can also make a map from a rare blank map from a completed survey. Try holding the blank map, having it activated. I tried that before, but I'm happy to try again. So with the rare blank map activated, obviously you can't do anything on the completed survey. What we were trying to do was copy a painted map, and I don't get an option if I right click it here It says on Wormpedia that you need to put the map on the table to copy it, but right-clicking it on the table, right-clicking the table itself, and right-clicking the painted map in the table, all with the blank map activated, none of those got me the copy option. If we put the rare blank map in the table, you can't activate it once it's in the table. You can't activate an item in the table, it has to be held. But right-clicking on the table doesn't do it. Right-clicking on the painted map doesn't do it. Right-clicking on it in the container of the table doesn't do it. And neither does right-clicking on the painted map. Okay, try holding the painted map. We've done it before. How hard can it be? Can't do it right-clicking on the rare map in the table. Wormpedia lies. Wormpedia lies. Well done, Ruffle. Okay, so to copy a map, you have to have your blank map in the table, not your painted map, which is what Wormpedia tells you. It led us astray. You have the painted map activated in your inventory, and you use it on this. So we are going to copy map. We have only got a rare blank map in the table, and this should now make us a rare copy of the painted map, a rare copied map like this one. Instructions are in the... Oh, I didn't even think to look in the journal. That's good to know. Somebody should really update Wormpedia. Yeah, they are. They're looking for more volunteers right now, so now's a good time. Okay. Painted map. Rare blank map. And there is our second rare copied map. Now, does anybody have a rare papyrus that they don't need? Because I'm pretty sure we started this with rare papyrus, and a rare papyrus always makes a rare blank map, and a rare blank map always makes a rare copied map. The other thing I haven't tested, but we could now test if somebody has a rare papyrus, I might have one, let me just have a look, is whether a rare blank map that creates your original painted map from a survey automatically transfers the rare. I don't think I've tested that yet. Let me just see if I've got any rare papyrus tucked in here, because I might do. Look at that, rare blank papyrus. Woo! Hello, fairy. You don't have to use yours. I have got one here, but if you would like me to use yours, I can make you a rare, hopefully, maybe, a rare experimental copy of a Brambleheim cartography map. I have to say the Brambleheim ones are not great, and they're also not very big. But if you're happy for me to try it, let's try it. So we're going to put... Does the journal tell you how you make the rare maps? Do you just... Somebody's also mailing me some. Thank you. Why are you naked, fairy? Also... Okay, I've got a bugbear about this. The pearl necklace is lovely. You know what I've got in here? I have got, and it took me so many attempts to make because you can't imp pearl necklaces. I have got a rare pearl necklace. I can't remember if it's in here or if it's upstairs, but I've got one, and because it just kind of like adds it to your model, it doesn't sit on top of your model, the rarity doesn't show when you wear it. I have one of the hardest, maybe not one of the hardest to make, one of the rarest normal rare items in the game, because you can't imp them rare. And they're a pain in the ass to make. They require black pearls, and the rarity doesn't show when I wear it, and I'm so mad about it. And when you place it down on the side, it doesn't look like a pearl necklace. It doesn't have the pearl. It doesn't have a pearl necklace model. It just looks like an ordinary necklace. So disappointed. You made my whole house full of wet footprints from the tub. Thank you, Myra. Do you want this back? Or do you want me to also do further experimentation with this one, Myra? pull it off now. Have fun. Okay, we have two rare blank papyrus to experiment with. Is it like an archaeology book where as soon as I put it in the table it will be converted? Let's find out. No. How does one make a rare map? Let's have a look in the journal, since that clearly would have served us better than Wormpedia did last time. So, cartography. I even did a stream on cartography. Create a blank map. Ooh, you use a press. You use a press. I should have one upstairs. So, there's my press. I'm going to cough again. 1 second. Clearly this became the science stream, not the getting chores done stream, but I'm good with that. So we're going to use a press to create a blank map and see if the rarity automatically transfers. It doesn't. Is this because it requires several pieces? So I think there is a chance to turn it into a painted map, right? I thought it was a straight conversion, but let's have a look. What are we looking for? A blank map. So a blank map is a 5-part item. So that's why it's not a straight conversion. That means that with a rare papyrus, there is a 1 in 5 chance to make a rare blank map. We've got 4 rare papyrus here. We'd be very unlucky if none of them took. We tried on one, and it's going to let me add... it wanted what? Like 5 pieces total? So now we've got an unfinished one. Let's try adding this one. Another 1 in 5 chance to transfer rarity. Did not do it. I've got 2 more downstairs. Might be very, very unlucky. So, okay, so if you've got rare papyrus, this is still something you can do with it, but it's a 1 in 5 chance, whereas rare paper, it's a 1 in 3 chance to make the paper mask. That said, I think that rare painted maps are probably a much nicer thing to have than rare paper masks, or rare beards, unless you're sort of the beardy persuasion. But let me just find my rare paper. I'm going to cough a little bit more first. You're welcome. I'm back. I have neither asthma nor a cold. I've just got a slightly irritated throat. I had to do a sleep study earlier in the week, and I don't know if this was in any way responsible, but a couple of nights ago I had to go to bed with a thing the size of a monitor the size of like a walkie-talkie strapped under my breastbone, and I had straps across my chest and across my belly, and I had tubes taped to my face, and I had a finger thingy on my finger taped round my hand. It was a very, very strange night. I didn't have tubes down my throat, so it shouldn't have irritated my throat in that way, but I didn't sleep as well because I couldn't toss and turn so much because there were fucking wires everywhere. So it's possible it irritated it sleeping on my back when I couldn't move properly at night or something like that. But no cold, no asthma, just slightly irritated throat. Okay, this needs 3 more papyrus sheets. I have 2 more rare ones to try. Theoretically, one of the 5 should turn it, but it might not. We might just be unlucky. So we're going to take another punt with these couple, because what else am I going to use them for? Hooray, that one took! Now we have another unfinished rare blank map. We obviously don't need to use the final rare on it. So that one can go back in there. Yeah! 3! It took us three attempts at a 1 in 5 chance on that one. But I am going to need some more papyrus. Have I got any 90 quality? Yes. We might as well it's not great quality to begin with, let's be honest, so let's use some high stuff to finish it off. The paper can go back. That was a 71, wasn't it? That one can go back in there. And so can that one, so I don't accidentally use the wrong one.
Da 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 da. Victory!
Yeah. So we're just going to finish it off with these two to just bump the QL up a bit. There we go. There's our finalised, finished rare blank map. Quality 66. As I said, unfortunately, the Brambleheim surveys that I've got here are not great. Arguably, I should be saving this for a better one. I could do it. I could do it with Thulspring, if you prefer Thulspring. But Fairy, I assume you'd prefer one of Brambleheim, even if it's not a great one of Brambleheim. So rare copied map. Those are both copies of Thulspring. Let's just rename those before I get too confused. Then what I wanted to test was, we know that copying a painted map onto a rare blank map definitely keeps the rarity. What I wanted to test was whether the same was true of creating a painted map from a completed survey, so that's what I'm now going to do. Unfortunately, I don't think you can see... You can't actually look at these to see how they look, can you, until you actually make the map, because this is just the survey. So, I mean, we should probably be using the higher quality one. Release 024. These are not even Brambleheim maps, you know. These are the desert. Let's do a Thulspring one. I don't have a Thulspring one here. Oh my god! N24 and O24, what's that going to get us? I think, unfortunately, that's going to get us the desert. But I kind of want to try. We might end up with a rare completed survey of a desert. Like a rare painted map of a desert. Unless, does anybody else on release, because I think you can only do it on the server that the survey is for, does anybody else on release have a completed survey better than one of these ones? No? Ruffle? You got any completed surveys here? I don't think you've been doing much in the way of cartography. Maybe we just need to try it with the desert map to find out. You've only got finished maps. Okay. Okay. Well, since they're all desert anyway, I mean, it won't fit in the table. Maybe we use it on the table. We'll try it with the highest quality one that we've got. Ink pot, ink brush, blah, 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 blah. Create map. Now we're going to find out whether the rarity automatically transfers. It's not a multi-part item, so we shouldn't be getting the moment of inspiration drum roll, because it's not doing a roll. It's whether the rarity carries across on the conversion. It does on some items, it doesn't on others. So as we've seen, it does with the rare blank map for a copy. We're about to find out if it does for a survey. It doesn't for, what were we talking about the other day? I think fishing poles. I don't think the rarity transfers. I couldn't 100% say that, Fairy, but I don't think the rarity transfers from fishing poles. I know the enchants don't, because you're effectively making a new item with it. But I think the rarity doesn't either. So... it does indeed make a rare painted map. So it transfers directly. Now, obviously, your rare painted map, that rarity isn't going to transfer anywhere. Interestingly, my cartography is not that great, so you can see the quality has already dropped. So what I now have is a rare original map that I can place on walls, which, frankly, isn't any different than a rare copied map. It's literally like the name is the only thing that's different, and a copied map can't be further copied from. So if you've never tried cartography, this is an important distinction, particularly if you use cartography to make, for example, art. The original anybody can copy from it. If they're in possession of it, they can make copies from it. But a copied map cannot be copied again. So these two copied maps of Thulspring, if I gifted them to someone or if I sold them, nobody could then make further copies of them to distribute. So that's why your original is important, but its rarity isn't. It doesn't really matter except if you want to display it. So, but it looks like either mechanism works. So if you can get the RNG to work in your favor and get yourself to a rare blank map, you can use it to either create an original painted map from a completed survey, which you might want as like a trophy item, or just so that's the nice one. But you can also make rare copied maps from it, and there isn't any drum roll, there isn't any RNG involved. The only RNG is involved in making the rare blank map from rare papyrus in the first place, and that will be a 1 in 5 chance for every rare papyrus you throw into the mix. So there. Bung can make hairy cockbags art and make copies for Christmas. Yes, if he cares to. This desert might be a good place to do it. What a disappointing thing. Fairy, would you like this random rare map of a desert?
Stop it.
Why don't you have this? It is, which one did we do it from in the end? It has, of course, consumed my completed survey. It's going to be release 024. I think it was the east side of that particular desert. There you go. You can stick it up on a wall somewhere, and if anybody asks, you can be like, nah, it's just a random bit of desert. But it's rare. Note how I haven't done anything with those Easter eggs. Well done, me. I don't know why the guards are back in my house again, but there we go. So we finally figured it out. Also, well done, Ruffle, for figuring out how you actually copy maps. I now have 2 copies of the rare Thulspring, which means I can indeed put one up here, as I intended to, and I can take the other one back and leave it at Calvert's. So, ooh, I might need to shuffle them about a bit, you know. If we put Thulspring up there, we can put Bruce's Flying Circus just a bit further down. And that's a Blackmore map. There we go. 3! I now have 3 maps on my wall, and none of them are of any of my deeds. Thulspring's the closest. The closest I get. That can go, that and the painted map, because that is, let's put the press back upstairs. So press goes there, and if you didn't notice, by the way, when I just did that, creating a painted map does use up the completed survey. You can't make multiple original painted maps from a survey. It is 1 per survey. Which is why if you're trying to do cartography and do it well, you want to, even once your survey is completed, you can keep improving it by doing more surveying on it, even though it's already completed, and it slowly ticks the quality up and gains you skill along the way. So you can continue to improve a completed survey up to, I think, a maximum of 100 points. I don't know if examining it tells you how many points you've done. Okay, so that is a 100 location survey, because I was using these to max out skill. That is only a 43 location survey, so if I went back there, I could do another 57 ticks to improve that survey before I then went and turned it into a painted map if I wanted to. And the benefit of increasing the quality of the map is you get better results out of it. So just briefly, if I go back up there and show you those cartography maps, the detail, the level of detail that you're seeing on these, if you look at this one, for example, compared to this one, like the lines are a little bit blurrier on this one. This was probably made by somebody with more skill than this one. Your cartography skill and the quality of your completed survey affects how clear the finished map is. So all the time you're training up with lower cartography skill, your maps will look more like lower level blurry treasury maps. You know, the higher your cartography skill, the clearer, the crisper the images you can produce. That's how people make fancy art that you can put on your walls in Worm with high cartography skill. So the completed surveys, let's put them in the atlas this time. Oh, no, apparently completed surveys don't go in atlases. That's why they were decaying on my table. LMC or nothing. Mine can just decay on the table. Those two can go over there to take back to Calvert's. What else was I going to do? Why is there a butt? Why is there a cow butt on my chaise longue? Oh, I'm sorry. My lounge chaise. It's a chaise longue. Does anybody in Sweden, in other countries, do you actually call them lounge chaises? Because over here, we call those chaise longue, like the French. And it always bugs me that it's the other way around in this. Maybe it is actually called like a lounge chaise in other countries. Isn't it a divan? No, a chaise longue is just a one-ended sofa. Divan, I mean, we only use the term divan talking about beds. Let me just have a look. Divan, canapé, couch, sofa, also associated with beds. But yeah, chaise longue is just like a one-ended sofa. We actually had one in the house where I grew up. My mother had one in her bedroom. Chaise longue, to use the Swedish French, same as with Moomin. So is there anywhere where I was just trying to move Worm on OBS instead of actually on Worm? Is there anywhere where it's called a lounge chaise? It just seemed like a weird choice for me, and now I'm curious as to where it actually calls them that. Also, look, I have a rare one of every god. I made these myself, or at least I made 2 or 3 of them, I think. You know what, I'm questioning it now, but... Okay, so I definitely made the faux one. Maybe I didn't make the others. I made 2 out of the 4. I also made all of the god statuettes that are sold at Little Venice, and yet I'm pretty sure fibs and lies. I have made them all, but even if it wasn't counting the Little Venice ones, as evidenced in front of you, I have made at least 50% of them. I don't think I made these before the journal came in. At some point, maybe I should do a stream to just finish off a load of these pesky bitty bits of journal that I haven't done yet. But there is my full rare set. I might dye them another colour again. They were just quite nice and shiny and black. I need to put those somewhere. I don't know where they're going to live. Maybe they could live in an LSU. Trouble is, because I don't put any of my Christmas loot in an LSU, I would just forget that they were there. The reason I'm looking at these is the chessboards are darker still than the ring boxes, and the ring boxes were quite dark, so at least with the ring boxes you can see the thorn is still definitely green. But if you look at the Lingonbury ring casket next to the Lingonbury chessboard, you can see there it is much darker even than that. And somewhere, there you go, is that Lingonbury? I don't think it is actually. But that's a Lingonbury wood table, which again, much, much brighter. I don't know why the chessboards are as dark as they are. They just are. The ring boxes look like autumn. Hi Nirav, how you doing? You still have to do training for carpentry in your in your Carps 97. Exactly. I've done my carpentry, I think, but like my masonry, apparently I haven't created a coffin. I've definitely created more than one statue in my time, but you know, like my masonry is nowhere near as high as your carpentry, but like my masonry's 91 and I haven't completed the basic training masonry. You haven't done your smithing one, Bun? Yeah, maybe we all need to have a clean up. Maybe we can do that right after we do that frag chip along. Let's just repair that while I'm here as well. Somewhere here I think, round the corner. Look, Nirav. I have got my Rockcliffe Museum Gala statuettes from 3 years in a row here. So I can't possibly miss one. I'm hoping that we get another one this year. Good night, Moomin. Good night. Yes, Bun, you know what? I really like that they changed it so that you don't, as soon as you complete the journal, just get delivered it. I also have some that are completed that I haven't yet redeemed. I've just got them sitting there as like sleep bonus when I need it. You've misplaced 2 of yours and you got one with a skin on. Yeah, it's great. It's great. I like it. I like that they're a different colour every year. I've been collecting them. So hopefully this year's one is gonna, you know, just even out that display nicely. If anybody would like a bouncy purple gem of doom and death, by the way, you know, let me know. Like, hit me up. I'll send you one. They're good fun. See Fairy going to peer at all of the things. My house is just full of like gifts, gift boxes, all kinds of random tat, but mostly gifts. Half of them are from Ruffle, not gonna lie. My fancy little gift boxes, all of which are on rare small boxes, all on New Year's boxes, no less, I think. Yeah, look at that, they're all on New Year's boxes as well. At least I don't have to repair my books, because I took those to an Impelong recently, so they all got repaired. You want it? Yeah, you have to have a Lib Priest to get it. But I'm pretty sure, do you know what? I think I've got some over here, so I will dig one out and I will send it to you, Nirav. It's a bit of a faff if you don't already have a Lib Priest, and even if you have a Lib Priest, it's still a bit of a faff, but as Ruffle says, you get them from taking a Lib Priest to a Lib Holy Site. I can't remember which of the 2 it is, but Wormpedia will tell you. LMC, they're just called Sort Me Out. Yes, exactly. Soul Gems, here we go. Easter Bunny Paws, Soul Gems. The reason that they're damaged, by the way, it's not that they're taking damage in an LMC, but if the holy site itself is corrupted at the point that you extract the gem, you get a damaged gem. It's just the way it is. But in a deed, used as decoration, they do last a very, very long time. I could check the decay on that one that was just bouncing there, but that's been there for like a year or 2. What have we got a couple of? Would you like a wild boar or a rabid hyena? Or I've got duplicates of the cave bug. Nirav, just for you. A very special one. Look what I just found. Look what I just found. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I am sending it to you now. It is indeed a sea serpent. Obviously. Perfect. The perfect one. Just don't, whatever you do, I think you have to be a lib priest or at least a lib follower to do it anyway. If you're a lib follower, you can consume these. Don't do it. It'll just poof. And you will get a very small tick based on that creature's, I want to say body stats, but it might be based on any characteristic. Effectively, it behaves like a tiny little one-shot Mind Stealer, the way that Mind Stealer works on weapons. There you go, Nirav, in the mail. For you. And yeah, so you place them on side, so let's have a look and see what this has taken in terms of damage. That could be the damage that I got, that it just came out with. So either it has taken no damage, or it's taken fuck all damage in the past 2 years, so you can safely use these as display items, and you just place them like anything else. And they seem to be effectively treated like deco on deed. They might take damage, but if they do, they're going to be taking it very, very slowly. So there you go. You can just decorate with them. I think I've also got one. I think I've got one up here. You're about to transcend. Do I still? Yeah, I do have one up here as well. Like I've got one balanced on the end of the bed, for example, up here. Also a sheep, incidentally. I don't know why I've got quite so many sheep ones. They might be ones that Ruffle has gifted to me. I like this. Do you know what? I was quite pleased with this. If I just move Calvert's heart for a minute, we just take Calvert's heart. I like this is. If I ever want to do like a fortune teller's stand, this is going to be the way that I do it. I was so pleased with this particular placement of this like ball just bouncing inside of a frame. This was just particularly harmonious placement between the height of an LMC. This is a festive valve, and that is a Puzzle King's ball nested in it. It obviously, the valve doesn't need to be on an LMC. They don't take decay on deed. It might be if you can find another table of equivalent height, you could do this with something else, but it needs to be more or less the same height as an LMC for this to work. I just really liked that I managed to get it like bouncing inside the little frame. That pleased me inordinately. It's the small thing. It is, of course it's Calvert's heart. It's mine. I mean, it's mine now, but yes. It is, and it lives undamaged, quality 99, on this LMC, till one day I shall consume it. I also really liked, since we're talking about small details, I also really like that you can tuck these nice little heart-shaped boxes perfectly into the little V-shape on this particular kind of meditation rug. This is a fine meditation rug. This is actually my favourite meditation rug design, and you just don't see them all that often. People go straight up to, I don't know, exquisite or beautiful or whatever, but the fine meditation rug I think is the nicest pattern, and these just tuck beautifully into them. Look at that, so nice. So nice. We did watch Pomona remove it on stream. She whiz-killed him. We were throwing snowballs at Pomona on stream. He threw one at her that made her cry. And she was in pumpkin form at the time, not bunny form. So we just watched this giant pumpkin intimidatingly hover across to Calvert like a Dalek, and then he was dead. In fact, it was so good, I clipped it on his channel to preserve it forevermore. So for anybody who wasn't there for that stream, I would like to see when and how I got Calvert's heart. I can show you. Let's go find it. In fact, I think it's probably on the front page. It's a favourite. It's a favourite clip. There's also the one that we got, the Calvert Scream. Well, not the Calverts, but the idea for the Calvert Scream from, I think. Or, actually no, it must be what I actually got the Calvert Scream from, because I clipped it from one of his things and turned it into a channel point reward. So what we're looking for is clips. It's called something like Don't Make a Pom Cry. There we go, never make a pom-pom cry. I'll pop a link in for any of you who haven't seen it before. Definitely one of my favourite moments on a stream with Calvert. You like the basic rug the best. Makes you think of a manual of herbs. So, have I got... Have I got? Why has it turned the sound on for me? That's super weird. There we go. Have I got? Is that? No, that's a Riddle Me Happy. Which one is this? Is this a beautiful or an exquisite one? This one's actually I don't know if I can see what kind it is, because it was renamed by a GM. But I must have some ordinary ones around. That's another Riddle Me Happy. It might be all Riddle Me Happies in this house. I have got some normal meditation rugs around as well, I promise. No, that's also a Riddle Me Happy. Okay, there you go. That's the standard one, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, with the squares. Nice. And then I think, so we've then got, there's the normal one, there's the exquisite one, there's the beautiful one, and the fine. So are there four different kinds of meditation rugs? That's the fine one again. I've got more further down the deed because I've got rugs permanently spaced on my deed, like 11 plus tiles apart, so you can just do meditation loops up and down the central stretch of the deed. By the way, if you come and do that at Brambleheim, which you're welcome to, please don't forget to repair them. I think there may now only be 3 in the stretch, but I did have them going all the way up and down here for laziness. Yeah, that's a basic one as well. I have got one on a love tile somewhere out there. But yeah, they come in a few designs. That's your favourite one, Nirav. What, this one with the squares? I think I like the fine one as well because it's such a nice rich red. Myra told you what she remembers is that you laughed out so loud it was annoying. You can meditate on other people's rugs on Deed. Yes. Because Mimas has come here and used my love tile to try and get a question here before on my meditation rugs and things. Some of these will be skiller rugs, so that's why I say repair them. I don't know what quality they are. They're probably quite a mix. I don't think any of them are super, super low quality, but if you are using a super, super low quality rug, it does tend to rack up quite fast. So if enough people use it without repairing, it can wrap up. Also, ornamental ball balls as fringing on rugs. Ideas I liked, I did them. I liked so much that I put them in place at Brambleheim. I think this is one that I discovered decorating my sex dungeon under the stairs at Thulspring Villa. It's actually not. It's jokingly Crim's, like my bedroom up at Calvert's Villa. I've got like a little one tile room underneath one of the stairs, like the naughty cupboard, that I've stuffed a chaise and some champagne in. But yeah, I quite like them as like fringing on rugs. I also quite liked this. The valve, the gear, the festive gear fits perfectly in these wreaths. And if anybody was not as anal as me, which I suspect is most of you, and didn't realise when we got the festive gears, although they're not named for them, they come in all the colours of metal types in the game, and I spent a painstaking couple of days identifying and matching them all to their requisite metal types, which is why this display never moves, even though it's always Christmas in Brambleheim. But this display is here permanently, so that I can check any valve or gear or pipe against it to see what metal type it corresponds to, just in case I'm ever trying to be really matchy-matchy. So a 1QL rug takes 10 damage each time. There you go. Thanks, Bun. That's helpful. So yeah, none of these are 1QL rugs, but all the same, if you're using other people's meditation rugs, or indeed your own, don't forget to repair them. So yeah, this is a nice little wall reference colour chart for what they all corresponded to, and given that they made them all the colours of metal types, I don't know why they couldn't have just named them and saved me the trouble. But there you go. I did the work, so you don't have to. Now, I was going to do something useful. I was going to do chores, wasn't I? And I don't think I've done a single chore. We've done a fair bit of science, we've done some exploring, we've done some looking around. But no chores thus far, and I feel like maybe I should go and do some kind of chores. I'm not doing my frag chipping, I refuse. I'm so bad at that on stream. But maybe we could have a dedicated stream if other people want more restoration skill than they've got frags to chip. There's certainly more of a tour that I could give you of Brambleheim for those of you that haven't seen it before, but you've probably seen most of it across a variety of streams, and we've been wandering around a fair bit. I think you've probably seen most of the interesting buildings, but what I haven't done in a while, and I probably should do, is go and feed the animals at the zoo. So we could go and do that on Eshri. Thank you, Fairy. Like I said, it's Like, I enjoy decorating. I've got a plan. This corner here is a bit of a... oh, there you go. That's what the exquisite one looks like. So I think that's the same. Is that the Riddle Me Happy? No. Maybe the Riddle Me Happy are beautiful ones, if that's what the exquisite one looks like. If that's exquisite, I think the Riddle Me Happy is a beautiful one, and the fine ones are the ones that I've got upstairs that are the really dark red. This corner, I vaguely have a plan at some point to build a kind of Victorian cabinet of curiosities here, because I want a whole bunch of the weird shit that is balanced on some of my LMCs over here to go over in my cabinet of curiosities, but I still haven't quite got round to it. Like, I've got some items here which are just kind of like curios, like they have no use but they're interesting to have as rares. So I've got 2 out of the 3 rare rune types, for example. I've got a lot of these are gifts. You know, like we've got some rare rift crystals, rare ointment. I've got my supreme gold carrot, which I accidentally dropped in the bath, and Calvert had to turn himself into a goblin to be able to get under the bath to find it at Thorspring. It was a whole big thing. But like, there's other weird shit like that isn't currently balanced on this LMC, but that could be. Like, for example, flesh pods. I think there's probably a flesh pod in here somewhere, or if not, there's one upstairs, which are just kind of weird things that you don't necessarily know exist in the game. But also, I've got things like I've got a silver yo-yo, which was an old Xanadu Labyrinth prize that I'd quite like to put on there. I've got some oddities like that, and I just kind of liked the idea of having like a weird and wonderful cabinet of curiosities to put those on. Some of those items are going to be in here. Oh, look, I've got a supreme blank paper sheet. That could be a supreme beard if I am supremely lucky. Also, for anybody who remembers at the Impalong, if you remember, I took a bunch of clay stamps over, and when I crossed the border they all turned into X stamps. You may or may not be pleased to know that when I came back and crossed the border, they all got their gems back. So it seems to be some weirdness with when you've inserted gems in the clay stamps but not yet fired them, the gems don't leave the server. But as long as you bring them back, they've all then turned back into their time. So they got imped up on Pristine, up to 70 plus. I brought them back, and they've got their gems back in. So, it is weird. It is weird. But in case anybody else encountered that bug, crossing back over to the server, we'll put them back in, so just fire them on that server. Also, slightly weirdly, I don't know for sure, but given that these were like quality 20 something, I'm not convinced that I put high enough gems in all of them that the gems wouldn't pop out, because I think the gem has to be something like at least 50% of the quality you're aiming for. So if you put a quality 20 gem in one of these and then you imp it up to say 50, I think the gem pops back out. It has to be a certain quality relative to the quality of the stamp before you fire it. But it was so long ago I put the gems in, I don't know for certain. Maybe I filled them all with high quality gems. But anyway, so those are now back and can be fired and will indeed turn into all the things they were meant to with their original gems. So that was nice to know. Weird, but you know, nice to know. So yeah, so I have a plan to do a little bit of something over there to just make a more purposeful display rather than this kind of random dumping ground of my fun things here. My very best eggs for people who like eggs. I have a fantastic large flowery one here. I got just 2 of the new types in rare form this Easter, and I've had 3 supremes and a variety of rares. The rares are somewhere on the floor down there. So those are my best eggs and my 3 humongous eggs. The one that you saw back at Thorspring is the one that Calvert found. Oh, Nirav, you weren't here earlier for my lovely egg displays upstairs, which I really do need to update, but I have got like my favourite egg colours from 2 years ago. I have not updated this, but when we started this stream, like my first confession of my shame was that I have not sorted out my Easter eggs for this year. So this is where all of last year's got sorted to. These are rammed full to the brim of eggs already, plus these baskets down here. But this Easter, I got kind of overwhelmed, as I often do, collecting eggs at Easter. So when Easter was over and I was a bit burnt out, I just came back and like wholesale dumped all of these here. And I was like, I'll put those away later. And I still haven't put those away later. There's more here that I haven't clicked on, I'm sure, because there's at least one here that's got some rares tucked in it as well. Maybe we've, I don't know. Somewhere here, there's one that's got a bunch of rares in as well. Yeah, I should really do something about those, because they're piling up. And I haven't done anything with them yet. I do quite like these baskets for other things, though. If you've not tried playing with these and you too have an abundance of baskets, that's where all of my hanging star lamps went. I've just got a basket of spikes. But you can dye these baskets to make interesting patterns. I quite like them as sort of like dog or cat beds, but theoretically you could nest other items into them as well. I've got more than I know what to do with. So if anybody would like an Easter basket, I've got spares. This is what, how many? Like 4, 5, 6 per nest. There's some more over here. I do a lot of collecting at Easter. Yeah. You think you've got almost 7,000 and you need to make an egg house. Nirav, you might be madder than me. Well done. But yes, I said I was going to go feed animals, didn't I? Let's go. Feed animals. You spend a lot of time trying to organise all the random stuff you seem to accumulate. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that's a plus for investing in some time really sorting out the layout and organising the space is most things have a place, and as with real life, if things have a place to go, they get put away, generally. But the exception is when they introduce a new item which doesn't yet have a place to go. And there's a tile item limit on them, and I can only have so many of them. They just get dropped until I find somewhere to put them, or when I significantly expand a collection such that I need possibly another amphora here to absorb all of those. That's when they end up waiting. While we're kicking around here, though, by the way, if anybody wants to know what any particular skin looks like, I think I have almost. I don't have all of the armor and weapon skins here, but any deco skins, I'm pretty sure there's an example of one of every of them, pretty much, at Brambleheim. I might not. I own the decorative ship skins, but I haven't yet got rare decorative ships to put them all on, so I think I'm missing some of those in terms of actual examples. Creepy fucking elves. They're in the corridor to hide them. I've got a whole bunch of Santas back here. You can tell this is just like, this is where the shit goes that like I don't want to look at right now. This is where I hide things in my secret corridor. We did some experimentation with painting eggs, particularly painting the new the scaled eggs on stream. We the first year they did them, I don't think I've done it with the new eggs that they released this time, but the year before, the Christmas before last, when we first started getting scaled eggs, I did some on-stream science testing painting, and we learned that the different egg types, the different scale egg types, each have a colour base, which was becoming really apparent when you take all the paint off, and some of them are always orange based and some of them are always blue based, and I can't remember off the top of my head which it was. But if you are someone who is not Nirav, who does want to play with dyeing your eggs, it's worth bearing in mind that the patterned ones are a white base. You can do what you like with them. They've got 2 dye zones, so you can re-dye those in any colour combinations you like. You could, for example, use them to make some really interesting patterns, potentially, so they don't look like eggs. For anyone who's curious, I have tried making a patchwork quilt with these, because you can place an awful lot of them on a tile, but not enough to cover one. So I could not place enough to make my patchwork complete, but it did look quite cool when I was trying at it. But if you're re-dyeing your scaled eggs, there is a base colour that you're going to need to account for, and even though these have 2 dye zones, you can actually only influence one of them, I think. So I think when we were playing with it, like it shows like a trim option, but one of them, it has no effect. If you strip the paint off or if you try and put paint on, basically nothing changes. So they only actually have one usable dye zone, or they did when we tested it. And you are going to be dyeing over a base colour. But if you want to see what we did go testing some of that on stream. It will have been 2 Christmases ago. And I went and tested it at Thor Spring around the time that we were getting those. Not Christmases, it's Easter, isn't it? 2 Easters ago. 2 Easters ago at Thor Spring, I did some testing on stream for those. So let's switch over to Eshri. Aramis is probably now, he is now full of favour. I can log Aramis off. Okay, so we're now on my faux priest. Let's get her UI back up. Eshri has now regained her favour, which is important, because having summoned myself here, that would have been a very, very bad time to take Eshri to go feed the animals, because her favour had dropped below 30 because she'd summoned me, and therefore everything that is normally aggressive would be aggressive to her. But because her favour is above 30, most things, all things in this park are going to be passive towards Eshri. That's how I do my park management. So, unfortunately, what I haven't done, and what really, really does need doing, is I need to redistribute a load of animal food across this deed, because I am really short of things to feed the animals with. I suppose that's one of the chores I could have done today, isn't it? You love the idea of an egg house. What's the egg house? What's the plan for the egg house, Nirav? Is there a plan for the egg house, or is it just that you want an egg house? I too like the idea of an egg house. And I think they didn't they do a screenshots competition when Rosalia was still in post? I think they did an Easter one, and they invited people to do egg displays, and I think somebody had a really cool kind of like egg house submitted as one of the screenshots. I can't remember if it was one of the ones that won, but I remember seeing it. I don't remember who did it, I'm afraid. A tall, ludicrous building full of eggs. Well, if you didn't know, Nirav, you probably weren't here earlier when I was saying, but possibly one of the best ways to... I'm on donkey, that's why I'm going backwards. Possibly one of the best ways to display a lot of eggs in a very dense space is to nest multiple empty shelves on top of one another. Because this is actually several shelves. You can't fit. You can fill like about one shelf, and then your tool bookcase is full. But if you nest multiple over the top of one another, precisely like this, then that allows you to have many, many more in one spot than it appears. So you can actually fill shelves. You just have to do it by having multiple shelves there. So you may already have known that, but for anybody else who didn't, that is a good way to get your shelves looking much, much fuller than the game will actually allow you to do. Yeah, 42. I think that's it exactly on an empty shelf. But you can nest them perfectly over one another. You make them in the same wood type. You'd never know until you start turning them. Also, I'm still default leading and then riding, even though I can now just right-click ride. Now, we could actually redistribute some food around this park. That would probably be a more helpful thing to do, as well as just feeding the animals, because I've been putting it off and I've been putting it off, and that means that when I actually go to feed the animals, some of the FSBs have only vegetables, some of them have only meat, and I think almost none of them now have both, and I've got creatures that need both kinds. So let's just go and do a bit of food distribution. I keep meaning to go and get some of the low quality, like, scrap meat left over from the arenas at DRF, to bring it over here, because I think we've got more meat than we know what to do with there. But I have not yet got round to it. Do you know what? My warehouse was beautifully organised until somebody gifted me a bunch of guard towers and banners. So you know, if you just don't look at those, my warehouse is actually pretty well organised. It's just currently got a load of guard towers dropped in the middle of it. But somewhere back here we go. I have got some FSBs. High quality veg in that one. Low quality meat in this. There we go. I've got some in here. They can't eat sugar beets. The reason the sugar beets and the barley are in here is because they are really, really big. They take up more room in an FSB than most other things, excluding, like, cabbages also take up an awful lot of room, and lettuces. So if your FSB is getting full and you're trying to pare stuff down, the bigger vegetables actually do take up significantly more space. That's the reason they're in an FSB all of their own. That said, is somebody fighting a cat? I can hear a cat fighting something and I'm mildly concerned. Let me just check Crim. No cat for Crim. I'm concerned because I'm in a Brambleheim is full of pets. But I don't think anyone... You can make a merch... Yeah, I can. I can also make a spare toon, hold them. I just haven't. I have got toons here whose sole job is holding items, like Valray items, for example. I just haven't got around to it. But also, at least one of these was a gift. There you go, was a gift from Evening to do some kind of a giveaway on stream. So that and the banners, I don't want to leave on an alt. I want to know where those are. But I think these guard towers up here, I think these are just my spare guard towers that I hadn't yet stored. I've also got them stored in LMCs, even though, strictly speaking, they don't need it. You can possibly also fit them in large chests. I haven't tried. Because they're unfinished items, you can actually store them in deceptively small spaces. This is higher quality veg than I would like to give to my pets, but what the fuck. The meat, though, is nice low quality stuff, so we can redistribute that one. I mean, I definitely do have rare, have spare merchant contracts, but I also have more alts than I know what to do with, so I've never really used merchants for storage. I've also got a lot of LMCs. Mostly because every year that Black Friday rolls around and I re-premium Crim and Eshri, and this year a second priest as well, I'm like, well, time to buy another LMC on every toon. And then I've still got some spare for skins. Now what I was just going to do is, Eshri probably needs to eat something, but also I want to see if there's any low quality veg in here that I can filter out, because my cooking veg is actually this one. So I don't really touch anything below 90 quality in this, with a couple of exceptions. I do sometimes use these, but the 70 quality stuff is basically pet food, as far as I'm concerned. So what do we want? In the FSB, I want some more veg that isn't gigantic, preferably. Well, having said that, I could actually drop pumpkins for most of them, because I don't... Well, I do use pet bowls for some of them. A lot of them I just drop their food in the field. But... Look at all those cucumbers. I do know, Myra, this is not stuff I have chopped and put back in. This is a combination of things collected over many, many years. But also I have got some chopped stuff there, which is just for quickly making up like meals or recipes or things. When I'm making affinity foods, I do chop it fresh. But it's a good tip for anybody who doesn't know. As Myra says, if you are doing extra processing to your ingredients to add complexity to affinity foods to make the timers last longer, you lose the benefits of that extra preparation if they have been FSB'd again. I might have some cooked meat, just, you know, indiscriminate meat here somewhere as well from prior to the update. I got some dragon meat there as well, waiting for a dragon jalfrezi. So what we're saying is we could use some of this chopped stuff. Is that the conclusion there? Because if that was what you were getting at, that's a good shout. And if it wasn't, it's still a good shout. Animals that will eat vegetables, by the way, will also eat nuts. They will also eat herbs. They will not eat spices. And they will eat fennel, but only in one form. And there's a couple of forms of fennel, so you just got to be a little bit careful. I probably have some more there for when I'm in a hurry, but let's just stick some back just in case. This is what I mean about being able to access all of these from the ground floor. My kitchen is multi-story, but I don't have to move more than like a couple of paces to do anything. Is there anything else that's chopped here? I don't think so. There's probably higher quality stuff that's chopped, but I don't really care. I don't want to use the grains because I think actually grains is one of the holes, one of the gaps in my food storage. I don't think... Yeah, look, I haven't got any 90 plus quality grains. I've got very high quality veg and herbs, but I'm missing some of the fruits and I'm missing the grains for flour making. Which means I should probably move this. Nah, you know what? I've got shitloads of barley. I can feed some of that grain to the animals. Nuts is another thing. Like, I think I'm missing some of the higher quality nuts. Corn, though. That can go. Let's have some cucumbers as well, although cucumbers are also quite sizable. I don't know if they will fit. Maybe? Maybe they will fit? Yes, they fit. Excellent. That'll probably do me. So I'm just going to eat something, I'm going to drink something, and then we're going to go and top up the FSBs, and we're going to very quickly feed some animals around the park. And for anybody who hasn't seen the wildlife park, you're going to get to see some animals, which is very exciting because animals, you know, GM named spawns obviously look different to normal spawns. Spoilers, they don't.
Meh. Brr.
Birds will eat crushed pumpkins. Crushed pumpkins? If you crush... Oh, you mean they'll eat the seeds? They'll eat the pumpkin seeds. Interesting. We can test that, actually. I think you're probably right. I think they do eat most types of seeds. They won't eat things like wemp seeds and cotton seeds, but I think you're right that they will eat veg seeds. So that's a good shout. What am I looking for? Food. Food. Let's eat a little bit of that because that'll pop a CCFP up. Look at that. Herb dumplings are great for that if you don't have pizza. I got 2022 jammy dodgers from Robbie here. And I've got the biggest jammy dodger ever from Robbie from 2023. Not that Robbie has Christmas habits or anything. Got my zombified feta cheese there. After Ruffle and I discovered the wonders of zombified milk. They will. Well, anything will chomp down a pumpkin hole. Basically, any item is a one bite item, whether it is huge or whether it is small. For creatures, it's the same with if you've ever seen creatures in the wild butcher a corpse. They will just eat everything, like all of the meat that would have been in the corpse in one fell swoop. It's like it's a one bite meal. But if you use pet bowls, you can fit like 7 or 8 pumpkins, cabbages or whatever, whereas you can fit like, you know, dozens and dozens of smaller veg and seeds and things in there. Are we full? We are. Let's go and get some water. I'm going to distribute the food into the FSBs first, and then I'm going to go around on donkey back, because this wagon is big and unwieldy, and I definitely don't want to go and do my feeding on wagon back. But it won't take long to fill up the FSBs. For the longest time, you thought the 100 farming title is Pumpkin King. No, is that Scythe? Pumpkin Queen? I feel like it's Scythe. Pumping. Oh, Pumpkin King. So is it actually the farming title then that gets you Pumpkin King or Pumpkin Queen? I thought it was Scythe, but I could be wrong. All the lights have just gone off. Right. Let's go fill up some park FSBs. Then feed some animals. And then continue to procrastinate and avoid doing anything with those eggs. Got a random bison over there. So first one is over here. This is for the petting zoo. And the petting zoo are hungry. So almost all of the things here will eat vegetables. I think there are some that I always assumed were meat eaters that are actually omnivores. So, I mean, the pigs will eat anything. But I think the dogs, for example, I always assumed that dogs had to be fed meat. And I'm not actually sure that's true. And we can test it. So hang on a second. I'll just get 3 of these out. Let's also, while we're here, test seeds. Because if they can eat veg, they will also be able to eat seeds. Somewhere in here, there's a doggo. Let's just try. Yep. Eats pumpkin seeds. Pro tip from Fairy there. Yeah, cats will actually eat vegetables, which they shouldn't because they're obligate carnivores. But so cats and dogs and pigs, they can all eat vegetables or meat. You can give them, if you have them, you can give them whichever you have more of. Dolphins that you think might eat fish meat, I think they don't. I think they have to be fed meat. They won't eat fish fillets. Seals, on the other hand, exclusively eat fish or fish fillets. They will not eat meat. Important if you're trying to keep seals. So, this one has got plenty of meat. What it does not have is plenty of pumpkins. Unfortunately, I can't be asked to go crushing a load of pumpkins, particularly on estuary's carrying capacity. So we're just going to move a bunch over. But also, because I've got several here that are pet bowls, let's put the chopped stuff here, because I don't generally need a whole lot of veg elsewhere, with a couple of exceptions. I think I might also put the barley here. This is where most of my veg-eating animals are, and I've got plenty of meat there for when I want to feed the dogs or the pigs meat, whatever. The cats are in the cat chateau over there. We've got chooks over here. Obviously the sheep and the cows feed themselves, as do the bison. So it's really just, I've got pigs over there. I've got the chooks here. I've got cats there. I've got dogs all around here. But I actually have another FSB around here where the seals and the crabs and the gorillas and the tortoises are. So that's the seal pens just up there. We've got a second FSB tucked here. This one has the opposite problem. This one has got loads of fish, so it's fine for seals. Actually, it's not the opposite problem at all. It does not have enough meat or enough veg. Eggs. If you've got chickens and you've got more damaged eggs than you know what to do with, where you've left them on the ground too long, omnivores will eat eggs as well. So you can give them eggs. There is the risk, theoretically, that they might hatch, but if they've been FSB'd, they maybe don't hatch anymore. Does anybody know whether FSBing eliminates the possibility of extra little deed ratio sucking chicks on your deed? I don't know. But you can feed things eggs, and certainly if you put the eggs in something like a pet bowl, they're not going to hatch. Yes, good point, Fairy. As Fairy says, you can put things in pet bowls over a fence. I don't think you used to be able to, but you definitely can now. Ruffle gave me that tip a little while ago when I didn't realise that if I haven't got estuary here, I can actually, on Crim, go filling a lot of the pet bowls where they're close enough to a gate that you can just lean in and drop it in, even though you're not on the right side of the gate. So for this one, we're going to put pumpkins here. because I feed the tortoises, and I think the tortoises are omnivores. I think, strictly speaking, they could also have meat, but I tend to feed them veg. Sugar beets are no good to anybody. So we're not doing anything with sugar beets except high quality sugar, but they're no good to animals. I'm also going to put 1,500 cucumbers here and leave some. I've got 2 more FSBs up the top, and the only thing there that has to eat veg is the pheasants, the pheasant pen. But the cave bugs can eat veg, and some of the others that you might think are carnivores can eat either. I think bears maybe can eat either. I'd need to double check. So I'm going to put half and half, and I'm going to put a bunch of the meat in here because we definitely do need more meat down here. So let's just shovel all of that in. Okay. Next. Whales, by the way, eat meat. Never tried them on veg. But you can feed them meat. They don't need to be fed fish or anything. It's literally only seals that are pescatarians, as far as I know. Never tried feeding an octopus. But seals are the only ones that are that finicky, that they require fish. You feed your low QL eggs to the pigs. Yep. I fed mine to pigs too. Get of diabetes. Up here we've got cats, we've got wolves, bears up there, cave bugs. So we've got 2 FSBs up here. I predominantly feed everything up here meat, except for the pheasants, but several of them, as I say, could be fed other things. It's just in practice I don't. So actually we're doing fine for veg up here. What we're not doing fine for is meat. So that will keep me going a little while longer. That's actually not a whole lot of meat for the number of animals up here when I have to do regular feeding rounds. Uh-oh, I hear a scorpion. Which is one of the things that will go for estuary. And then we've got our last FSB up here, which, again, actually is doing fine for veg. It is not doing fine for meat, so actually, turns out I could have done with more meat and less veg overall. Stop that attacking us again so that we can actually transfer stuff. The rest of the veg I can put back down the bottom. Is estuary carrying a weapon? Yes, she is. Estuary, though, is not very fighty, so I'm just going to ignore that scorpion. Carry on back down here. I'm going to drop the last of the veg back in one of the ones down here, drop the wagon back, and then we'll take the donkey out. No, I don't. I mean, I don't actively hunt for meat. I could, like, I have gone on mini butchering grinds before. Rifts are a good place to pick up meat. If you work at or are friends with anybody running an imp along, there tends to be a load of like butchered meat coming out of arenas and things. That's quite a good place for it as well. But actually, I just have a significant quantity of meat just wombled up from fallen deeds over the years and things. So I'm still currently working through reserves. My high quality meat up at Brambleheim is stuff that I've bought. Let's put the veg over here. But this is kind of like the last of the reserves of the low quality meat, which had just been wombled up over the years. So I haven't yet had to go supplementing my meat supply, but I am going to have to soon. Having just come back down from there. I kind of sort of actually want to run more meat up because I need it more up there than I do down here, given that almost everything down here, maybe everything down here can eat veg. What did I just do wrong? Maybe I didn't put it in the food storage bin. So I'm actually just going to run one of these stacks of meat back up. Rifts are good for hauling meat. Yeah, I can believe it. Rifts are also a great place if you don't have very high wood cutting. Rifts can be a great place to pick up high quality logs because people tend to go clearing the site because the rift's going to destroy them anyway, so they might as well. So people tend to go chopping down, like felling trees and logging them for skill, particularly high-skilled players who need to get the skill everywhere they can, but they don't then haul those logs home. So I have picked up like some nice 100 quality or like 95 quality logs from rifts where I've just been sat there waiting for the rift to start, and people have been abandoning piles of logs. If you happen to go with a cart with an empty crate, you can often pick up nice high quality logs from rifts. Oh, thank you, Fairy. You good egg. Saved Estuary from the scorpions. There seems to be a sly scorpion stone somewhere around here. I haven't yet located it, but there have been a profusion of sly scorpions crawling all over this deed for the past couple of weeks. Estuary kited 4 of them back, all the way back to the other end of the deed to the guard tower last week, so that she could have some peace. Let's put some of it in here and put the rest in the other one. But yeah, if you've never seen Brambleheim, the wildlife park, I was trying to do that kind of Zoo Tycoonish thing and make sort of biome spaces, so the spaces that the creatures are in are all like a little bit different from one another. They are themed based on the kinds of creatures that are in those pens. So the lions are in grasslands, the wildcats are in forested pens with kind of like this uneven terrain, although there's now so many of them. I need more pens. I've got so many big wildcats now. Oh, there's another one up there, little fucker. The cave bugs are in cave biomes, and the bigger ones have actually got caves in them as well that they can go and lurk in, which doesn't instantly prevent them eating stuff that's out of the cave. They will come out of the cave entrance in order to eat, if you've tried keeping cave bugs and you wondered. Wolves are also in sort of like wooded ones. You can go and get back in the bath then, Fairy. The crabs are all in like beachy ones, and yeah. So I did try to make biomes, kind of like biome spaces, and the dogs and the cats are in like pet spaces. So the dogs have got these little cottages, like little cottage sort of tableau spaces. I'll show you the cat chateau in a minute because I'm about to get on the donkey and go feeding things. The cats have got cozy little like cat cottages with lots of comfy surfaces and things. Sheep and the cows are just in fields. They also probably need more space than they've got right now. That horse just turned its head. What did it turn its head at whilst we were riding? Did you see that? It was turning its head to look at something. Maybe it's just because I was turning. Don't know. I swear this one just turned its head though. Anyway, so we're going to drop those back. Don't think I brought my donkey down here, so let's go get the donkey. And we'll go feed some animals. Are you killing that other scorpion for me, Fairy? Thank you, if so. Oh no, I did bring another drink. I went and got another one earlier. And I forgot. It is... you know what? It's not too warm. It's tepid. Estuary has a donkey because she still does not have the characteristic skill to ride horses. So Estuary rides around on Raspberry. This is her mount. And I still didn't go straight to ride, even though I could have. But tell you what, just before we do that, while we've got Nerif here, I did give it a shout out earlier, but if you missed it on last stream when I announced it, or earlier on stream when I did it on here, we are trying to collect a number of items with signatures on from streamers and stream watchers to make a permanent glamping exhibit. That troll's going to go for me. A permanent glamping exhibit at Rockcliffe ahead of the coming gala. So this is kind of like a little bit sort of a mock-up of a space, but there is a link. There is a link at the bottom, and I can pop it in chat again of a ticky list on Discord of signaturable items. So if you are a stream watcher, even if you already have a signature, even if you're already represented at the museum. If you are a stream watcher, you are invited to pick an item off that list, give it a thumbs up in the list so I know that you're going to be making that one. Imp it as high as it's reasonable for you to do so. Don't break your back doing it. And send it over in the next couple of weeks, and we will get it added to the display. So I will drop a link in the chat as well to save you typing that one in bit by bit. There you go. That Discord invite will take you to the Coterie channel if you're not already in there, but even if you are, that will take you direct to the Camp Donations channel, to the specific one that's got all of the lines of items in, so you can just emote at one. If you want to make that item, you only need to pick one. Then just make it an imp it. If it's dyeable, feel free to dye it in whatever colour best represents you. Make it out of any wood type or metal type you like. I'm going to pick up those eggs before more things spawn on my deed, because we've been standing around here for a while. And there was an FSB I forgot. Strictly speaking, there is one in here. But I think this one's fine. It's also close enough to my kitchen that it's not particularly short. Yeah. Contribute an item. Please and thank you to our camping display. If you haven't already signed up for one, you can sign up for one there. What are you talking about, Nirav? The whole museum looks meticulously arranged. Absolute nonsense, that is. Let's have some lettuces. Presumably, although these are big, we could just do lettuce seeds. And I also need to redistribute these because these have now been cared for. They are all branded. These were brought back from the recent Impalong. So these actually also need redistributing. That's something that we could also do as we're going around feeding things. So let's, probably don't need 20 in there. Let's drop some in there. We're going to drop some in. I've got another one over here for all of my conditioned roosters, which, to be honest, I don't really need here anymore, but they're all cared for, so they might as well stay until I get really desperate on deed ratio. They can stay. I've got a whole load of conditioned roosters and hens, and all the conditions affect their size. As you can see, they don't really get a colour cast from the condition, but it does resize them, so that's why these are all a variety of different sizes. It's because they are conditioned. They come from holy sites. You need renaming eggs perms on my deed. Wait, why? You want to come and name all of the eggs in my archaeology den? They are also going to need feeding, so let's just drop the rest in there. Drop a couple of pumpkin seeds in there as well. And let's just go and fish up some of those eggs while we wait for the various chooks to come feed. We see any more? I bet there's more. One of the reasons that I keep this at lawn instead of a wild grass is because lawn allows me to have the chooks on grass-like terrain, but it is much, much easier, even in high-quality settings, to spot dropped eggs on lawn than it is on wild grass. So that's why this is all kept trimmed nice and neatly. Also, pro tip, they changed this a while back, but it has changed back. If you have a Hota statue and it is lit, you can keep a branding iron on it, and it will keep it warm enough to brand a few things before the heat starts to dissipate from it. So rather than firing up my forge every time, I just keep a branding iron. Oh no, Esri shouldn't be repairing that. Oh, forget that I'm not Crim. You just keep your branding iron on a lit Hota, and it will keep it warm enough to do some branding when you bring a few creatures home. You want a fierce pig? I know, but they won't have the colours. The thing is, I think pigs is one of the few things that they just haven't put in the pool. Like, you don't get pigs spawning with conditions from any of the holy sites. I seem to remember at the time we were like, where's our gigantic pigs? I'm also sad they didn't have the colour conditions added to any of the ones that only became conditioned through holy sites. I wanted rainbow seals or rainbow sheep. Maybe they thought that would be too ridiculous. I don't know. So we've got 2 eggs from there. I'm just going to go and have a quick look and see if I can spot in here. Unfortunately, because this is enchanted grass, eggs are a bit harder to spot here, unless you ride right over them or they're in nice little piles. But let's pick up some cows and go and put them in cow pens, because they are all now cared for. They are also looking at me. It is a bit weird, not going to lie. Let's have this one and this one. Bun very kindly came and cared for a whole bunch of cows for me recently. Glow runes keep them warm in your inventory forever. So if you prefer to carry your branding iron with you, that works too, particularly I guess if you've got a number of like breeding deeds or stuff and you're moving between them. I just keep them here because this is where I bring animals back from Impelongs to brand them and tame them and care for them before they get distributed to the wildlife park. So I don't carry a branding iron on me. I just have one like nearby anywhere where I tend to brand animals. So we're going to distribute some cows. Broadly speaking, these pens are organised alphabetically. It's not true of the tortoises anymore because they are tamed creatures. I was going to end up with way too many tortoises in one pen and another, and I couldn't be bothered. But the cows at least are. So this is the, like, I don't know, A to C pen. I don't actually even... I've got a Bull Gates here, right? Okay, so Bull Gates goes in this pen. Every so often I have to go and do a redistribute when one pen ends up fuller than it should be. Dairy Poppins, Mona Lisa, and Moo Donna. So, and then it goes this way. So Dairy Poppins is going to be going in this pen. There we go. There's a daisy. Ooh. If you've never seen one, that's a fairy garden. It's one of the rarer nodes. It only spawns on enchanted grass. And if you haven't been paying attention or done much kind of like botanizing and stuff, or if you've only done your botanizing and foraging in the wild, you might not have seen one. That's what a fairy garden looks like. What was I doing? I was Dairy Poppins. Stop bleeding Dairy Poppins. What? Which kind of glow rune? Any kind of glow rune. Madoon. They all work. If it's a glow rune, it will heat up an item a small amount. Not enough to damage like wooden items and things. It'll just make it like slightly warm. You know, my botanizing on Eschery is terrible. Like, I need to keep reminding myself I'm on Eschery. I could botanize it on Crim to see what we get out of it. But for now, let's leave it there. This is actually... This doesn't have cows in it currently. This was a temporary holding pen, but I'm tempted, given the number of cows I have here. I might need to actually... This might need to become like a permanent cow pen. So we've got L cows here, K, L, but these are both M's. So this is all of the M pens, as you might expect. There are a lot of cows whose names begin with M, with Moo something. So Moo Donna and Mona Lisa can both go there. The cows never need feeding, so I only have to visit these when I'm dropping off more cows, or if I want to go on a dairy making grind. And for anybody that doesn't know, by the way, this petting zoo, all of the gates on these passive creatures will open for anyone. So this was actually set up as a petting zoo. So if you want to come and do an animal husbandry grind, you can come shearing all of these sheep. It is not as convenient as going and shearing the sheep at somewhere like Floof Shear, which is really set up primarily to be an animal husbandry grind space, like where they're all beautifully lined up on hitching posts. But if you're at Brambleheim and you want to get some more animal husbandry, and you've got some shears on you and a grooming brush, shears are much, much better animal husbandry, which is why if you want better gains, so if you want to get your animal husbandry up fast, you'll get further with flocks of sheep than you will with flocks of anything else. But anything here that can be groomed, the bison pens, the sheep pens, the cow pens, all of those open. I'm pretty sure the chicken pens do as well, because you can groom the chickens. The pig pens might too, but basically passage on the gates, the idea was that this would be a petting zoo, so people can actually go in the pens, pet the animals if they want to, but also can do like a little animal husbandry grind. You could do a bit of a dairy making grind on those fields of cows if you want. All of those settings should be switched on at Brambleheim so that you can milk and shear and groom whether or not you are a member of the steed. You can go milk things, yes, Madoon, I'm pretty sure. But you know what? I can double check for you. So let's check. Manage roles. Non-citizens. Milk and shear is turned on. Yeah, so you can groom and milk and shear. You could come and do like a milking spree on those cows and those bison and those sheep. If you rock up here with, you know, a cart filled with barrels or something, you can go to town. Right, I'm going to go pick up some more cows. Build a lodge and start charging people for a sheep retreat. That sounds like an excellent idea for like some thematic builds anyway around Floofshire, doesn't it? I like that. I like that. The dogs will need taming to move them, even though they're passive. They have to be tamed in order to lead them. So since she is actually full of favour, now is a good time to do it. Taming them will use 40 favour, so it won't drop her below the threshold, at which point things will start attacking her. But I do need to unequip her weapon, because there's going to be a short period of time in which they are attacking us, and therefore we are defending ourselves. And I don't want to accidentally kill them while I'm doing that. This is also, incidentally, why Eshri's armour is all enchanted with web armour and not Aura of Shared Pain, because if you have AOSP on your armour and you tame creatures, you will be doing damage to those creatures even as you're trying not to when they're attacking you, or if you're doing any kind of like a taming grind, anything like that, if you charm creatures. So on any toon where you tend to do taming, you just want to be a little bit careful about that if you've got AOSP. But web armor is, I understand from people who know much more about this than me, generally the better one to have anyway. Then, like, the AOSP isn't bad, but web armor is a bit better, and it also has the bonus that it doesn't hurt things you don't want it to hurt, like when you're taming, for example. So we're going to lead that one. We're going to get... No, I wasn't on a cow. I'm going to get back on my donkey. And I've got space to lead one more. So I saw a black sheep over here. Johann Sebastian Bach. Terrible. Terrible pun. Let's go and put that one down. And then put that one down. Put that one down in the pens. And then I think I just need to do one more run, and that will pick up the last two sheep. The other dog, if I've had enough favour back by then to not drop me below 30. And I don't think there's any more in these pens. I think these ones are all empty at the moment. So I think it's just those. So let's go run these down. We're going to run the dog first, because on the off chance I'm unfortunate enough to run into a troll or another scorpion between here and the dog pens, it will make a beeline for the tamed dog rather than for Eshri, because if it's hostile to Eshri, it is hostile to anything she has tamed. So that's the other reason that I tend to do this on a donkey. Not only does it make me move fast around the D, but when I'm moving tamed animals, it means I can outpace anything that might be going for a tamed creature that I'm leading. Pun that one down. What, Ruffle, what you missed was we were saying that you should build a retreat Myra was saying that you need to build a lodge. I mean, she was saying you need to start charging people for a sheep retreat, but like we liked the idea of a thematic like sheep retreat lodge built somewhere at Floofshire. So that's what you missed. Now, I probably should have picked up food as well, shouldn't I? These are also kind of... Are these alphabetical? I don't think they are, actually. I think they're thematic. So there's only one dog in this pen. What am I leading? Which one was it? Indiana Bones. And I've got a Chewbacca up there. I don't think there's any particular pens that these ones lend themselves to. I've got a load of Christmas pups over in a corner pen over here, I think, although actually that's a Christmas pup. But I tell you what, let's put Indiana Bones in here. I think there's only one dog in this pen. Yes, although I do need to update my signs. So we're going to stop. Untame you. He was looking at me. He was wait. We're going to go drop these 2 cows off, then we're going to do our last run, then we're going to feed things. I am going to feed things eventually, I promise. Chewbacca. Yes. Yes. Okay, we'll do the sheep on the way out. I've just dropped a cow there. Nearly missed it. These are also both moo cows. I am definitely going to have to start using this pen, aren't I? Because the M pen is going to get very, very full. It's already very, very full, but I'll redistribute them later, probably, maybe. We're going to stop bleeding that one, stop bleeding that one, run the sheep over, and then one more run, and we have redistributed all of the animals from the last impalong. Yeah, I think Mima's does have a Moana. Like, we picked all of those up at the friend along. That's where all of the latest moo batch came from. Right, a J sheep. This one? Yeah, there we go. We've got Jingle Bells in that pen, so it's going to go in the middle pen. The sheep definitely also need more space. There are several things that I need to do to... let's just get rid of that. Several things that I need to do to sort of do some creating of new space at Brambleheim. I'm like halfway through, and then I forgot about it. Expanding pens over here, building new pens over here for the bison to expand into, because the bison need more room, but to be honest, the wildcats need more room, the sheep need more room. There are quite a few things at Brambleheim that I kind of need to redistribute, and I've got a plan for it. But it's quite a long plan. It's going to take some shuffling, not least because any of those that need redistributing, that have to be tamed first. That's either a slow process or it's a process that consumes a lot of vesseled gems. Mudonna. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, my favour's not quite high enough, but I'm actually not going to go into any Aggie pens before it ticks back over. So I just need to be careful running this one down to deed. I don't think there are any animals between us and the dog pens, though. So because this costs 40, this is going to drop me down to 26. So I am, for a few minutes, going to be below the 30 threshold that stops everything attacking me, but not functionally at a time when it's going to affect Eschery. Good night, Myra. Thanks for coming and hanging out. What time is it in Myra land? Coming up for 1 a.m. Ooh. Fairy, oh my god, Fairy, I've just realised you're still with us. What time is it where you are, Fairy? You must be so tired now. I think when we started the stream it was like 3 a.m. where Fairy was. And here she is, riding around my deed, killing things that would attack Eschery for me. And helping my deed ratio along the way as well, I should say. Look at that pupper. He just keeps looking at me. Aww. So that's Chewbacca. And then we've got 2 more sheep. 2 more sheep, I think. So we've got a lamb chop. And a fleece with a spoon. And I think that's everything, right? I don't think I tucked any in here. I didn't do any in that end this time. We don't have one in there. That's all of them. I know that Scorpion Stone's just been pushing out Scorps and I haven't really been here to clean them up on Crim. As I say, Eschery dragged like 4 of them over to the guard tower the other week, but it's slow going because Scorps don't move fast. It's really quite slow kiting them all the way from the upper deed to the guard tower, which is up there. I have to get them to within about that meditation rug or further before the guards will do anything about them. Mostly Eschery just outruns things that get in her way on the deed, but it is a bit more of a pain when you've got a tamed creature that you're leading. So we're going to put this one. Oh, there's already 2 dogs here. So I've got Vixen and Lycani in here. I haven't updated the sign. There might already have been 2 dogs in here, you know. Never mind, never mind. How about this one? This one's got Fido and apparently Woof exhibit on the run. Don't know where Fido is right now. Probably stuck in a wall. Dogs do tend to do that. How about this pen? Kapaloon Long Puppy. That might be the only doggo in here. I can't see another one, so let's put Chewbacca in here. Look at him looking at me. Then 2 sheep, and then we can feed things. Feed things, feed things, feed things. You're not high enough skill to be imping things for an impalong. Anybody can imp things for an impalong, memes. Or do you mean, oh, are we talking about imping stuff for the museum? Yes. Yes. Fairy has been pulling long shifts, helping Nerav out at the museum. She didn't answer me though, or did you? Yes, you did. Oh my god, 6:49 a.m. Oh, Fairy, bless you. You must be so tired. Is that... I thought that sheep was waggling its tongue at me, but actually it's just chewing. But because they got like this little bit of light on the bottom of their lip, it kind of looks like they're doing this at me. Which now I have done to all of you, because my filters did not kick in fast enough. It's quite cute, but also a little bit weird. So, lamb chop and fleece with a spoon. Lamb chop, I think, go in... Oh, I've got elves in there as well. I think lamb chop goes in the middle one and fleece with a spoon goes in the next one. This pen is definitely too full. I need to do some shuffling, because there's quite a lot of L named ones, either where they start with like lamb or where like there were several years of several lunar long sheep being spawned with lunar in their name. So this pen is almost entirely lunar somethings, with a couple of exceptions. Fleece with a spoon can go there. Right, onto the feeding. So it sounds like Fairy and Yuri have been doing some excellent work. Memes, if I have any duplicates, you are welcome to them. I think I have a duplicate Felix cat, wild cat at the moment. If anybody would like one of those, and it's cared for. But generally speaking, I try and keep records so that I don't bring duplicates back, but sometimes it does happen, and my record keeping has not been great of late. So sometimes I get one back here and then realise I actually already have one of those. Mostly my memory is not terrible for this, but... So we're going to crush those. Let's go feed the piggies, because they do not graze. Also, I don't know if it's just because I'm not often around the pigs, but these pigs are eating a lot less than pigs used to. Like pigs, for anybody who's tried keeping pigs, they will generally wolf down food. But lately, like these piggy pigs have not been eating all that much. I don't know if they've dialed it back. But frequently when I come and drop, it used to be as soon as I dropped anything for the pigs, they would all swarm in. Several of them would eat several items before they were full. Although Albert Einstein has just eaten 6 pumpkin seeds in one fell swoop, so you know what? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But often, like, they won't be hungry. But look, they clearly are now. Maybe it's because we've had, like, an afternoon of me kicking about and Fairy kicking about. So they've had a few hunger ticks. Maybe it's just that they haven't had many hunger ticks and I've been away. So look, I'm going to keep topping up this pile. Oh, bloody hell. One just ate 5, one just ate 6. Let's recreate that pile, shall we? So yeah, ignore what I said. Pigs have not been scaled back at all. They are still eating shitloads if you are in their presence long enough for them to get hungry. Mine had just been apparently blissfully people-free for a while. I don't even know how many I dropped. How many did I take out of that FSB? 60-something? 60-something? It doesn't make a difference, Bun. Does it? I don't think what you feed them makes a difference to how full they are, but we can test that. Because if these are hungry, those should be as hungry, right? You finding it doesn't make a difference? Okay, so that's a reason not to turn them into seeds for anything that eats the amount that pigs do. What we're saying is we should be feeding the pigs like the full fat vegetables and leaving the seeds for something which, like the pheasants, which do generally just eat one and then go. All right, so let's go and try some actual veg. I wasn't aware that it made a difference, but it's, you know what, it's easy enough to test because I'm not using pet bowls for these. Let's just go and drop a bunch of actual pumpkins and see if they also eat those at 5 or 6 per swoop. Because I've got a second pen of pigs just over here. And also, incidentally, having just noticed that's not enchanted, Eshery's got an enchant she can use. Do I also have a scythe? Yes, I do. Let's pick those flowers. Okay, let's drop the pumpkins first. Keep an eye on that. It'll tell us an event, though, if they are eating shitloads. Pick flowers, and then we're going to enchant that grass. Okay, so these pigs are hungry. Pepper's just eaten 1. But maybe proven right. Luna's eaten 1. Good intel, Bun. Look at that. 1 pumpkin each. Pro tip, guys, even I didn't know that. Although I generally have been feeding them full veg rather than seeds. Bun is right. So, although they will eat any item in 1 chomp, whether it is a pumpkin or a seed, whatever the size of the animal, those that are hungry enough to eat more than 1 item, or those with big appetites like pigs, get more full with bigger items. Now we could do some proper science and test out all the different things, like is it down to volume? I assume it's down to like weight, like the weight of the item, but it could be down to item type. It might be that seeds only fill them a little bit and veg fill them a lot. Like, does something really lightweight like garlic fill them up less than pumpkins? Do you know, Bun? No, it was good to test it. It was good to test it. I mean, this is not infallible in as much as these pigs in this pen are closer to where Fairy has been running around for some of the afternoon than these. So these might not have been as hungry, but we can test it in other ways as well, because those chickens back in the middle of the deed, those should be quite hungry. If the pigs were hungry, the chickens should be hungry. So we can test the pumpkins versus pumpkin seeds on the chickens as well, and just see if it makes a difference. Chickens can eat quite a lot. But if we try dropping seeds first and see whether the ones in this pen are eating multiples, if they're eating multiples of the seeds, then we'll see if we can get them to eat multiples of the pumpkins. For science. Someone's just completed a Vin thing, and of course, because I'm on Eshery. Oh no, I have got it on Eshery. It's just over here. Come on, Chucks. Come and eat stuff. What have we got? We've got an avatar mission, 525 decent iron sheets, shrine in the northwest, 150 decent acorns. 150 decent acorns is not going to take long. Okay, so interestingly, at the moment the chickens are only eating one each, regardless. So these might not be a good way to test it. The rats eat quite a lot. Rats might be a good place to test it as well. Perhaps I should have to do some more testing on pigs in the future. Dogs are another one. Dogs can eat like 5 meat in one fell swoop. And meat, once it's been FSB'd, comes in standard sizes. Is butchered meat also in standard sizes? I feel like it must be. You chuck stuff like herbs in the chicken bowls because you don't want them to lay eggs. Wait. What's that got to do with them laying eggs? Or do you mean so that they're not so full that they then go popping eggs out? Is that what you mean? Pigs won't eat spices though, will they? Are pigs the exception? Nothing else will eat spices. They'll basically ignore spices. And low QL veg is fine. As far as I'm aware, QL doesn't make a difference to how much it fills them up. I mean, I haven't tested that. But it does make a difference to how fast it decays, obviously. So if you're dropping meat that's then going to sit there for a while they slowly chomp away at it, you're more likely to lose some of that. At the moment, no chicken here has eaten more than one seed. So I'm inclined to keep giving these ones seeds. Not that it really matters. I mean, I'm limited in how many pumpkins I can fit in a bowl. But as you can see, I'll drop... There you go, 9 pumpkins is the limit. I said 8 earlier, it's 9. But you'll see they will eat a pumpkin as readily as they will eat seed. So just eat a whole pumpkin. Num num. What you can do, though, is even if you filled it full of veg, you can then stuff some other things around the edges. Champions don't eat more than normal animals. Conditioned animals don't eat more than normal animals. That I've noticed. I can't tell you empirically, because I haven't tested it, but I've not noticed any difference between champs and normal ones. The only difference tends to be from one creature type to another. Some are just hungrier, maybe need to feed more often, and I don't know why that is, but pigs eat a lot, dogs eat a lot, chickens eat... do you know, I actually don't think chickens eat a lot, it's just we tend to keep chickens near us, and therefore the chickens eat a lot. But if you put chickens in a coop, they eat way, way more. So as pretty as the coops are, they are actually much less efficient. You get lower quality eggs out of a coop, and they will eat through the food in it faster, and then the coop will spit them out when they run out. Whereas you get always 99 quality eggs if you're letting them drop eggs on the floor for egg farming, and they won't eat as fast, whether it's dropped on the ground or pet bowls or whatever else. I wish they would rebalance coops, because they're really nice looking, but not only are they eating twice as much, you're getting worse quality produce, and because they're eating twice as much, they just keep getting shat back out of the coop, and it's frustrating. So my one coop that I have on this deed is now just kind of dead weight. Okay, I think most of them in here have eaten, but I'm just going to drop a few more in there for insurance, because we're going to be kicking around here a while longer, and some of them might get hungry again. And I'm going to go and get some meat for the dogs and the cats. Your chicks lay eggs on any food? Yes, they do. So, Ruffle, you're saying that if you feed them herbs and berries, they don't lay? And they're almost guaranteed lays on grain? That's definitely something that needs some science. Hello, Bugsy, how you doing? How you doing? I don't have Rockcliffe roosters, no. We talked about having a Rockcliffe rooster here, but we never actually got round to going and ruining one down to transport. So I do not have one in my collection. Right, dogs. So let's use up the bitty bits. Dogs and cats. In fairness, they could eat not meat. They could eat veg, but they might as well have meat. Well, I've got it here. On the eggs, the same quality as the quality of the coop? Maybe? I don't know, Fairy. But in any case, getting a coop up to quality 99, absolute pain in the arse, whereas eggs dropped on the ground always start at 99. So you only get lower quality eggs from ones dropped on the ground if they're damaged, and then you go put them. I just saw a wolf run past the edge of the cat chateau, outside where all the cats are. So you only get lower quality eggs if you're putting damaged ones in an FSB. But you might be right, it might be capped by the quality of the coop. In any case, that means you will always get lower quality eggs than if they were just laying on the floor. Ruffle, maybe Ruffle has magic chickens. It does. I mean, it could be a bit of confirmation bias, but it sounds like it's worth some testing to me. At some point. So, as Ruffle said, if you didn't know, you can put things in bowls over fences, so I don't actually strictly need to go into the cat pens to do this. So, we're going to drop some in there, some in there. Interestingly, did the text on that bowl just appear when I dropped food in it? I've never noticed that before, but I swear the text just popped up. Yeah, look at that. So this bowl is named, but the text only appears when on the version of it that has food in it. I had never noticed that before, that an empty bowl doesn't show the text. Is that new? Maybe I'm just unobservant. So that's Milady's Gourmet Foie Gras. The food bowls are kind of, sort of named based on who's in here as well. So all the little bitty bits in there, they're kind of like their little diorama. Biomes are named as well. This one has Garfield in, so of course that's got a lasagna bowl. And this one over here, the more tuna please bowl. But this is where all the little kitty cats live, in the cat chateau, which used to be a church, and I converted it, which is why we've still got some gravestones littered around here from the occasions where we've lost something at the zoo, which doesn't happen often, but has happened sometimes. So this was originally my church that I built for us to do sermons. At Brambleheim, we held sermon circles here for a little while we were getting some of our priests up before impelungs were quite as frequent as they are now. This is a walkway up here, but I then sort of gutted the inside and made these openings so that all of the little things had gardens for the cats. And I converted it into a cat chateau when we no longer needed it for sermons. I don't actually have enough meat to do all these dogs, but I might as well start with what I've got. So we're going to pop like 8 for 2 dogs. Still might not be enough given that we've been pottering around here. But I'm just going to wait a second and see how much they eat. Maybe they'll be restrained today. Yeah, it will be. Laying activity will be triggered in the same way that... so they're eating 2 or 3 each. That's not loads. I have seen them eat 5 or 6 in one chomp. They are moderately hungry. Laying activity is also related to feeding activity. So if you're not active in the area, they just won't lay as much. But that wouldn't make any difference to Ruffles' ones, presumably, because the variation there is what she's feeding them, not where the chickens are. They are spoiled pets, yes. Yes, they are. This, incidentally, if you never came to Brambleheim before this turned into a wildlife park, as you can see, it started with a little village up here and then it slowly expanded this way. But this whole area here, before it was a petting zoo, was where my market was before I built Little Venice. So these were the second iteration of little shops Originally I had sort of like market pens up and down the middle. Then I turned those into stable pens for an animal market, and I built these little shoplets around the outside, and we had an upper layer here of even narrower little shops along the top, so it was like a proper little shopping precinct. So this is where my market was, and then I built Little Venice and I moved all my merchants there, and this got converted into a petting zoo. So, a bit of trivia for anybody who didn't know that. So I'm going to leave 5 in there. Assuming there's probably only 3 in here. Let's pop an extra one in there. Hopefully there's only 2 dogs in each of these pens, except for the corner one, which has got like 5 in, but just in case. Santa's little helper has just eaten 2. So they're not chomping through shitloads, but they are eating a bit. They are a little bit hungry. Are we still discussing whether or not chickens lay different things on different foods? I feel like this needs some proper testing. That's not easily something you could test on stream, unfortunately. That's the kind of thing that you need to just do some testing over several days of like logging in local and counting the eggs. It's an interesting theory though. And I wouldn't put it past them to put that kind of level of preference into the... Ooh! Those just ate 3 and 3. Level of detail into the code, because there is some detail like that in there. We've got 3 more pens to do, but this corner pen has got quite a lot in. And then we're done for the creatures here, but we've still got... I've got a champ dolphin around there, and then I've got the seals and the whale around the corner. And then we're on to crabs and other things. So let's have sardines for the seals and a bunch of meat. So we're going to finish off these doggy pens. This one, believe it or not, has I think 2 dogs in. Might have 3. But the dogs do often clip into building walls, unfortunately. Small cats do as well, and because the walls are quite thick, you can basically lose a dog entirely in a wall, and you'll only see it when it does its idle animation and like pops its head out when it's turning its head or something. I also lose them in fireplaces and bits of furniture as well, so I'm never really that perturbed when I can't see them all. Oh, I forgot I had tall banners in here. They're normally just tucked into walls. Let's pull a couple out of there just in case. This one's going to need quite a lot. Probably a bit more than that. And then I've got another pen just over here that we're going to go and drop some into. Pheasants stand it, yes, because pheasants are so small you can lose them in anything. They absolutely do stand in trees. Sometimes I lose those chooks, not the champion chooks, but any other chook size or pheasant can get lost in that oak tree, the enchanted oak tree, up on the deed. That one's eaten 2, that one's eaten 2, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Why are these ones not eating? There they go. There's a bunch more in here somewhere though. Like I lose some in wardrobes and things. There's one just over there by the bookcase. Sometimes I do go looking, like peering into corners to see if I can find them. But I've learned to just kind of trust it. Sometimes I've had to go doing like give direction just to confirm that it is still actually there, and it always is. It's just clipped into something. So I try and stress less about it now. There you go, something else has just come and eaten another 3. I can probably pull some back out of there. So that's the dogs, that's the cats, that's the chooks and the pigs. You had a house sheep on Serenity and they would, yeah, stand in the fireplace. Yes. Yes. We've got champion dolphin down here. This is wild caught. This is not GM spawned, because if a GM spawned one, there is no way I could bring it home. When they spawn aquatic creatures in arenas, you can't tame them, you can't lead them, you can't do shit about them. So the only way that you can get special marine creatures like that you can't tame or lead, like dolphins and whales or octopuses, whether they spawn at holy sites with conditions, or if they're spawned like traitors or champs or something, spawned for missions, you have to kite them, and it is a slow and arduous process. It's possible, evidently, but that whale, like, it took like 3 hours to get that whale into that pen, and it only spawned somewhere over there. It was not that far away. It gives up super easily and starts trying to swim away all the time. There's I can just drop this anywhere in the water, but I'm always tempted to just, oh, he's not even hungry, look at that. There's the getting them over the right, like the height of the land. You need to get the land quite low to get a whale into a pen so that they can swim over the top of it. But as soon as you pull them into the shallows, they will turn around and try swimming out. So this was a long, slow process of kiting it in and then not quite getting it past the entrance where it clipped on something, and then widening the entrance and trying to kite it in again and losing it. And when they try and swim away from the shallows, even though the water just there is deep enough, it would swim quite a bit further away from the shallows here. It's like if they're in the shallows, if they find themselves in the shallows, it triggers a thing that makes them actually go quite a way away into the deep. So any time that I got it in here and didn't successfully pen it, it was then turning and swimming all the way out into the middle of the lake. It was hard work, and what I ended up doing was agging it, kiting it into this pen, having dug this down a lot, and then on a second tune, furiously dropping dirt to lift it high enough that it could not swim back out. And then when it failed to do that, and I knew I'd got it high enough, then I was able to shape it and build the fences and actually seal the pen in. But 3 hours, it was a lot. It was frustrating. It's frustrating. What's as likely to lure calvert? Oh, carrots. Carrots. Yeah. I like the idea of expanding the front of this into more of a water park. Because I've got the crabs and I've got the seals and things. There are other things I could put in there. I do keep intending to get a champ octopus from a mission sometime. I just haven't quite got around to it yet. I quite like the idea of trying to build a water park in Worm expanded off the front, because my deed actually goes several tiles in this direction just for deed ratio, so it's already deeded. Again, you can drop food in the shallows, and if you're in a pen as steep as this or as the dolphin one, this whale can come and eat from any of the shallows. If you try and feed a whale by hand, you've got to get the placement really specific. I still can't remember quite where it is. It feels like it's maybe somewhere around the dorsal fin, but you've got to get your placement really specific to get on the tile where it will let you feed it. So unless you have a starving whale that you're trying to ensure eats, you're better just dropping it in the water and leaving it to it. They can be cared for, by the way. So the reason I have champ dolphins and a champ dolphin, a champ whale, and I could have a champ octopus, because they are passive, you can care for them. Because sharks are not passive, you can't. Because none of them can be tamed. But any passive creature does not have to be tamed to be cared for, whereas any aggressive creature has to be tamed first. Therefore, aggressive aquatic mobs, you just can't keep them long term. You can kite them in, but they'll die of old age, and there's no way around that. But if they're passive, it doesn't make a difference, by the way, if you're on a faux priest and they are passive to you. But sharks aren't anyway. I think sharks, anything that would be aggressive to people normally in terms of aquatic creatures, is also aggressive to faux priests. So there's no way I can keep sharks here, even if I wanted to. End pen doesn't have anything in, but we have got some seals from this pen onwards. So what I'm going to try and do... How hungry are they? She eats one sardine. I probably should have got bigger fish. This is going to be one where she eats a shitload, isn't it? Okay, she eats 2. She ate 2 sardines. Let's leave her one behind. I might have to go and get some extras for the others. That one has eaten 1 and is satisfied. That one's actually not interested in food, but we'll leave it 1 anyway. Maybe we'll be alright. That one eats a sardine. We're going to need at least 1 more. That's now not hungry any longer, but I'm going to just drop it another fishy in the pen. Can have some perch. I try and always leave at least one more bite for every animal in a pen once they've fed when I'm feeding them, so that they're full up and there is another one bite for the next hunger tick they get. That's kind of like broadly my feeding principle, but yeah. Did you dream? Baby seals are white, yes, seal pups. They are tiny and white with big black eyes. They are adorable. Unfortunately, if you get a GM named seal pup spawned in an arena, it will not keep its name when it grows up. It's the same as chicks and things, and it's because they have a different name. I think they are in fact called seal pups. Anything that when it grows up, the model changes and the name changes, it doesn't keep its GM name. So because a chick turns into a hen or a rooster and the model changes entirely, when it grows up, it effectively becomes a new creature, so it doesn't retain a GM named name from its chickdom. Whereas I'm trying to think if there's any exceptions. I think the same is true of things like foals as well. If the game names the foals, obviously they retain it when they grow up, but I think a GM named one wouldn't. But if you think of something like bears, for example, baby bears are just young bears or adolescent bears, and when they grow up, their model doesn't change, their creature name doesn't change, they just get bigger, so those retain their names whatever age you get them at. That tends to be the rule. There might be some exceptions in there, but that is, broadly speaking, the rule as I understand it from years of collecting creatures. If the name of the creature type is going to change and the model tends to change with that, that's when you're going to lose a GM name given to them when they age up, which is why I don't bring adorable little chicks and seal pups home from Impelongs, basically. But happily, young pups and young cats are just tinier versions of the adult ones. Those do keep their names. So meat, we're going to go feed the gorillas. They can eat anything. So how am I doing for veg here? Tell you what, let's do a veg run. I'm going to give that meat to the rats. I think the rats can probably eat anything, actually. But what am I carrying too much of? You know what, the eggs can go in there. Don't care about the eggs. Just too much stuff in general. Let's go feed that meat to the rats, because the rats have big appetites. Yes, the reindeer skins on deer are an interesting one. And do you mean it still has the trait, or it still has the reindeer skin? Because I found both things. Like, I have found the reindeer trait erroneously appearing, the cold weather trait, erroneously appearing in things that are not reindeer. We found it in a couple of bred sheep, for example. I'm going to drop this, but this may not be enough for them, because there's a lot of rats in here, and if they're hungry, they'll chomp through a bit. So the reindeer trait has started erroneously showing up in other things, but also the reindeer skin is possible to still have in the game. But there's a couple of weird circumstances in which you have it, like if you have a reindeer that never left a cave, and you cared for it while it was in the cave, it will still have its reindeer skin, but as soon as you bring it out above land, it loses it. But a reindeer that has reverted above land to a normal deer skin will temporarily turn back into a reindeer, I think, when you tame it. I discovered this quite accidentally on Thorspring. It's something in the realms of, like, when you're taming them or when you're leading them or something, they get their reindeer skin back, but as soon as they are untamed or unled, it goes again, so you can't have it permanently unless it's one that never left a cave. On Cadence, you have the skins. That's interesting. Is that on Reindeer Above Ground on Cadence? Be interesting to hear things happened differently, like the coding behaved differently on NFI. Certainly on SFI. Has it all gone? No, it's fine. They're only eating one each. That's actually not too bad. Slightly concerned that they're not moving away, though. They're all just I now have a clutch of rats just eyeballing me. And they're going to get diseased. Why are they not moving back to their spots? This is frustrating. This seems a bit buggy. Anybody else notice this? I haven't noticed this with any of the other creatures that we've fed thus far. But the rats are coming and feeding and then not returning to where they were standing. They're all just clustering on that tile. And they should be returning to whatever spot they were standing in to prevent disease inevitably happening. So why is this? Have I moved too far from the meat, or have they actually now eaten it all? Oh, no, there is still some there. It's just they're all standing on it. Weirdly, it's dropped its item model, even though there's still 2 types of meat there. I don't know why that's happened. But why are they not returning to their spaces? If I pick up the meat, will they go? Or do I now just have, like, vector for rat disease? Well, there goes one. But I think that was just a normal wander. And I haven't got it as a rat king. Look at them all. How weird is that? Maybe it's because I don't know. Maybe because they're all looking at me because I'm stood here. I don't know if that's dissuading them from moving back. If I just move a little bit away, let's just go over here and see if they redistribute themselves. I'm slightly concerned I might have to go in and slowly tame them all back out to their various things. They do need a bigger pen anyway. But it's weird. I swear it's only the rats that did that. Like the chickens were all redistributing themselves and the pigs. Did somebody break rats? Yeah, even pulling the meat away. What I can do, and I don't know if it's going to make any fucking difference at all, but I did intend to leave meat with them. So if I put some meat over here, if any of them are still hungry, at least, it will distribute some over there, and we'll drop some there. It's just like 1 mega rat. That pen is now 1 mega rat, and I'm going to have to come back here and drizzle later. I've got just a couple of gorillas over here. Gorillas, if you did not know this, can come and try and steal food out of your pockets. I don't know if they ever succeed, but when I was standing in here, I came in here to feed them, and then I got distracted, and I was either looking at my other screen or I was tabbed away, and I came back to an event message about the gorilla slipping its hand into my pocket and then like changing its mind or something. And I've not managed to get them to do it since. Maybe they only do it if they're hungry, or maybe it's just rare random event text. But keep your peepers peeled if you keep gorillas, because maybe they can sneak food out of your pockets. Be pretty annoying, wouldn't it, if you're carrying around, like, you know, your anniversary cake, which hopefully doesn't count, or, you know, like your affinity pizza or something, and a gorilla just comes and, like, one-shots it. They've eaten 2 each, that's not too much. Gorillas do sometimes chomp through quite a lot as well. There are only 2 gorillas in there, however, so that will do. Then we're just gonna... That's not going to be enough. Liberally distribute some carrots, but I'm going to come and need to drop more because there's like 5 or 6 crabs in every one of these pens. So I'm going to go and get some extras. The tortoises across there as well. There's quite a lot of tortoises there, so I need to refill back up on veg. Bury that while we're here, though. At least I am now getting some chores done. It wasn't a completely choreless chill chat and chores stream. I didn't get any tidying done. But redistributing animal feed and actually feeding the animals is definitely something that I need to do, and it's a bit more pressing than figuring out how to fix the mess up at Brambleheim, at least. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm feeding tortoises, I don't want meat. They might eat meat, but on principle. No. Let's use up the taters. And some cucumbers. Okay, so they're eating one each. That's not too bad. Are they going to redistribute themselves? So yeah, they're going back to their spots. It's just the rats being weird. So I've dropped 5 cucumbers there because there's either 4 or 5 crabs in here. I can't remember, and I can't be bothered to stop and count. But I don't like leaving item piles. I like them to look like the actual items that they eat. So when they leave less than a pile's worth, the OCD bit of me then has to pick up like the 2 remaining carrots and drop a pile of 5 cucumbers. So we get the cucumber pile and not like the random item pile where I've dropped other stuff on top. These do only seem to be eating one each, though, so they're not too hungry. Not that the cucumber pile is anything particularly interesting, mind you. 3 carrots. So one of these still has not eaten. Probably didn't need 6, though, did it? I can hear thunderstorms in the background in Worm. I don't know if you guys are hearing that as well. These have probably mostly all eaten, but just in case. How many have gone here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So some of these might not have eaten, but they've got enough carrots left. Tortoises. The tortoises suffer more than most. The tortoises and the crabs, in fairness, tend to be the ones that lose their fat layers fastest, and it's nothing to do with their creature type. It's just because they are non-grazing animals that live close enough to this waterway that people go past in boats when I'm not here to feed them. So there have been more instances where these ones have been hungry and there hasn't been food. So I tend to be a little bit more generous leaving these food. And if I don't have time or I don't have the energy to go feeding everything on this zoo, which I often don't, like I often don't feed all the meat eaters up top because they're not close to highways or waterways. What I will do instead is I'll just go around the ones that are close to thoroughfares, like the tortoises and the crabs, and I'll feed them. And the crocs up the other end, because those are the ones that are most likely to be losing fat layers or getting hunger ticks. And if you keep animals that don't feed themselves on any kind of a scale, you can probably safely do the same. The ones in the middle, if you're assuming you don't have a highway running through the middle of your deed or something, those ones are probably less likely to be hungry or be losing fat layers than ones that are like running parallel with highways or with waterways or things like that. On the plus side, the tortoises so far are only eating 1 each, so that's good. Might still run out before I get to the end, because there's quite a lot of tortoises. I've got carrots as well. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So let's give this one... I can have 5 of those. The deer do not need feeding. They feed themselves. I've got a gigantic tortoise here. Hello, giant tortoise friend. You can have the 3 cucumbers, because that's not enough for any other pen. Then 5 carrots in this one. I haven't got all of the Ninja Turtles, but I've got most of them. I think I'm now missing 1. We've got Michelangelo, we've got Donatello, Leonardo. Yeah, I'm still missing 1. I do have a Ninja Turtle tortoise, though, if that counts for anything. That one. That one. That one. That's all tortoises fed. I don't have an FSB down here. I've contemplated it, but the more FSBs I have, the more I have to fill. Oh, look, there's a holy strand just there. But strictly speaking, I could probably do with a meat one down here for the croc pens, for the croc swamp. I just haven't got round to it. Do I care? Is it a current one? Nope. Oh, we got a traitor blue whale. So this is the croc swamp, and happily these stay fat. Even though people sail past this all the time, these seem to fare better than the tortoises and the crabs. I don't know if they eat slower. I get the feeling that maybe they do eat a bit slower. So I'm never really that worried about the crocs. But I do try and drop them some food every so often, just to, you know, so they don't break out and start eating helpless alts. We'll go and get some meat. Ooh, hello. There's another scorpion just snuck up on me. Shh, go away. Nasty pinchy things. Up here, one of the things that I plan to do with the remodelling of Little Venice is I've actually got grazers up here, and this is not the best place for them, because it doesn't matter who goes past these. These are here because this is where I had the space, but my plan is to move these grazing ones closer up to the highway as the park expands that way, so that this inner stretch is a safer place to keep ones that have to be hand-fed. So the grazers are going to move closer to the highway where they can eat to their heart's content when people ride past. Croc swamp is deliberately low visibility and quite hard to spot them. They tend to lurk in the reeds, but there is 1 to 2 crocs in every one of these pens. You can get a slightly better view up on the rickety walkways or going through the sunken paths. Obviously, these pens do not open for the public, except for that one time that I rode Calvert in here in a cart, and we got stuck and he dismounted and I abandoned him in a pen briefly where he almost died. That was fun. And there we go. There is actually a Calvert corpse buried here. Not that he died here, but he should have. So there's, when I got his corpse subsequently, at another point, I came and buried it in the Crimson Earth crocodile pen, where we should have got our teeth into him the first time. I was really pleased when they made the change that allowed us to plant reeds as actual reeds rather than as farm tiles. That's what made this possible. Because I had plans, like I really wanted to do this croc swamp with like really poor visibility, and there was originally a willow tree here, which has evidently given up the ghost. But it's sort of like willow trees to make it quite hard to see through the fronds, and I wanted reeds. I considered trying to train kelp into here, but that would have been a lot of work. So when they made that change at a really fortuitous time for me. I was like, finally, I can actually do a croc swamp and fill it full of actual reed tiles, because reed farm tiles are nothing like this. Much lower profile. You don't get that kind of frondy, swampy look, which I so like with these. And none of these will attack estuary, so it's not a problem, but I did line up my gates so that even though I can't see, as long as I know where a gate is, I can just continue to move right through the pens without getting stuck, generally. So I just dropped like about 4 meat in every pen. So whether there's 1 or whether there's 2, they've got plenty. But for the public, the way through here, as I said, you've got an upper walkway for the curious, which does now also connect up to the Hell House. It used to be just like you'd go in and it was a dead end. But now you can actually ride all the way up over the top of the unicorn pens. In fact, I might do that in a moment, up to the Hell House. But I like these sunken walkways, like these rickety sunken wooden walkways around the croc swamp. It might be one of my best biomes, I think. For me, anyway. We've got the guest shop here, which has been under construction for like 3 years. Never actually got around to doing the gift shop, sorry. But yeah, these rickety walkways were always here. And you can go around to sort of like a dead end there, but it's quite a nice way to get like this bird's eye view down into the croc swamp. You can just like see them twitching among the reeds. But it didn't used to be connected up to anything. It was only connected to itself. But I have now, when I built the hell house where the hellhounds live, I finally managed to connect it up. So this has now taken us over the top of the unicorn pens, away from crocs, and you can follow this all the way up to and into the hell house back on the upper level in Brambleheim, where all the hellhounds live, howling at the moon, or, you know, at anyone. Scorpion kill and butcher. Yeah, it is, but Estuary's butchering is not great. It's not worth it, to be honest. I am, however... Oh, I found another scorpion somewhere. I can hear it. There it is. Hi, buddy. Maybe let's not lure it in. I do need to go pick up more meat, though, because I obviously don't have enough for these. But happily, we just filled up an FSB full of meat, which is over here. Meat delivering itself to me. I could have a pet bowl for the crabs, but they're not pets, so I tend to only use pet bowls for the ones that are actually pet-like creatures. Like I have a pet bowl for the chickens, and I have a pet bowl for the dogs and for the cats, but for any wild ones, I tend to drop it on the ground, wild. Just because that's literally the distinction there. I used pet bowls for the domestic ones. And I just drop wild food in the biomes where there's wild creatures. So... And these ones are a bit of an anomaly. Because they're dogs, they get pet bowls, like puppers. They're not, strictly speaking, like wild creatures. They're hell creatures, but they're also doggos. Which is why they also get kind of, sort of, slightly... Like, it's not like the dog cottages, like a cozy home, but they are a little bit decorated. Hello. Were you coming out to fix that scorpion for me, Fairy? Thank you very much. But they've got a little bit of decoration, so it's kind of like a nod to the cozy puppy chambers. Only their dog bowls are called things like deviled eggs, and what's this one? Sticks snacks. And they've got, you know, like flamey pumpkin terrors everywhere and things that are slightly more on brand. Hell biscuits in that bowl. Awful. See, this is interesting. On this one, even though this bowl is empty, the writing is still on the bowl. I wonder if pet bowls behave a little bit like, you know, like when you place things on cupboards and sometimes they all disappear until you, like, twitch the cupboard. Maybe that's what was happening with the other pet bowls. Maybe it's like a decoration that wasn't rendering in until you changed something about the bowl, like maybe turning it would have done the same. Awful in that one. And then in this one, miscellaneous body parts. If you're after that last scorpion fairy, it's just through the end of this. Yeah, exactly, like a glitch when you have to push tables. And that one is lava lumps. There it is. It's just crawling its way up there. Oh no, there's two of them. There's two of them. There's three of them! Oh my god, there's four of them. There's 4 sly scorpions here. There's a 5th up there. Oh my god. Everything scorpions. Look at them all! Eek! Oh dear. Right, I'm just gonna leave those there. They're gonna follow me all the way up to the bear pens. That's right, let's take that corpse so we can bury it later. Bye! Sorry, fairy, I'm leading them on a merry dance, which is not very helpful for you, I realise. Right, bear pens. Since I've carried this one, I do actually have a butchering knife, but Estuary's butchering is appalling. So we might get like 1 or 2. 3! I got 3! 3 from my meat delivery. So black bears on this side. Bears, in my experience, actually don't eat a lot. They'll eat maybe like 1 each, unless something's gone horribly wrong. I see we've got some more sly scorpion corpses up there. And a random wild horse. Look at that. Are you hungry, bears? I've just noticed that they're all looking at me, which is weird. He's not hungry. He's not hungry. Fuck, none of them are hungry. That's fine. But it just means I won't drop them extras. The bears are far enough from the highway and from civilization that actually very rare that they get hunger ticks. So these are ones that I can happily not feed for months, and they will be fine unless I've had a lot of visitors come through. So I'm dropping 6 in each pen because there are now people active around them. Some of them might get hunger ticks before we wrap up. Uh-oh. Hello. I'm being descended upon. I think one of them just came to eat. There we go. One of them has eaten thus far. Just one. Not quite enough to get me through these bear pens though, so I'm just going to drop some and I'll come back to drop some more. So this is where all the other bears live. The reason that these bears do not get as big as these bears, even though these are conditioned, is because these bears can be used as mounts. Brown bears are mountable, and therefore anything that can be mounted does not change size, whereas black bears cannot. Whoa, there's another scorp. Black bears cannot be mounted, so that's why they come in all different sizes when they're champions or when they're conditioned. It's a good way to tell what other things actually can be mounts. Scorpions don't change size. Crocodiles don't change size because both of them, strictly speaking, can be used as mounts. It's just you need a mag priest to do it because they are monstrous creatures. They can't be tamed normally. Is there some of that? Go finish doing the bears. Thank you, fairy. You're doing excellent work. Ridding me of all of these pesky scorpions. I'm going to go past the rat pen again soon. Oh, there's another one. I'm going to go past the rat pen soon and we're going to see whether they've redistributed themselves or not. I'm just going to wait here a second to get this somewhere that's slightly easier for fairy to find. There we go. Minimal decor in these, like because they're teddy bears. They've got some picnic baskets and things, but mostly they're in a wild pen. Did I drop any in here? Ooh, these ones are hungry. Look at that. They're eating like 2 each. So let's drop some. This is an old viewing platform, which I always intended to put something on and I just never did. Especially with the trees in the way. But this was originally, when I first lived here, this was deeded. This has been many deeds over the years, this particular site, but somebody deeded, I don't know, a few months after I did. So there was a deed here called Alexandria, I think. And when that deed fell, and they hadn't come back for a while, eventually I expanded the park down this way as well. But originally the stretch of Brambleheim from like the village all the way down to here, it spans at least 4 different distinct deed sites. There's many, many more deeds that have been here over the years, but what I mean is like spaces that kept getting deeded and re-deeded. So Brambleheim village itself, the area down here, much of this was water, but there was a bit of area down here. This had been deeded several times. This area up here and the space in front of it had been deeded several times, and then you've got the flat area down the bottom where the crocs are. So this is not a small deed, but it spans like across the entirety of Brambleheim. There's got to be like 20 or 30 different deeds when I do archaeology, because it's spanning these like 4 different deed sites, and some of them have been deeded several times. 20 or 30 might be an exaggeration. I think 10 to 20, though, deeds across the whole span of Brambleheim if I do archaeology here, just because it covers such a big, long stretch. What time are we on? Oh my god, we're coming up for 1. It's alright. My voice is struggling, but I suppose I'll butcher them as I go, as there are quite a few in a nice little concentration of scorpion corpses. I can see it. Oh, there you go. That was one slow dying as Fairy rode away from it. I still don't know why we've now got slower dying. I know that they were trying to fix a problem with corpses disappearing, but I don't know why delaying the corpses helped with that at all. But it bugs me. But it does mean that you can, like, you can be, as you saw just then, many tiles away before something you have already killed actually dies. Oh. How do you mean I'm full? Outrageous. I have more meat than I can carry. But let's equip that for a minute, and that will get me 1 slot back. So, bears are done. Crocs are done. Literally just the upper deed to do now, as in like the upper deed of like the wildlife park. So we've got cave bugs, we've got cats, and we've got wolves. And that's it. Champ cats, lions, cave bugs. Let's go do the cave bugs. Cave bugs, I'm pretty sure, will eat anything. They're also not especially hungry creatures, so it's rare they'll eat more than 1. And as I said earlier, even if you have little cave biomes that they're in, they will step outside of their caves to come and eat when they're hungry. So I'm not too worried about the fact that several of them are actually in their caves at the moment. It's not going to prevent them from coming and taking advantage of the food. And we've got some little babby ones here. I have got quite a lot of cave bugs. There's one here somewhere called something like Pomona's favourite? There we go, Pomona's favourite thing. And I don't know if it is actually her favourite thing. Obviously she named it. But also she does spawn quite a lot of them. Part of the reason there are quite so many cave bugs here is, I'm just going to grab that corpse, is because Pom tends to spawn them a lot. And Pom has been doing most of the spawning lately since we lost Vayu as a GM. Vayu used to be the one pulling in most time at things like Impelongs and events. And you find that GMs, when you spend enough time sweeping up their creations, you start to kind of like learn their patterns, the sorts of things they like to spawn, the sorts of names that they like to spawn on things. Enki was quite a big fan of like pop trivia stuff, so you tended to get sort of sets of quite ordinary named creatures, like, you know, like the Berts and the Phils and the Bobs and things, and that tended to be because Enki was doing like pop culture references, like he'd do like casts of series, like TV series and things like that. Vayu is much more likely to name stuff after the events that they were at, so all of those lunar sheep and things, those were all Vayu spawns. Vayu would sort of try and name things to be a kind of like a celebration of the event that you could take home, whereas Enki would treat spawns more as a kind of like a guessing game, like who can guess the theming here, and like add them in one at a time. Pom loves her puns. Pom is a pun spawner. More than anything else. I still had a couple left to do, didn't I? But it's those kinds of things which, like, you probably wouldn't notice unless, like me, you have been collecting quite a lot of spawns from quite a lot of different GMs over the years to sort of see the different trends in real time. Can a foe tame? Yes, foe can tame cave bugs. Anything here is tameable by estuary, basically, with the exception of that champ whale and the champ dolphin and the gorillas, none of which are tameable. But so anything which a foe can tame effectively counts as a creature. That's why they're here, because Escher's collected them. So there are things in game that you can dominate, like lava fiends and trolls and goblins. You won't find any of those here, not because I don't have a mag priest, but because this is a wildlife park. It's specifically for animals. For the pheasants, I actually need to pick up some veg. They're the only thing here that requires it. I don't think pheasants are omnivores. I think they require vegetables. But yes, so she can tame cave bugs. Those were kited in the same way, the gorillas memes were kited in the same way that the champion whale and the dolphin were, except I wasn't doing it over water. So when they were spawned by Magron holy sites, which does tend to spawn gorillas, we tend to get quite a few of them, mag holy sites in particular in the desert just south of me. So we are over here. This is where Brambleheim is, and it actually spans from this bit of the map all the way down to this bit of the map. It covers like 1.5 map tiles. But this steppe, we've got a desert here and a steppe here, and these two are actually really frequent spawn places on release for two specific holy sites. Sampos, which spawn exclusively on steppes, tend to spawn in the steppe down here. Every so often we will get them on some steppe elsewhere, but mostly they spawn here. And Magranon pillars, whatever those ones are called, obelisks, pillars, the ones that spawn all the meteorites, they exclusively spawn in desert. So they will either spawn over here or here, but most of them tend to spawn here. There is also, sorry, we've got desert here, we've got desert here, even though it's not showing us that on the map. So these are both nice big sandy spaces, but there's quite a lot, there's a deed in the middle of this, or there has been on and off over the years, and deeds around the edges. So this actually isn't anywhere near as big a desert as it appears. So sometimes we get one over here, whereas this tends to be quite a nice big open space without deeds in the middle of it, which makes it prime territory for holy site spawning. So if you see a Sampo spawn on release or the Magranon pillar and you're looking for it, best place to look first and foremost is down here. Faux Sampos often here, pillars often here. But anyway, that was a segue. The pillars will spawn gorillas. That rhymes. So I have kited a couple of gorillas back from here by agging them without a weapon equipped, and then slowly, because they don't move that fast, like they're not slow as scorpions, but you kind of have to stop start so that you don't leave their ag range, in which case they'll turn passive again because they're not naturally aggressive. So you kind of got to like stop start, slowly kite them back with them agged, trying not to hurt them and not to let them hurt you too much on the way. And the fastest route would have been to take them here, except they kept getting stuck on the little bridge over this canal. I couldn't get them to follow me over the bridge. That might now be different because they've actually changed creature pathing and how they interact with bridges. It would probably be easier to do now, but back then I tried and I tried. I could not get them to follow me over this bridge. So I then had to keep them agged, go all the way round this lake and take them up over a mountainside which has no paths, like climbing my way over a mountainside to get them to follow me to get it here. It was a mission. I would not do it again without being able to get them to cross bridges, but as I say, they probably now can. So yeah, doable, but still hard work. Now, 15's certainly not enough to do the wildcats because there's shitloads of them. Lions don't tend to eat that much on the plus side, so I very rarely have to drop anything in the lion pens, but I only drop a little when I do, despite the number of them here. I'm going to pick up a little bit more to drop in the other lion pen. But the champion cats, partly because I love them and I will almost always make an exception if somebody spawns a champion cat with a name I don't have. Even if I said I'm full up, I will often go and try and get one, but also because the GMs know that I like cats. if Eschery is lurking somewhere nearby, they are more likely to spawn cats at an arena where I am lurking and taking things home, because they're kind. And, you know, that also gets me, like, premiuming more alts and stuff. But, you know, so GMs will often spawn cats, because I'm a known cat liker, which means I have a greater than normal distribution of cats in this wildlife park. So these pens are really, like, there's quite a lot of wildcats in here. And unfortunately, these ones, several of these have lost fat layers, despite the fact that they very rarely eat more than 1 meat at a time. So I can't get them to, like, load up, usually. Although, look at this. This one's just eaten 3. I don't know if this is a good sign or a bad sign, but these do seem to get hungry a bit more often than normal, whereas the lions just don't at all, so I think these are coded a little bit differently. Might need to top this pile up, given the rate that it's going down, but there are a number of cats in this pen, and there's 2 pens like this. I'm slightly concerned they're now going to do what the rats did and not redistribute themselves. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, because there's probably some that still need to eat, let's just drop the rest over here, because I don't think these 2 have come to eat yet. And they seem to be having the same problem as the rats. We've now just got, like, 1 mega cat. No! Okay, no, that one's going to the other clutch of meat. That's okay. Let's drop some over here. And just in case any of these get hungry again, let's drop some over here. This is really frustrating. I've never had to do, like, this distribution of meat before to stop them clustering. But it is only certain models, I think. One thing that's different about this pen than the others is this one has got uneven ground quite deliberately. Almost all of the others are flat, but the rats are flat as well, so I don't think it's the elevation that's doing it. I think it's just certain creature types, and it's very strange. So this is 2 bug reports we've collected this stream. The fences next to roof tiles, and wild cats and rats specifically clustering and not returning. I might have to come back and clip this later as well so that I can share it with GMs. This might not be enough given the appetites of the others for this pen. I've only got 20 meat left, but I'm going to preempt what happened in the last pen and drop this in a couple of piles at least. Yeah, look at that. They're eating like 3 each here as well. Might need to go and get a little bit more. But then I'm almost done. I'll get a little bit more for the cats. We've already done the cave bugs. I've only got the wolves left to feed. And then the park is done. When I'm not waffling, this does go a bit faster, but it's still not that fast. It is quite a slow job feeding all of these creatures. It is not a small commitment keeping about 400 plus creatures alive when so few of them are grazers. But you know what? I started it, so I'm going to finish it. Let's just drop a little bit more over here and try and keep this pen distributed. They're all turning their heads to look at me as well. And then we got the wolves. I wonder if the wolves are hungry, given how hungry the cats were. We'll find out. The wolves don't often eat that much, despite being dogs. Like, dogs eat loads. Hellhounds eat a fair... I feel like hellhounds eat a little bit more than normal. Wolves, in my experience, don't particularly, but it might just be their position on the deed. Perberus. Okay, it's a pun, but it's an animal pun, so it's allowed. Well done, Tan. You can see as well that when GMs are spawning, they tend to favour champ mobs. But sometimes they will spawn other conditioned ones as well. And you get like some nice cool colours. Like that one down there is a scared one. That's my little blue dragon hatchling. That's a lurking one. You can see in wolves in particular the size difference. Lurking makes them smaller, but that is a lot smaller. Scared actually makes them bigger. Nothing compared to a champion. Easter bunny catcher there. Look, they're only eating one each. There's a little angry one over there, but it's more noticeable in some species than others. That's a greenish one. The size differences that conditions make is really visible in the wolves. So this is quite a good way to see, like if you lined them all up side by side, you could go and see sort of just how much those different conditions affect the sizes. I'm pretty sure on Wormpedia, on the page about conditions, this is, I think, the only one that's actually just a wolf, no condition. I think on the conditions page on Wormpedia, it does tell you which conditions change the size, in which they all change size, what direction they change the size in, and whether it's a lot or a little. But sometimes it's not quite the same as actually seeing the distribution in the flesh. And the wolf pens has quite a lot of different conditions. It doesn't have them all. None of them have them all. But it has a number. Have the cats finished eating? They've still got some meat. Have they still got some meat in here too? Yeah, look at that. They've just stayed in that cluster. That gigantic. Clutch of kitty cats. That hopefully will redistribute themselves with time. But I'll come and check in on them tomorrow just in case they haven't. I'm going to go and see whether those rats, because we've been wandering around in the area, they might have started to disperse. Then again, they might not. Fingers crossed. No, not really. Other than that one that walked away and another little one. What are you doing, ratties? Just going to drop a little bit more meat over here just to encourage. I'm going to be taming and drizzling tomorrow, I can tell. They do. They look so silly. Maybe you could suggest some names to the memes. Let's drop that back in there. That is all the animals fed. And there's, of course, a load of grazers. Those don't need feeding directly. They feed themselves, but there are plenty of animals besides the ones I have to actually go and feed manually every so often. So somebody asked this last week, but if I were here and working in the areas where they are, I would need to be feeding them daily. The reason that this is manageable at all is because the wildlife park is so long, and I made sure there was this quite big space between where any of the ones that have to be fed that don't graze are and my working space in the deed. So by virtue of the fact that I'm actually not within like 12 or 15 tiles of them all the time, I'm at Brambleheim basically, and that this deed is big enough that most of them aren't within, say, 12 to 15 tiles of, and that's only theorized, by the way, that's my theory, it's about 12 to 15 tiles of a highway or a waterway. Most of them, therefore, don't get hunger ticks, except when somebody's crossing through the middle of the deed. I quite deliberately haven't run a highway through the middle of this deed. It actually wouldn't make a lot of sense to do it, given where it is anyway, but I didn't want to encourage it to be a place that people passed through. People are very welcome to come and actually look at the animals here, but I just wanted to cut down the amount of incidental traffic as much as possible, because then they don't get hunger ticks as often. So I get away with feeding them like once every few weeks, unless I'm being really active in the area or unless I know a bunch of people are coming to see them, and therefore they'll be, racking up hunger ticks. that and building up their fat layers over time is a sort of a bit of a measure of extra insurance, so that if they have several hunger ticks and they lose a fat layer, it won't be the last one. So that's how it's manageable. If I had to feed them every day, I would have burnt out long before now, basically. I suspect. Oh no, I thought they'd have emptied their bowl, but they've still got plenty. They're fine. And Eschery is back up to full favour, so that seems like a good opportunity to let Eschery go for the night. And is there anything else we want to do on Crim? Anything else we wanted to see or do? Like, I'm clearly not going to be doing any useful tidying, but I feel like I've done a good amount of chores for my chores stream, at least. Getting the animal park sorted. I think we've seen pretty much all the buildings. We did all the science that we intended to do. We looked at the camp. Was there anything else I promised to do before we were done? I keep threatening to blow up this building and rebuild it on stream, but you know what, that sounds like the worst idea. I need to not do building streams on stream. I'm so inefficient doing them. Having said that, I've redone most of the buildings here. I have done most of the main ones. As you can see, these are all now timber uppers. The smithy is the big one to go, but there are a couple of little ones. So, like my shipbuilding yard down here. You can't see it in its full glory right now, but this was designed quite specifically with a roof pitched high enough that I could build a full-size ship in here and then transport it down. So if you start something like a, you know, like a caravel or whatever in here, it nicely fills this space. And I don't feel any particular urge to convert this to timber. I actually kind of like it being a bit more rustic, but I probably will switch the guest house over to timber. I don't know if I will redesign it. There isn't much more space that it could fill. It could expand a little bit. This has just sort of become my temporary campground, which is fine till you die on release and realise that you've suddenly got like 8 spawn points to choose from, and like 6 of them are tents all next to one another. You demoed your butcher building to build your Gothic church. Fishy friend, yes, fishy friend. It's less relevant now because they redid the art, but it was kind of shark and orca themed. I mean, it's Orca Syndicate, so you had like whales and stuff on it. Now it's less noticeably whaley, so, you know, maybe it should change. We've got the scaly fairy tale, we've got a fishy friend, red and dead. Some of these, though, I named so long ago that I don't recognise them when they show up on my token, like on my respawn list. So at one point I was like, what the hell? Where is hell in a handbasket? And I was thinking it must be a deed or something. No. No, it's my tent. It's my fault. And I've got a goblin love shack just there. I think I've also got, part of the problem is I've also got some other goblin tents up here that don't have names. Yeah, I've got one extra goblin tent up there. So, just need to try not to die on release, basically. But when I first built Brambleheim, long before I had the wildlife park, this was the stable. It's not the stables anymore because, I mean, it's still called the stables, but I don't actually keep horses here. But when I started, my horse breeding program was here in this little stable. Then I made an entire deed for horse breeding over on Deliverance. And then about, I don't know, a year ago, maybe a bit more than that now, I decided I'd have enough of horse breeding. I wasn't going over there often enough, so I collapsed the deed and offloaded about 20 or 30 cared for beautifully traded horses onto Bun, and supplemented Bun's existing horse breeding program, which is why I no longer have a horse breeding deed. And so this stables has now just become holding pens for things I bring back from Impelongs. What I tend to do is I tend to put domestic creatures up here that graze, like cows and sheep, because this is where I work, and if they're going to be here for a little while, I don't want to worry about having forgotten to feed things here. I'm used to remembering to feed the chickens, I don't always remember to feed meat eaters in the pen. By the way, memes, this is what I was talking about. Felix, I have a Felix here, but I already have a champion Felix in the wildlife park. So this has been cared for, but it is actually a duplicate. If anybody wants a champion Felix on release, it's venerable. I wouldn't try taking it across server. It can be arranged, but they do need feeding meat. So probably only something to take on if you are already used to doing that, or something that you're willing to commit to. So I tend to put passive creatures up here because this is near where I work, and any aggressive creatures or creatures that are going to need regular feeding, I do tend to bring dogs up there, which is probably a mistake. But anything that's going to need more regular feeding, I put in the pens down here, because it's a little bit further removed from the deed, but also is visible from the dock. And the way that my brain works is out of sight is out of mind, whereas if every time I pull a boat up, I am reminded that I've still got creatures here in the pens. I'm more likely to feed them and also get them cared for and moved. So it's also because passive creatures, I can unload my cages at the dock and lead them up to the deed. They're quite easy to distribute further away, but what tends to be happening is at Impelongs, I tend to be sailing a boat back full of creatures when I'm still actively collecting creatures in the middle of an arena. So when I get here, the last thing I want is a whole load of faff. So if I have to unload aggressive creatures, I don't want to have to tame each of them. What I do is I unload aggressive creatures in cages here. You can pick them up 2 at a time in the wagon, in their cages, and then I just drive the wagon directly into a pen, unload a cage, unload the creature, load the pen, the cage back up, come out, do the same in the next one. That's the other reason all these pens are set up, so that you can actually cross this way through them as well, to just make it easier to feed them and also to unload things into them in a hurry. I don't want the faff of trying to get them all the way up into the deed and elsewhere, so it's sort of like it's my quick drop spot for mid-Impelong ferrying stuff home chaos, basically. Yeah, I mean, you can, that's true, you can move venerable creatures cross server. You can age them down with runes, but actually also, if you're super fast, it is a very, very small chance that you will lose them. But there's a couple of buts there. If it's a passive creature, even if it has to be tamed, if it's a passive creature, you can care for it in the cage the moment you cross the border, or any alt that you've got that's got access to that cage can do it. If it's an aggressive creature, you can't until you can make landfall, get it out of the cage, and tame it. And then it can only be cared for by the person who's tamed it, or the person who's tamed it needs to log off so somebody else can care for it. It's a whole faff. So the odds are a bit trickier on aggressive creatures crossing borders when they're already venerable, because you can't do that split second cross the border and then care for them and they're done. You have to first get them to land to somewhere where you can safely unload and tame them before you're allowed to care for them again. So it's a slightly bigger window for the server to do its decay tick or aging tick or whatever it is that it periodically does to check whether anything needs to keel over and die of old age. So it is riskier with something like a champ cat than it would be with, say, a Rockcliffe rooster or a cow or something like that. Passive creatures are much, much easier to do a cheeky cross-border hop and care for them, even if they're venerable. So that's not to say that you couldn't take that to another server, but you'd be taking more of a risk, basically, because it's an aggressive creature, to try and take it off release. It has been here and been venerable for a while. You want it, memes? Yeah, Ruffle, exactly. We're normally moving like venerable passives like sheep, which are much, much quicker and easier to do. And when I packed down my pristine deed, the creatures I was moving off that were conditioned unicorns and deer and champion dogs. So those were all passives that I could just care for as soon as I crossed the border. But there's a reason why I left my hell horses behind, because caring for I I might have brought, I think actually I might have brought like 2 molten hell horses to Thule Spring. And I can't remember if hell horses are the exception, although they're aggressive. Because you can lead them even though they're aggressive, it might be that you can care for hell horses in cages. They might be the exception to the rule. But if Pristine had been a deed full of aggressive mobs, I wouldn't have been able to redistribute. It would have been just too much stress and faff. I'd have lost... Maybe I wouldn't have lost a bunch, but I'd probably have lost a couple along the way, and it would have been stressing me out the whole way. So as Ruffle says, much easier to potentially move passive creatures at a later date, even if they're venerable. Memes, if you want it, there's no hurry. Yeah, you make a pen. And if I'm not in game, just pop me a message on Discord when you're ready to receive it, and we'll set something up. So you can come and tame it and load it. I would heartily recommend coming and doing it in a cage rather than trying to tame it and run it tamed across release. That way is going to end in tears. But if you bring a boat with a cage over, very easy to tame and load it. In fact, I can do it on estuary, so we don't even have to faff about with perms. And maybe you don't want to do it on estuary. If you board a hop with it quickly and hop back, its tame will drop, but then you're taking the risk by taking it off server. So maybe it would be better to just, we'll set up perms for you to load it into a cage, and you can just take it back and keep it here. Or wagon. Yeah, wagon works. Absolutely. You can bring a wagon over with a cage loaded in it. Yeah, that works too. And from where you're coming from, that probably is the longer route. It would be quicker to come by boat, but it may not be much less faff, depending on how faffy boats are for you. At the very least, you could come by canal if you bring a boat, because you can canal right across this stretch of land, but either way works. So yeah, no rush. It's been up there for ages, waiting for me to do something with it. So just whenever you're ready, we'll sort something out. Something else on my list, I need to imp these rare, and I keep meaning to sit down and do it, but I suppose that's less pressing than those frag cupboards of shame, which really need my attention, and I kind of wish I hadn't opened them. There's also now a wagon missing from here. I need to get myself another PMK wagon, because I took one over to Exodus as my kind of permanent care Paravel wagon, so I took the shiny Mulrehan one over there. I suppose I could redistribute these, but I feel like I need another PMK wagon to go up here to fill the gap, because I've got the Jen Kellen one in use over here. Possible Fool's Clothes Market either way. Yes, indeed. There was something that I needed to repair. Oh, the branding iron, which I started repairing on estuary and then was like, no. Let me go do that before I forget. Also, I put these pumpkins down 10 months ago. And they're still here. $31 damage, that's not going anywhere anytime soon. That's there's way more than that as well. I've also got this champion unicorn wandering around, which is currently cared for, but I could probably do with the care slot back. But if anybody would like a female wild champion unicorn, probably on release, but because this is a passive, you actually could take it somewhere else. The tricksy thing with this is a champion cat is quite easy to tame even if you don't have very high taming. A champion unicorn is very hard to tame without a faux priest. So unless you have a faux priest, if you want this, you probably need estuary to tame it, and you need to do a quick border hop to make the tame drop. And you need to not count on being able to tame it at the other end. You need to go and drop its cage directly into its pen. Very difficult to move without. It's not named or anything, it's literally just a wild champion, but because it is a female, it does mean if you can build up your taming, or if you get a faux priest and you can manage unicorns over time, you could theoretically try to get it to start breeding champ unicorns. You would probably have more fun though, to be honest, going and buying a 5-speed champ unicorn to do that with, rather than trying to do it up from scratch. But it wandered on my deed. I think it actually spawned inside my perimeter which creatures generally don't do or can't do. It was wandering in my deed. It might have actually clipped through a wall or a gate. And I was like, I don't know how it got in here, but it felt like it was a sign, so I just cared for it on a whim. And now it's been wandering around my deed for forever, grazing on my grass. But I don't have a plan for it. Like, I didn't actually intend to keep it. It's not really a pet. It's just sort of here, using up one of Crim's care slots. But yeah, if you've got a care slot memes and you fancy a champion unicorn, like I say, without a faux priest or very high taming, we'll probably need to get Eschery to tame and load it for you, and you will need to do a quick border hop and hope it survives, which it should if it's super quick. But if you hop, say, to Pristy and then immediately hop back to release, that will be enough to make the tame drop. Whereas if Eschery loads a creature that doesn't leave the server, nobody but her can unload it here, which is why you have to do a border hop. So yeah. It doesn't look like anyone wants it, did they even do? No, exactly. So yeah. So you're welcome to have a unicorn as well. Again, there's no rush. It's just pottering around my deed, using up a bit of deed ratio in a care slot. If your faux priest can't load, like I say, we can do it the Estuary way. It just means you need to do a quick border hop and back onto release. That will drop the tame, and then when you unload it from your boat at the other end, you just need to load it into a wagon. It means you need to get it by boat so you can border hop, and then at the other end you need to load the cage into a wagon so that you can take the creature out of the cave into whatever pen it's going to be in, so that you don't need to tame it, and that gives you more time. You can't load something which is tamed by somebody else, is why memes. So when I have extra alts at Impelongs to hold creatures, it's not just their taming skill that matters for handing off pets to them, it's also whether or not they can load. So I often have a couple of alts that can technically take over a tamed creature, but really only as a holding spot. They can't do shit with it. Everybody has to load their own tamed creatures. So that's why I've got 3 toons that can both tame and load, and I tend to take all 3 of them to Impelongs and take three aggressive creatures max and 1 passive home in a Gnar at a time, or at least over a border at a time, so that everybody's tame and load gets used, then dropped when they cross the border, and is freed up to get more. You've been able to untame... Yeah, you can untame from animal management. You cannot do it while they're caged. So you can't force untame a creature in a cage, except by crossing a border with it, which drops the tame on anything in a cage. Impelongs would be so much easier if I could put them in a cage and then choose to untame them, but alas, you cannot. You can charm it, but you won't be able to give it to Mimas unless Mimas has high animal taming, in which case she could tame it herself. Because when you try to give a pet away, it does a taming check. And unicorns are already high. They're about 40 taming requirement. That gets higher when you add conditions and much higher when it's a champion. So I think you would struggle to get a tame off on a champion unicorn at anything less than 60. It might even need more than that. Like, you might be able to do it like once on a lucky one, but you'd spend an awful lot of time accidentally agging it instead. Yeah. No. Likewise, Bugsy, it won't let you tame something. If you try and tame something when you already have a tamed creature caged, it will just tell you that you have a tamed creature caged, so you can't... like, I can show you this in practice, actually. Let's go and drop these pumpkins off. Bugsy, when did you do that? Because unless something has changed, you've never been able to do that in the time doing things. You can only do it if you cross a border with them. So let's find something we can tame. Yeah, please do. By all means do. But it always was this way, that it just wouldn't let you. It tells you that you already have a creature tamed in a cage. So if I go and get, let's do it with one of the chooks. I'll just go and get some seeds or something. Apples, that will do. We'll go tame a chicken. Load it into a cage. And then see what happens when you try and tame another. So doesn't actually really matter. Let's do the alert one. So we're going to tame that one. Because it's charm, it won't automatic. Because it's not charm, it won't automatically attack me. Whereas with a faux priest, charm is always an aggressive action. But just in case I fail catastrophically, I've taken my weapon off. However, we did fine. So we've got that one led. Now, if you're leading a creature that's tamed and you go and tame something else, the tame on the first one will just drop. But once it's caged, because you can't untame it whilst caged, it shouldn't be an NFI thing, but it might be different. If we're talking Defiance, it might be different on PvP servers. I don't know. I would be surprised if that's a difference between NFI and SFI. Because although there are differences between the two, that seems like an odd one to do differently, but it's possible. So let's unload one of these. Let's put that in there. Okay, so tamed rooster in a cage. Now if I go and try and tame another one, see what it says. What it should do is give me an event message saying you already have a creature in a cage. And I can show you how I also can't hand it off to somebody else or untame it whilst it's in the cage. But it never hurts to test these things, because sometimes things do change or break without announcement. So I'm always up for testing a theory just to make doubly sure. So if I now try and tame this one, look at that. It's letting me tame. So you might be right, Bugsy. Maybe they've changed something. So it's saying, can't keep control over the rooster as well. This is a change. And it's a stealth change to the best of my knowledge. Helis, that's true, yes. Helis don't, in fact, Ruffle's right. Chickens don't need to be tamed. I needed to do this with pheasants. So that's a good shout. Let's go and take the chicken out. Let's try it with a pheasant, which has to be tamed to be led. Because you're right, I hadn't considered that, but it is an important point. If it doesn't have to be tamed to be loaded, what I'm slightly concerned about is, has it popped out of the cage? No, it hasn't. If it doesn't have to be tamed to be loaded, it probably is an exception. We've just never needed to try because we haven't tamed them in the first place. So yeah, try with the unicorns because they would need to be tamed. So let's get it. I've got a rope activated. I'm just going to unload this, lead it. Let's go and try the same thing with pheasants. Good spot though, Ruffle. It would be nice if they had changed it. It would make our lives a lot easier. But as Ruffle says, it's something that comes up all the time, but it belongs, you know, sometimes you do it accidentally as well. Trying to tame something when you haven't quite crossed the border in the toon that's running it off deed, off server. Okay, let's put you back. Let's tame you. Hey, buddy. Right, this one's now going to go in a cage. Don't let me forget, this one actually is one that needs moving. Assuming I don't manage to successfully untame it in a cage, when I take it out, what I ought to do is actually run it up to the pheasant pen instead of back up to the deed, because that one needs to be moved to the park. But I'll get on horseback to do it, because that's quite a long ride with a very, very vulnerable little pheasant to do on foot. So we're going to load it. Need to just go and grab a bit more food, because I only picked up 3 apples. But that is a creature that has to be tamed to be led and to be loaded. So if nothing has changed, it won't let me start to tame something else. If something has changed and was not mentioned in patch notes, or somehow we all managed to miss it in patch notes, I will be very, very happy. And it will let me tame something else that requires leading. To be honest, I think even I could tame a chicken and it wouldn't let me because that one can't be untamed. It's that that's preventing it. But just in case, let's stick with pheasants, just to be sure. You're currently testing it on a dog. See, we're all testing it now. We need to know. We need to just, like, double check. So, 1 pheasant. And then let's try purple dragon. Tame. It's letting me tame this one. Is it because it's passive? Do we need to try with something Aggie? This is exciting. Right, the tame hasn't dropped because I didn't finish. So...
Time for
I mean, if you
science.
took unicorns, yeah, it looks like... If you manage to do it with unicorns... The difference... I'm going to test on an ag creature as well, because maybe the distinction is not whether it needs to be tamed to be led. Maybe the distinction is ag creatures, so I'm going to test on one of those as well. But first... let's unload this pheasant with a rope activated. No, I need to be on solid ground to do that. Of course I do. Also, tamed creatures have started bolting, so this might now be a bit of a Benny Hill sketch. Let's hope not. Fine, I've got it. And now we're going to ride it super fast up here and try not to pass any scorpions along the way. Put it in a pheasant pen. And I can try taming Felix. I have got an aggressive creature up there that I can try on. So we'll try taming Felix, putting Felix in a cage and see if that makes a difference. So you can't untame whilst it's in the cage. Yeah, go see if you can tame something else. So let's put this in the pheasant pens. Hey, buddies. Pheasant. Pet untame. If I'm taming eggs, I'm just going to grab some meat. Oh, there we go. There's some meat. Okay. So the distinction seems to be not whether the creature has to be led to be loaded, but whether the creature is aggressive. Thus, you could do it with unicorns, but Ruffle can't do it with Aggie ones. So let's just try and replicate that. I'm sure you didn't used to be able to do it with things like unicorns and pheasants either, but I can't 100% swear that that was the case. It might have been something that we observed on Ags and just extrapolated to anything that needed taming, but so what did I say? Felix. Let's go do Felix. Hey, buddy. Just double check I haven't got a weapon equipped, which I don't. So we're going to tame this champ cat. This very, very venerable champ cat. Ow. Lead it. Hey, buddy. Stick it in a cage. I still forgot to go straight to ride. Am I ever going to overwrite that muscle memory? Who knows? So Ruffle has also confirmed it works on passives. We did just confirm that here as well. Yeah. I know, how exciting is that? Particularly given you pretty much only take passives. Like on the rare occasion you take something that needs taming, it is still a passive creature normally. I'm the only mad sod who goes trying to take Ags home in any quantity. So, we've loaded an aggressive creature, and we think it will still not allow us to do another. So let me just go find another aggressive creature to tame. I don't need to be able to load it, I just need to be able to try to tame it. Now the difficulty with these pens is they all have multiple aggressive creatures in, which isn't a problem when you're a faux priest, but it is a problem when you're Crim. So I'm actually going to go see if I can just find a wild aggressive creature to tame, and I might as well chop up a load of this, a load of these corpses while I'm at it. Because what I'm expecting will happen is it won't even let me start the tame because I have an aggressive creature in a cage. Let's just butcher and bury some of these. Well, no, actually, it does mean stuff for you memes, because what it means is Eshri can tame and load any of those creatures for you here, and I can then force Eshri's tame to drop without you server hopping. So if you don't have enough taming to tame them at the other end, like the champ unicorn, for example, you probably still, anyway, because you don't really want to unload it somewhere that it can bolt, you probably still want to take that cage straight into a pen and unload it there. But it does mean you don't have to go and risk a border hop or anything, and we don't have to faff around with perms. I can just tame a unicorn and hand it off to you. Whereas Felix, it won't work with a champion wildcat, but a champion wildcat is a much easier tame for somebody without high taming. It was the unicorn that was going to be causing potential trickiness without a border hop. So it is helpful. It is helpful to know for those purposes. Now I heard a wolf, but I can't see a wolf. Let's just see if we can spot something. Something I can try on. More corpses! One which has already been butchered, though, probably by a pig, let's be honest. Where's a wolf when you need it? Or a lion? Or a rat? Just no trolls, please. I don't want no trolls. I suppose it doesn't need to be an aggressive creature, does it? Because the problem is the thing that's caged. Out of interest, let's just try. Because I have an aggressive creature caged. It's letting me tame that young sheep. Despite having an aggressive creature tamed. I didn't finish, but...
Da 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 da.
So, Ruffle, the animal is caged, remove it first. That's what you were getting trying to untame something in a cage, right? Oh my god, have they changed something that we either all missed in patch notes or that just wasn't announced in patch? Unfortunately, if it wasn't announced in patch, that probably means they didn't intend to change it, but... Right, it was gonna let me do the sheep. I need to actually just go find an ag creature. Not that it should make a fucking difference, but just, you know, let's just check. Not that I can now find anything to tame. Is there something over there? No. I'm slightly concerned that when I tame whatever I'm about to tame, the cat might pop out. So actually what I'm going to do is let's lead a cow over. Unless I find a useful Aggie between here and there. And I'm going to go tame it next to the cage. So if the cat pops out, we'll know. But this is a total game changer. As soon as I'm, you know, basically done collecting animals for the zoo. Might also be something that I need to bug report though. Because I don't think it was intended. I haven't seen anything to that effect. But I have also missed a few months of patch notes here and there, so I wouldn't swear to it. Right. I have a creature tamed there. It is an aggressive creature. We're going to try taming this cow. It's letting me start. Previously it would not. I kind of feel compelled to also check this with charm in case it's behaving differently with charm. Cow's now tamed. Felix is untamed. Has not popped out of the cage. Oh my god. What? You charmed the first and tamed the second? Yep. Yeah. And the passive stayed caged as well. It's just, I wondered if the aggressive one might pop out. I was slightly worried it might. So if we untame you. Yes. Come back here. Don't want you just randomly wandering around my deed. Which should now mean, previously Ashri wouldn't have been able to load this because Crim had it tamed. I'm just going to log her back in. This should now be an untamed creature. Yeah, it's not showing any of the text that would suggest that it's still tamed. Should now be free for Ashri to load. Oh, Ruffle. Just think of the handoffs that Impelongs. How much easier would they be if this was not a bug? Yeah, well done, Bugsy. Trouble is, when we've been doing it for so long, like you definitely didn't used to be able to, hadn't been able to for the longest time, for the years that we were collecting those. But if it's a bug that's been introduced, until you accidentally tested it, like there's no reason for us to have retested it. So we probably wouldn't have noticed for a good while. So Ashri should now be able to load. Just running her down to the deed. Tell you what, hang on. That's not a great view. Let's go switch over to Ashri. I didn't take that out of the Beamish Boy, did I? Let's try the Bandersnatch. She can load it. And if I now unload it, and I'm just going to move this temporarily over here so it doesn't bolt. What I'm going to try doing is... So you charmed the first and tamed the second without issue. The other thing I just want to check is... Oh, I'm too far away. The other thing I just want to check is whether loading permissions have changed. They shouldn't have. But let's just double check that you definitely still can't load something that somebody else has tamed. Although effectively, if you can untame them, that doesn't matter. I wonder as well, like, I don't know what the reason for that was. My assumption was always that it was something to do with it being considered exploitable if it was allowed on PvP. And there are things like that over the years where a decision has been made a certain way because of PvP and just rolled out to all other servers the same. But where they started to actually fix things on PvE for the majority whilst keeping the coding however it was originally set on PvP. So I don't know, this might be one of those things that actually is an intentional change because it's not really exploitable on PvE, but was set that way because of potential exploitability on PvP. They have much more, like many more limitations in how they do those things on PvP. Tell you what, let's save her favour. Let's just go back to Crim and have Crim tame it the old-fashioned way again. What? I was going to say, what am I carrying? The answer is 2 corpses and shitloads of giblets. Let's just butcher and get rid of those. She says, and can't get rid of them because my inventory's too full. Right, I'm just going to go sack some stuff. This was an exciting tail end of the stream, bit of science. I'm still leading a cow as well, which doesn't help. Right, you can go, don't give a shit about any of that. Yeah, don't even need to sack it really. So let's just butcher and bury those. Why isn't it burying? Oh, I'm on a different tab is why. Don't know how I ended up on a different tab. There we go. So, gonna need to have a rope activated to get it out of a cage. I might have made a egregious error here because I don't think they'll go for horses, but I don't actually know if this one's hungry. It's fat, so let's hope not. But let's just tame you before you go and try and, you know, eat my cow wholesale. Okay, tamed. Also, just out of interest, do you need feeding? No, apparently not. So I'm going to load this back in a cage. Currently leading too many creatures, of course I am. Stop leading the cow. Now, I suppose what I really want to check, it doesn't matter what I load it into. Let's just switch back to Estuary for a minute and see whether Estuary is able to load it. Which she shouldn't be able to do unless something has changed. So can we load it into the wagon? You cannot load this cage. The creature inside is not tamed by you. Which is what we expected. And if I switch back to Crim, let's just also test what Ruffle has also tested in fairness, but we might as well test it on stream. So check that I can't untame it whilst it's in the cage. So there's no option there to do it. If I right click on a tile, there's no option here to do it. The other place that you would find it when it's not caged would be looking at, this is going to be quite an eyesore, I'm sorry I have a lot of animals, we'll be looking at your animals list. As you can see, mine is absolutely huge, but what I'm looking for is something in this column, so it'll be somewhere here. There it is. So there's Felix. If I try untaming it from this one, it says the animal is caged to remove it first. So it, as Ruffle confirmed, you can't choose to untame them, except theoretically by taming this one again. And when I tame this, the tame on that will drop. And now, if we switch back to Estuary one last time, she will be able to load it. What is this madness? There it goes. Who wants to go trawling through patch notes to find out if this was as intended or not? Don't get too excited, memes. It might be unintended behaviour. Unless we can find it in patch notes. I'd be surprised if we missed it, but it's possible. I tend to read them quite religiously whilst I'm actively playing, but I took a few months off. I don't know that Ruffle reads them as often, but between the lot of us, it's the sort of thing that I would expect somebody to have flagged up in the Coterie channel. So if it was in patch notes, none of us noticed it, I'll be amazed, but it is possible. If it's not in patch notes, you do, okay, so you do read them. You do read them regularly, so the chances of neither of us having seen it I don't know what they could have done that would have caused that as unintended behaviour. What am I here trying to do? Oh, I'm going to run it back up. In fact, tell you what, I'll run it into one of these pens and it'll be easier to hand it off to you memes rather than it being all the way up on deed. So let's just pop it in one of these. There's also apparently 59 meat in the wagon. Don't think I meant to put 59 meat in the wagon, but let's pop that back in a thing. So let's get a rope. Let's unload this one. And we'll leave it there for easy handing off to memes sometime soon. Ruffle, is that you announcing for the channel? Or is this you finding something in patch notes that we missed? Just to clarify. And let's pop that back in there. Oh, do you know what? It annoys me that you can't do this. I know that strictly speaking you're required to load it and unload it, but this feels like a quality of life improvement we could do with. If you are able to load it and unload it, you should be able to just drag it from one to another. Let's just repair that while I'm here. You can only have one pet at a time, so if you have a pet and tame another, your first pet will become untamed. Yeah, but that is true on the wiki, Ruffle. That's always been true on the wiki. The difference is it wouldn't let you do it if that creature was caged. It would tell you to uncage that creature first. So the wiki isn't wrong. That's always been the case. It's just the interaction with cages in particular, because once a creature is caged, it couldn't be untamed. And therefore, you couldn't tame another until you uncaged your first creature, so the tame on it would be able to drop. I mean, maybe. But we should still find it in patch notes, if so, because it definitely didn't do that before. When's our next Impalong? It's probably not till October now, is it? God damn it, we could have done it the friend along as well. Eh. It doesn't sound like a fix, given that if you tried to tame something and just nothing happened, I would say it sounds more like a fix than a bug. But given the fact that there is specifically event text in the game for you cannot tame a creature, you already have a tamed creature caged. Like, that is clearly how it was meant to work. The event text backs it up. But if they've made a change, like on purpose, it's a good change. And if they've made a change accidentally, it sounds like one that isn't worth reverting, except that if it's that way for a reason, and that reason is PvP, chances are, if they've broken it here, they'll have broken it there as well. See, the last time that you had that event text, a lot of the time we just wouldn't have tried either. So, hang on. So, Memesy can charm, but no. So she can't load and unload. She can load the unicorn into the cage, but you then need to let the tame drop in order to have Memers load it into your wagon or not. So it doesn't actually matter whether Memes tames it or whether Eshri does. Either way, we're going to need to let the tame drop. Because if Eshri loads it, she needs to let the tame drop so you can unload it. And if Memesy tames it, she needs to let the tame drop so someone else can load it. So either way round. either way round, the tame will need to drop for you to not have to border hop it. But we now know that it can. But at least for now. I should go and find this cow a home. It does not live on my deed. I'm on estuary, aren't I? Right, let's lug Esh back out, get Crim back up, and let's go. And do you know what? The number of things that Fairy has killed on my deed today, my deed ratio is probably fine. But let's just double check, shall we? 15.74. Loads. You can wander free, my friend. Loads. Although I do actually have a horse here, I could have led it off deed, but what's the point? The trouble with Brambleheim, right, is it's by the coast. It's at the water level, at least down here it is, because I filled all of this in. This was water. But behind me is this lovely, like, rolling woodland, like, curving up into the hillside. And what happens is any time I go leading creatures off my deed, whether I am kiting Aggie mobs or whether I am leading a bunch of passives, I lead them up the hillside, I let them go, and I swear within like 12 hours they just come rolling back down the hillside. I feel like they're affected by gravity. They just make their way back on deed. I think it's because I'm so low lying. I think they literally roll down the fucking hillside back onto my deed. So I've learned not to redistribute animals up the hill. The only way to stop them coming almost immediately back onto my deed is to redistribute them north or south. I don't know why it makes a difference, but it does. Yep, here's hoping memes. So anyway, with that exciting revelation, which we have yet to determine whether or not we should be telling somebody about, I think I'm going to call it a night. Just mind blown. And I'm yawning, and my voice is going. And I didn't clean up any of this mess. Oh well. Oh well. Never mind. I repaired the branding iron, didn't I? I'm still carrying a load of meat. Let me just put that down. Ooh. But that doesn't stop me going to the loading screen. So I'm going to wrap it up for the night there. Pop you on that one. The next event coming up on the Southern Freedom Isles is the Rockcliffe Museum Gala. A couple of weeks into September. And if you didn't catch the announcement first, pretty please do. If you would like to go and create an item off that list that was linked at the bottom, I'll pop the link back in chat so that we have as many signatures from as many streamers and stream watchers as possible in our new Streamer Glamp Camp display, permanent display, that Nirav has invited us to set up at the Rockcliffe Museum. To go down as another little piece of worm history. So there is the link, just there. Hope you all have a lovely evening, morning, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and I will catch you again soon. Take care.